How long does it take to reclaim a lost kingdom? Imagine a conflict so prolonged, so entwined with religious fervor, shifting alliances and political ambition, that it spanned nearly 8 centuries. In fact, it is the longest sustained military campaign in European history. The Reconquista, the Christian reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula, lasting from the dramatic Muslim conquest of Visigothic Spain in 711 until the symbolic surrender of Granada in 1492. But this period is not just about the sieges, the battles, the shifting borders. It was also an extraordinary epic of cultural interaction, profound transformation, and ideological struggle. And within all of this, the modern identity of Spain was shaped. Armies marched, fought, died. Dynasties rose and fell. Legends like El Cid emerged, and the mighty Caliphate of Cordoba flourished and fragmented. But beneath these events lay a lot deeper currents: religious zeal, the fervor for the Crusades, and pragmatic diplomacy, all coming together to make this a truly unforgettable saga. So come with me today, and we'll talk about the incredible breadth and depth of the Reconquista, from the initial resistance in the Asturian mountains to the final surrender. And along the way, we'll try and unpack a few myths and realities of one of history's most fascinating chapters. But where are my manners? Welcome to the channel. Good to see you all. If you are returning, good to see you again. If you are new to the channel, then I invite you to hit the subscribe button and leave your thoughts in the comments. Also, this video is completely ad-free, thanks to the generous support of the YouTube members, Patreon members, and those who chose to donate. If you would like to join the prestigious club, well, you'll find where to go in the pinned comment and the description of the video. But let's all get nice and relaxed now, and we can begin at the fall of Visigothic Spain. It is the early 8th century, and the medieval Iberian world was completely upended. In 711, an army of the Umayyad Caliphate crossed from North Africa and defeated the Visigothic king Roderick, a moment immortalized as the fall of the Visigothic kingdom. Muslim forces, led by commanders like Tariq ibn Ziyad and Musa ibn Nusayr, swiftly overran most of the Iberian Peninsula. The Visigoths barely stood a chance. Within mere 7 years, by 718, nearly the entire peninsula was under Muslim control, with only a few small mountainous corners in the north remaining unconquered. This rapid conquest was facilitated not only by the invaders' military skill, but also by the internal strife among the Visigothic nobility. Infighting never helps. Well, some locals chose accommodation over resistance. For example, the Christian Lord Theodemir negotiated the Treaty of 713, securing peace and autonomy in exchange for tribute. Under this pact, Theodemir's people were promised safety, their property and churches left unharmed, and ultimately freedom of worship. All they had to do was pay the annual tribute: gold, grain, wine, and oil. And so we can see, by such terms, show that the initial Muslim rule, later known as Al-Andalus, often governed through pragmatic tolerance and local arrangements, rather than sheer repression. But even as most of Iberia fell under Umayyad rule, pockets of Christian resistance coalesced in the northern highlands. In the rugged Asturias region, a former Visigothic noble named Pelagius also by some reckoning, famously refused to submit to the new rulers. According to later chronicles, when a Muslim force accompanied by an apostate bishop tracked Pelayo to a mountain cave at Covadonga, the Asturian leader defiantly declared that he would never align with the Arabs, invoking a striking metaphor. Have you not known that the Church of God is comparable to the moon, which, though it may wane, always renews itself? The tiny band of Pelayo, sheltered in the cave of Covadonga, managed to ambush and rout the superior Muslim force around 722. The Battle of Covadonga, while small in scale, carried enormous weight symbolically. You see, it guaranteed the survival of a Christian foothold in northern Spain, and was later hailed as the miraculous beginning of the Reconquista. Now, let's think about it. 722. So we're claiming that the reconquest of Spain by the Christians began 11 years after it fell. Well, in reality, at the time it likely seemed a minor skirmish, and early Muslim chroniclers barely mention it, but in the Christian mind, it would enshrine Covadonga as the first triumph, the sparks that would set off the reconquest. And so, from the seed of resistance grew the kingdom of Asturias, led by Pelayo and his victorious successors. They claimed continuity with the fallen Visigothic realm, styling themselves as rightful Christian rulers of Spain. And by the late 9th century, an almost irredentist ideology had emerged in the Asturian writings, the anonymous Chronica Prophetica, 883-84, explicitly linked the Asturian kingdom to the old Visigoths, and stressed a providential mission to drive out the Muslims and restore the lost territories. But hold your horses. Even though medieval Spaniards did not yet use the term Reconquista, we can see the early formation of the idea. The notion that the Christian princes were not merely fighting for survival, but for a more general restoration of Christian Hispania that had been usurped in 711. I didn't want to say 711, but 711, it's all okay. Anyway, still, this was a retrospective justification. In the 700s and 800s, daily reality was less about grand ideology, and a fair bit more about securing mountain strongholds, and at the end of the day, just surviving. As for the Christian North, well, that was fragmented and weak. The new Muslim province of Al-Andalus, with its capital at Cordova, was becoming a world of astonishing wealth and sophistication. Take a look over to the northeast. In the Pyrenees, the Frankish Empire under Charlemagne also cast its gaze on Muslim Spain. In 778, Charlemagne answered a plea to intervene in a quarrel among Muslim lords in the Ebro Valley. He led his Frankish army into Iberia, an early instance of an outside Christian power engaging in the peninsula. But the campaign did not go as planned. Charlemagne, he found himself turning back before capturing Zaragoza, and as his army withdrew through the Pyrenees, it suffered a famous disaster. Basque mountaineers ambushed and annihilated his rear guard at the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass. This encounter between the Christian Franks and the indigenous Basques had nothing to do with Islam. You see, the Basques, they were likely motivated by revenge for Charlemagne's ravaging of their land. Yet, in later legend, the skirmish was transformed into a heroic epic of Christianity versus Islam. The Song of Roland. I'm sure you've heard of it. An 11th century French epic. It depicts Charlemagne's rear guard led by the valiant Roland, attacked by a massive horde of Saracens. Over time, history has romanticized into a bit of a myth. It's one of the first myths that we'll be talking about here. The Basque ambushers, who were mostly Christian or pagan, were replaced by 400,000 Saracens, turning Roland's last stand into a proto-crusade of Christian martyrs against Islam. This legend, wildly divergent from reality, nonetheless inspired generations of Christian knights and fed the crusading spirit that later intertwined with the Spanish Reconquista. But the reality on the ground in the 8th century, however, was that Christian, Muslim, and Basque forces all jockeyed for power, and in rather complex ways too, forging alliances across lines of different faiths as often as fighting wars of religion. By the 9th century, the map of Iberia had well and truly settled into a Muslim south and center, and a Christian north that was slowly consolidating. The Emirate and later Caliph of Cordova, as Al-Andalus was known, became one of the most powerful states in Western Europe. Under Abd al-Rahman III, who in 929 proclaimed himself Caliph, Cordova reached a zenith of unity and cultural fluorescence. The caliphal court was renowned for its learning, architecture, and prosperity, a jewel of the Islamic world. And this dominance meant that for much of the 9th and 10th centuries, the Christian principalities in the north, Asturias morphing into the kingdom of Leon, Navarre in Pamplona, and the Catalan counties in the northeast, remained on the defensive, or at least preoccupied with their own internal growth. Open warfare was intermittent, often punctuated by long periods of truce, tribute payment, and even alliances here and there. As a matter of fact, for the majority of the 700-plus years of Islamic rule in Iberia, outright war between Christians and Muslims was not really a constant thing. It was more often than not that coexistence and cautious peace were the norm. Frontiers were porous, and cultural and economic exchanges continued even amid the hostilities. I'll give you an example. Christian kings sometimes fought along Muslim allies against rival Christian lords, and vice versa. This era defies any simple us versus them narrative. It's not like it's being rewritten like the Song of Roland was. And that is a critical nuance of this entire period that is, well, it's often lost in the later Reconquista mythology. Well, it is what it is. It's important that we mention it. We can't just look at this like a good guy versus bad guy sort of thing. It's not a movie. This isn't Hollywood. Well, far from me to ruin the fun. Let's continue. Don't get me wrong, significant clashes did occur as each side tested the fluctuating frontier. In the mid-9th century, the kingdom of Asturias pushed eastward and southward, gradually expanding into Galicia and the Castilian highlands, while the small kingdom of Pamplona emerged in the Pyrenees. This fragmentation of Muslim authority during periods of unrest in Cordova occasionally offered a few opportunities. One notable confrontation came in 844 at the probably legendary Battle of Clavillo, where later Christian tradition claimed that St. James himself, Santiago Matamoros, the Moor Slayer, miraculously appeared on a white horse to aid King Ramiro I of Asturias against the Moors. Citation needed on that one. Of course, modern historians, at least 99% of them, doubt that Clavillo ever really occurred, viewing it as a pious legend invented in the 12th century to legitimize the cult of Santiago. But still, the legend of St. James' heavenly intervention, it attests to the growing religious fervor coloring these wars. By the 10th century, Santiago de Compostela, the Apostles' shrine in Galicia, had become a major pilgrimage site and a spiritual rallying point for Christian Spain. Ironically, it was respected and generally left in peace by the Cordovan authorities for most of the century. Lucky they got away with that one, In the late 10th century, the balance of power dramatically tipped in favor of Al-Andalus under the dynamic leadership of Al-Mansur. Al-Mansur was the de facto ruler of Cordova as its powerful vizier, and from about 977 until his death in 1002, he launched annual jihad campaigns deep into the Christian north. For nearly 30 years, he became the scourge of the northern kingdoms, seeking to cement Muslim dominance for good. He led raids that reached as far as Lyon, Pamplona, Barcelona, and even the distant Atlantic coast. In 997, he staged a spectacular attack on the holy city of Santiago de Compostela, carrying away the bells of the shrine, according to later legend, as trophies to Cordova. One Christian chronicler laments that Al-Mansur, quote, waged war against all those who worshipped the cross and left many cities in flames. His exploits, though devastating, were not permanent conquests, but punitive strikes to keep the Christians tributary and militarily weak. And indeed, Christian kings were forced to pay the parias, tribute payments, to buy peace from Al-Mansur's Cordova. It was under all these pressures that the Reconquista's progress nearly ground to a halt in this era. Survival was achievement enough as it was for the northern realms, and each day had its new challenges for that. Yet, don't write it all off yet. Al-Mansur's death in 1002 and the subsequent collapse of the Caliph of Cordova, which fell into civil war and fragmented by 1031, utterly changed this dynamic. The once powerful Islamic forces splintered into some 30 minor principalities, the Taifa kingdoms. These Taifa states centered on cities like Seville, Toledo, Zaragoza, Badajoz, and Valencia, along with Granada, were often prosperous and cultured. But there was a problem. They all had their own wants and needs, and politically they were weak. This led them to be frequently at odds with each other. Importantly, they were unable to present a unified front against the now strengthening Christian kingdoms. In the 11th century, thus opened with dramatic power vacuums in the south, and the Christian rulers were quick to exploit all of the division. Moving on now, the 11th century. And in this century, the initiative in Iberia's long conflict began suddenly to shift. The Christian kingdoms of the north grew in size and ambition, while the divided Taifa emirates of Al-Andalus often found themselves paying gold for protection, or even trying to play Christian princes off against each other. The kingdom of Leon Castile, a union of Asturias-Leon with the county of Castile, emerged as a dominant Christian power under King Ferdinand I, reigning 1037 to 65, and his successors. To the east, the kingdom of Aragon coalesced and expanded into the Ebro Valley, and Navarre held its own in the Pyrenees. In a lot of ways, this period marks the dawn of the Reconquista as a concerted enterprise, though it was still far from a unified crusade, if we're going to use that word. The Christian rulers did increasingly see opportunity for southward expansion. They were eyeing off those southern territories. They justified their incursions not only as feudal aggrandizement, but as a divinely sanctioned recovery of rightful Christian lands. Churchmen praised victories as steps towards the restoration of Christian Spain, framing the struggle in ideological terms of faith, a tone that would later resonate also with the Crusades. One of the earliest major Christian gains was the capture of the ancient Visigothic capital, Toledo. This happened in 1085. King Alfonso VI of Castile and Leon seized Toledo, a dazzling prize and a strategic center of Al-Andalus, after the city's weak Taifa king Al-Qadir capitulated. Of course, the fall of Toledo was quite shocking in the Muslim world. One contemporary Muslim observer recorded, quote, "The fall of Toledo filled the inhabitants of Al-Andalus with fear and despair." Of course, one could only imagine, once Toledo falls, you think they'd be coming for you next. I better not spoil the whole story. Either way, this capture of Toledo, it was the greatest territorial advance of the Christian forces in centuries, and it gave the conquerors a new power base in the heart of the peninsula. Alfonso VI, emboldened, began styling himself as Imperator Totius Hispaniae, Emperor of all Spain, implying a claim to sovereignty over both Christian and Muslim lands. However, this very success provoked a powerful response. The alarmed Taifa princes, unable to withstand Alfonso's might alone, made a desperate collective decision. They called for aid from North Africa. The legend has it, the ruler of Seville, Al-Matumed, silenced doubters with the retort, "I would rather be a camel driver for the Almoravids than a swineherd for Castile," preferring Muslim Berber overlords to continued subjugation under Christian rule. The North African Almoravids, a confederation of strict Muslim Berber tribes led by Yusuf ibn Tashufin, answered their call. In 1086, Yusuf crossed the straits with a disciplined army and met Alfonso at the Battle of Zalaca. The confrontation was a major turning point. The Almoravids utterly defeated the Castilian forces, halting the Christian advance in its tracks. This battle, by the way, is also called the Battle of Sagreas. Alfonso barely escaped with his life, and the victory at Zalaca convinced the Almoravid emir that Al-Andalus was both in peril and also ripe for intervention. And so, in the following years, the Almoravids proceeded to absorb the Taifa states, chipping away one by one, but eventually unifying Muslim Spain under a more rigid fundamentalist rule by 1090. For the Christian kingdoms, this basically meant that the relatively easy pickings of the fragmented Taifa period were long and truly over, and a new period of stiff resistance had begun. Notably, these events unfolded in parallel with the wider crusading movement in the East. Decades before Pope Urban's famous call to arms in 1095, Iberia had already witnessed a form of proto-crusade. In 1064, Pope Alexander II reportedly gave his blessings and an indulgence to an international force of knights from France, Italy, and beyond to attack the Muslim-held city of Barbastro in Aragon, a campaign some historians would actually dub the First Crusade, before the traditional First Crusade of 1095. This papal-sanctioned assault succeeded, briefly, prefiguring the ideology of holy war in Iberia. By the 1080s and 90s, the papacy was increasingly attentive to the Spanish theatre. Pope Gregory VII had encouraged Iberian Christians and even considered leading a campaign to Spain himself. After the triumph of the First Crusade in the Holy Land in 1099, the Knights Templar and other military orders also established a presence in Iberia, blending the Reconquest with the broader Crusader ethos. And thus, from the late 11th century onwards, the Reconquista was suffused with this crusading spirit, at least as we understand it in the 11th century context, as papal indulgences and church-sanctioned knights from across Europe joined the fight for Spain. Spanish warriors were increasingly portrayed as soldiers of Christendom, and victories were celebrated as part of a wider Christian holy war. And it was amid all this fervor that legendary figures arose. The most famous, of course, is Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, known as El Cid Campeador. El Cid was a pretty complex character, both a hero of Christian Spain and at times a mercenary in the service of Muslim rulers. In the 1080s, after a falling out with King Alfonso, El Cid fought for the Muslim king of Zaragoza, even defending him against the Aragonese and Catalan armies. But later, he carved out his own fiefdom in the east. In 1094, El Cid captured the city of Valencia, ruling it as a virtually independent lord until his death in 1099. The Poema de Mio Cid, an epic composed about a century later, celebrates him as an ideal knight, loyal, brave, and cunning, who even in death was said to win victories. Well, one colorful legend claims that after El Cid died during a siege, his wife Jimena had his corpse armored and set on a horse to rally the troops, a ruse that so terrified the besieging Muslims that they fled. Of course, once again we have stories that mix fact and fiction, but they certainly highlight the era's knightly ethos and those blurred lines of loyalty. The career of El Cid, it exemplifies how fluid the conflict could be. Neither side had a monopoly on his sword. Yet by the century's end, with Valencia briefly in Christian hands, and the long Reconquista gaining irreversible momentum, things were about to hit their great turning point. By the start of the 12th century, the struggle in Iberia had entered a new phase. The Almoravid dynasty. They governed Muslim Spain, but increasingly they grew unpopular, seen by locals as strange and austere outsiders. Christian kingdoms, though repelled in the 1080s, continued their push when opportunities arose. In 1118 rather, King Alfonso I of Aragon, also known as Alfonso the Battler, captured Zaragoza, probably in a battle going by that name, a crucial former Taifa capital, with the help of French Crusaders. Of course, it was a major triumph for Aragon that extended its reach into the Ebro Valley. Meanwhile, to the west, the county of Portugal, led by King Afonso I Enrique, achieved a spectacular success by taking Lisbon in 1147. This capture of Lisbon was essentially part of the Second Crusade. A fleet of crusaders from the northern Europe, en route to the Holy Land, agreed to assist King Afonso in besieging the Moorish-held city. After a hard-fought assault, Lisbon fell, and the victorious Crusaders, along with the Portuguese settlers, occupied what would become, and remain to this very day, the capital of Portugal. The fall of Lisbon, along with the earlier conquests of Santarém and other towns, solidified the emergence of Portugal as an independent Christian kingdom stretching southward. Across Iberia, foreign knights arriving with crusading zeal were making their mark. However, even as the Christians advanced, a new Muslim power arose to challenge them: the Almohad Empire. The Almohads, who were they? Well, they were a militant reformist movement from North Africa that overthrew those unpopular Almoravids and took control of Morocco and Al-Andalus by the mid-12th century, establishing their rule in Spain around 1147 to 72. The Almohads were even more ideologically zealous, ardent proponents of the Tajdid, the renewal and strict monotheism, and of course they viewed the Christians as existential enemies. They forcefully reasserted Muslim strength in Iberia, at least for a time. Notably, the Almohad years saw increased persecution of non-Muslims. Many Jews and Mozarabic Christians who had lived under relative tolerance had to flee north to Christian realms during this period. The clash between Almohad fundamentalism and the increasingly crusade-minded Christian kingdoms created a polarized, fierce climate on both sides. And so, for a few decades, the Almohads halted Christian expansion. They inflicted a serious defeat on Castile at the Battle of Alarcos in 1195, where Caliph Yaqub al-Mansur crushed the forces of King Alfonso VIII. This Castilian loss postponed further reconquests and demonstrated the Almohads' might. Yet, the Christian kingdoms did not remain disunited, nor did they cower. Early in the 13th century, recognizing the magnitude of the threat, the Christian rulers forged an unprecedented coalition and framed their campaign as an outright crusade. Pope Innocent III called for Christian knights to rally the Iberian front, granting the same indulgences for fighting in Spain as crusading in the Holy Land. Remission of sins, all the good stuff. Of course, the result was a pan-Iberian crusade led by Castile, with forces from Leon, Aragon, Navarre, Portugal, and volunteers from France and beyond, all converging against the Almohad Caliph Muhammad al-Nasir, or Mira Mamilon, as the Christians decided to call him. So the two sides met at the Battle of La Navas de Tolosa, 16th of July, 1212, a date that is often seen as the decisive turning point in the Reconquista, The battle was fought in the Sierra Morena of Andalusia. Heartened by papal legates and the fiery preaching of Crusade, King Alfonso VIII of Castile led a combined army, joined by King Pedro II of Aragon and Sancho VII of Navarre, among others, against the Almohad host. And by all accounts, it was an enormous and very hard-fought engagement. A contemporary Christian letter exalted that God had granted victory over the king of Morocco, who had waged war against all who worshipped the cross. The allied Christian army managed to outflank the Moorish defences and rout the Almohads in a slaughter that left the field strewn with the enemy's dead, as one chronicle put it. And legend has it that King Sancho of Navarre charged directly at the caliph's tent, guarded by African slave warriors chained together, slicing through the chain barricade. Afterwards, Navarre's coat of arms featured golden chains to commemorate this feat. Well, whether or not, he literally cut the caliph's tent chains. La Navas de Tolosa was a crushing defeat for the Almohads. One Muslim historian, Ibn al-Marakushi, soberly called it the Battle of al-Iqab, the punishment, and the defeat of the Muslims. The Almohad Caliph escaped, but his authority in Al-Andalus was never going to recover. In the aftermath of 1212, the momentum shifted irreversibly to the Christians. Over the next few decades, essentially a great surge of the Reconquista. The major cities of Al-Andalus fell in rapid succession. Ferdinand III of Castile and Leon, later Saint Ferdinand, by the way, reaped the fruits of La Navas. In 1236, his armies captured Cordova, the venerable former capital of the caliphs. When the Castilian troops entered Cordova, they reportedly returned the bells of Santiago that Al-Mansur had taken centuries before, having Muslim captives carry them back north. A pretty potent symbol of reversal. Well, next, Ferdinand turned his attention to Al-Andalus's great port and metropolis, Seville. After a long siege, Seville surrendered in 1248. These campaigns were imbued with crusading zeal. Ferdinand's contemporaries believed him divinely guarded, and the church heralded each victory. Clerics from the Cluniac and Cistercian orders had long been encouraging the Reconquista, instilling an ideology of holy war and reconquest in Iberia's warriors. Initially, Ferdinand III expelled many Muslim inhabitants en masse from Cordova and Seville in a burst of triumphalism. However, he soon found that empty cities, well, they can't really pay taxes, can't they? The economy faltered without farmers or artisans. So he backpedaled the policy, allowing many Muslims to stay as subjects under Christian rule. In parallel, James I of Aragon, also known as James the Conqueror, completed the reconquest of the eastern lands. He seized the Balearic Islands, that is Majorca, by 1235, and took the city of Valencia in 1238. James wisely preserved the region's agriculture by leaving the Muslim peasantry in place under the relatively generous terms, ensuring that the Kingdom of Aragon prospered with its new Valencian and Majorcan territories. By mid-century, the Iberian map was completely transformed. Where once the caliphs of Cordova reigned, now only one Muslim state remained, the Emirate of Granada. Founded in 1238 by Muhammad ibn al-Ahmar of the Nasrid dynasty, Granada nestled in the southeastern mountains and coast with its splendid walled capital and the Red Castle, the Alhambra crowning a hilltop. Ferdinand III, after taking Seville, allowed Granada's creation as a vassal state, forcing its sultan to pay a hefty annual tribute in gold in exchange for autonomy. And indeed, the first Nasrid ruler famously declared, quote, "There is no conqueror but God," and pragmatically became a tributary to the Castilian crown. By 1250, for all practical purposes, the Reconquista was pretty much over. The Christians controlled the entire peninsula, except for Granada, which survived in a client state, so, it doesn't really count. That hardened frontier was now not between north and south, but it was rather the boundary encircling Granada's mountain redoubt. Elsewhere, Muslims had either been expelled, converted, or ruled as subject communities. A long era of relatively peaceful coexistence began, in which Granada's existence was tolerated for the tribute it delivered and its role as a buffer. Notably, Christian Spain at this time was not quite the model of homogeneity that later myth would suggest. It was quite multicultural, if we're going to put it all together in the three, the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims, and a few others. Yes. Either way, cities like Toledo remained centers of Arabic and Hebrew learning. Alfonso X of Castile even sponsored the Toledo School of Translators, and that blended Arabic, Hebrew, and Latin scholarship to transmit classical and Islamic knowledge to Europe. The Reconquista may have been nearing completion on the map, but culturally and intellectually, the influence of Al-Andalus endured within the Christian realms. For more than 2 centuries after the great conquest of the 13th century, the little kingdom of Granada persisted, albeit an echo of Al-Andalus in the shadow of a Christian Spain. It survived through diplomacy, tribute, and the rugged protection of the Sierra Nevada. Granada's sultans, the Nasrid dynasty, became masters of realpolitik. When necessary, they paid off Castilian monarchs with gold, much of it sourced from trade across the Mediterranean and the famed gold routes of Africa. And occasionally, they played Castile against Aragon, or against their North African neighbors. In terms of culture, Granada flourished in its twilight. It was in this period that the Alhambra Palace was built and adorned with the delicate artistry that still astounds the world. In some ways, Granada's existence showcased the multi-religious reality that had characterized medieval Spain. Within its borders, Muslims, Christians, and Jews, they all lived, even as religious uniformity was hardening elsewhere. However, Granada's safety was always precarious and dependent on the will of its more powerful Christian neighbors. Periodically, wars broke out on the frontier. Granada's forces might raid into Christian territory, and Castile might launch punitive campaigns. But until the late 15th century, there was no sustained effort to eliminate the last Islamic enclave. What was the reason for that? You'd think that they would sort it all out once the ball was rolling. Well, the major reason was that Castile and Aragon often had other preoccupations: dynastic disputes, civil wars, plagues, and foreign wars. They all occupied their energies. For instance, Castile suffered a tumultuous civil war in the 1360s, and Aragon looked more towards Italy than to conquering Granada. Additionally, Granada found intermittent allies in the Marinid dynasty of Morocco. In the 1340s, the Marinids made one final, formidable attempt to to restore Al-Andalus's fortunes, Sultan Abu al-Hassan of Morocco landed a large army to assist Granada and challenge Castile. The ensuing Battle of Rio Salado saw Castilian and Portuguese forces unite to face this invasion. The Christians won a resounding victory, a crushing defeat of the Marinid Sultan's armies that effectively ended any serious prospect of North African intervention in Spain. After Rio Salado, Granada stood alone. Castile seized the port of Algeciras from the Marinids in 1344, thus tightening the noose. Yet, if you know the 1340s, the internal strife and the Black Death's devastation delayed the reckoning. It was as if a stalemate held. Granada, though militarily weaker, was strategically harder to subdue, and the Castilian monarchs found it easier to exact tribute than to fight costly campaigns in the mountains. This long twilight allowed a degree of normalcy. Frontier mercenaries, traders, and emissaries shuttled between Granada and the Christian cities, embodying a frontier society where the line between reconquest and coexistence was often quite blurry. And so, by the late 15th century, the situation changed again dramatically. In 1469, the marriage of Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile united the two greatest Christian kingdoms in Spain. This union created a newly powerful dual monarchy, the Catholic monarchs, as history would call them, with the military resources and religious fervor to take on Granada decisively. At the same time, the ideological climate had somewhat hardened. The Spanish Inquisition was established in 1478 to enforce religious uniformity, a sign of the era's zealous mood. The Catholic monarchs secured papal approval for a war to extirpate the infidel in Granada, receiving the status of a crusade, complete with a cross-adorned banner and indulgences for participants. And thus began the Granada War, 1482–92, the final crusade on Spanish soil. Castile and Aragon methodically pressed into Nasrid territory, city by city. The campaign was marked by modern tactics and technology. The Spaniards even bought artillery and gunpowder siege weapons that could smash through the Moorish fortress that once seemed impregnable. They also applied economic blockade strategies, isolating Granada's strongholds. But the war was not an unbroken string of victories. The Granadans, though riven by an internal civil war between competing claimants, notably Sultan Abu Abd Allah, known as Boabdil, against his father, they fought bravely through it all. No, but still, bad luck, the writing was on the wall. One by one, Granada's cities fell, and in 1485, the Christians took Ronda. In 1487, after a brutal siege, Malaga was conquered, its population enslaved or expelled as a harsh object lesson. It said that Isabel refused any terms of surrender for Malaga's defenders due to their stiff resistance. The fall of Malaga cut off Granada from the sea. In 1489, the key redoubt of Baza capitulated, and Boabdil, who had by then controlled only the city of Granada and its environs, realized total defeat was just inevitable. In 1491, Ferdinand and Isabella's armies surrounded Granada itself, establishing a military camp named Santa Fe, that is, Holy Faith, on its plain as a symbol of their resolve. After months of siege, starvation, and stalemate, the Sultan negotiated. November 25th, 1491. the capitulations of Granada were signed. These terms were surprisingly lenient. In exchange for capitulation, the Muslims of Granada were guaranteed their lives, property, laws, and freedom of religion. The documents promised that Muslim inhabitants, quote, shall be perfectly secure in their persons, families, and properties, that they could continue to worship in their mosques and be judged by their own laws, and that those who wished to emigrate to North Africa could do so freely. On January the 2nd, 1492, the Sultan handed the keys of the Alhambra to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, marking the official fall of Granada, and with that, the end of Muslim rule in Spain. Now, according to Romantic law, as the Sultan left the city, he paused at the hill for a final glance and shed a tear, whereupon his resolute mother, Aisha, scolded, "Weep not like a woman for what you could not defend like a man." Gee, that's rough to hear that from your mum, isn't it? Very rough. Now, whether or not those exact words were spoken, the moment known as the Moor's Sigh really symbolizes the end of an era. Then so with Granada's surrender in 1492, the Reconquista was complete. After nearly 781 years since the first invasion, the Christian kingdoms had reconquered the entire peninsula. But the immediate aftermath belied the generous terms given to the vanquished. The capitulation's promises of tolerance were soon broken, and within a few years, the Catholic monarchs, pressured by triumphalist clergy like Francisco Jimenez de Cisneros, began to renege on the guarantees. In 1499, mass forced conversions of Granada Muslims began, leading to a brief Muslim uprising. By 1502, Castile ordered an edict requiring all remaining Muslims to convert to Christianity or leave. Crown of Aragon followed suit in 1526. Those who converted, often only on the surface, became known as Moriscos, and they too would face later expulsion in the early 17th century. Likewise, 1492 saw the infamous Alhambra decree expelling Spain's Jews. Well, the multi-faith landscape that had characterized much of medieval Spain was, for the time being, well and truly over. So, what can we say in conclusion? I suppose the Reconquista is seen in its early and late stages, but really it was a complex and drawn-out process, a long saga. It began not as a single concerted effort, but as disparate struggles for survival and power by Christian kingdoms that gradually coalesced into a res publica of Christendom fighting to restore Iberia to Christian rules. Well, critical thinking certainly reminds us that material ambitions and pragmatic politics were always interwoven with piety. The men and women who lived through the Reconquista witnessed not a straight-line holy war, but a tangled history of war and peace, tolerance and intolerance, myth and reality. By 1492, when the cross was raised over the Alhambra, the Christian kingdoms had forged a unified Spanish realm, setting the stage for Spain's emergence as a global empire, and we all know about that. Well, the memory of the Reconquista, with its heroes, martyrs, legends, it would soon become a cornerstone of Spanish identity, celebrated in chronicles and later in different nationalist lore. But behind the triumphant narrative there's a richer and more nuanced story. Not one of a quick, one-and-done campaign, but of centuries of resilience, conflict, coexistence, and transformation. Why not start with a quote? If God blesses us by enabling us to drive his enemies out of Jerusalem, how fortunate and happy we would be. That was the words of one Muslim preacher in the early 12th century. A fervent wish, voiced not long after the First Crusade, echoed across decades until it was finally realized by Salah al-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, better known as Saladin, in the year 1187. The Third Crusade, 1189 to 1192, unfolded in that aftermath of the momentous Muslim victory. It brought some of medieval history's most famous figures: the Kurdish Sultan Saladin, the European monarchs Richard the Lionheart of England, Philip III of France, and even Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, all into direct conflict. But we hear a lot about the Christian side of things. But there's always two sides to a story, isn't there? So today we're going to explore the Third Crusade through Muslim eyes. And we're going to try and walk that middle path. Rather than the usual Frankish-centered narrative, we're going to have a look at how the events were perceived and interpreted by the Muslim world's own writers. From the triumphalism following Jerusalem's liberation to the sober reflections on the battles of Acre and Arsuf, all the way to the negotiations with King Richard and the Treaty of Ramla. So, come with me, and we can go back to the times of the Crusades today. And before we do, of course, allow me to welcome you to the channel. If you're new here, please consider subscribing. Leaving a like and comment is always good for the algorithm too. And by the way, you can enjoy this and all of the other videos on this channel, organized in the playlist sections, completely ad-free, and that is because there are no mid-roll ads on any of the videos. It's pretty nice, isn't it? We are supported by the kind people on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the people who check out the merch store, and the occasional super thanks and PayPal donation. But of course, your word of mouth brings more people to the channel, so that is appreciated too. So with that being said, tell your friends, and let's begin. A good place to start is the aftermath of the First Crusade, 1096 to 1099. After all, it is a franchise. Well, when the European Frankish armies seized Jerusalem in 1099, the Muslim world was politically fragmented and well and truly caught off guard. The 12th century historian Is al-Din ibn al-Athir notes that the loss of Jerusalem occurred at a time when the Islamic realm was well and truly weakened by internal divisions. Initially, various Seljuk and Arab rulers reacted only feebly to Frankish invasion, being preoccupied with their own infighting and rivalries. Sunni and Shia sectarian splits also hampered unity. The Sunni Seljuks and Zengids in Syria and Iraq distrusted the Shia Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt, preventing a coordinated response. So think about it with the kind of in the same sort of context of the East-West split between Catholicism and Orthodoxy, these kinds of things, just fragmenting that unity that was based on religious grounds. Yes, the Muslim world certainly had it as well, and, well, still has it, to be honest. Of course, it's amid all this disarray that voices emerged calling for jihad against the Crusaders, and one of the earliest and most influential was Ali ibn Tahir al-Sumani of Damascus, in Syria. In 1105, just a few years after the First Crusade, al-Sumani wrote the treatise on jihad, urging all Muslims to unite against the Frankish invaders. and he defined the Crusade as part of a broader assault by Western Christians, starting with the conquest of Sicily and Iberia, and now targeting the heart of the Muslim East. Al-Osmani warned that the Franks' success was a divine test on Muslim unity. Their incursions were possibly only because Muslims had neglected true religious struggle and fallen into disunity. Only by repenting and fulfilling the duty of jihad, defensive war to reclaim the occupied lands, that is, could the Ummah regain God's favor. Though al-Osmani's pleas initially fell on deaf ears, he planted the ideological seeds for a Muslim counter-crusade, and over the next decades, scholars and preachers across the region kept that flame alive, laying the moral groundwork for future leaders. As time went on, we get to the mid-12th century, and this is where the tide begins to turn. There was a new generation of Muslim rulers, notably Imad al-Din Zengi of Mosul and his son Nur al-Din Mahmud of Aleppo, also in Syria, by the way. They rose to prominence championing jihad against the Crusader states. Nur al-Din, reigning 1146 to 1174, united much of Syria, invoking jihad not just as policy but personal piety. He sponsored religious institutions and propaganda promoting holy war. Under Nur al-Din's aegis, a young Kurdish general named Salah al-Din, or Saladin, gained experience too. And Saladin eventually assumed power in Egypt in the year 1169, ending the Fatimid Caliphate in 1171 and realigning Egypt with the Sunni Abbasid Caliphate. Though this caused some resentment among the Shia circles, who saw Saladin as a usurper of the Fatimids and of Nur al-Din's Syrian legacy, it also eliminated a major source of Muslim disunity. With Egypt and Syria now politically linked, Saladin forged a formidable Muslim coalition. In the 1170s and 80s, Saladin systematically expanded his territory, taking up Nur al-Din's mantle of jihad. He secured control of Damascus, Aleppo, and other key cities either by force or agreement, whichever one came first, all the while justifying his actions as necessary to fight the Crusaders. Importantly, Saladin cultivated the image of a devout mujahid king. Poets and clerics in his court lauded him as the savior of Islam. By 1187, he had united Egypt, Syria, and northern Mesopotamia under his Ayyubid dynasty, achieving a level of Muslim unity that was not seen since before the First Crusade. Of course, this was all in the run-up for his most famous victory, and that is the recapture of Jerusalem. Now that opportunity came in 1187. On the 4th of July of that year, Saladin's forces annihilated the Crusader army at the Battle of Hattin in Galilee. The Christian defeat was catastrophic. As Muslim chroniclers exulted, it was Allah's judgment on the Franks, the heathens, the infidel. Ibn al-Athir reports that the Franks at Hattin were overwhelmed, and the true cross relic they carried was seized by the Muslims. With the Crusader army decimated, Saladin swept through Palestine, capturing city after city, and by late September 1187 he arrived at the walls of Jerusalem itself, the sacred city that had been lost to Islam for 88 years. When Saladin camped before Jerusalem in 1187, the Muslim world was holding its breath. The city of Al-Quds had a unique sanctity in Islam, home to Al-Masjid Al-Aqsa and the Dome of the Rock, scene of Prophet Muhammad's night journey and ascension. Now, reclaiming it was not only a strategic goal, but a religious imperative, a source of pride, I suppose. Saladin, deeply aware of this, took a solemn oath not to leave Jerusalem until he had recovered the Dome of the Rock and raised his flag on its highest point, according to his secretary Imad al-Din il-Isfahani. On 20th of September, 1187, the assault began. The siege was intense but brief. The Frankish defenders, led by Balian of Ibelin, fought desperately. Muslim chroniclers, though hostile to the Crusaders, did not deny their enemies' courage. Imad al-Din wrote that the Franks defended the city, stood their ground, made themselves a target for arrows, and called on death to stand by them in defense of their holy sites. But nonetheless, Saladin's forces methodically pushed forward. Within 2 weeks, Balian recognized that Jerusalem could not hold out. Unlike in 1099, when the Crusaders had massacred Jerusalem's inhabitants, Saladin actually preferred a more merciful approach. He agreed to Balian's surrender proposals. The city capitulated on the 2nd of October, 1187. It was the anniversary of the Prophet's night journey, a coincidence noted with awe by Muslim observers. The reaction across the Muslim world, of course, was quite euphoric. People raised their voices in praise of God, expressing their gratitude for having granted them the long-awaited victory. Those are the words of Baha al-Din ibn Shahad, Saladin's companion and biographer. After decades of lamentation in sermons and prayers, Jerusalem was back in Muslim hands. Saladin's entry into the city was conducted with solemn piety. He famously spared the population. There was to be no revengeful bloodbath, which I'm sure everyone was quite relieved to hear that. But ransoms were set for the Frankish inhabitants, but Saladin released many poor captives for free. Muslim troops proceeded to purify the holy sites. The great golden cross that the Crusaders had placed atop the Dome of the Rock was cast down. The dome itself, which the Franks had converted into a church, was cleansed with rose water. Saladin himself, along with his brother al-Malik al-Adil and the other notables, participated in scrubbing the rock and sweeping out debris, eager to earn the spiritual reward of restoring Islam's sacred space. The Al-Aqsa Mosque, used by the Crusaders as a stable and barracks, was likewise cleaned and rededicated. On Saladin's orders, a magnificent new minbar or pulpit that had been carved out years earlier in anticipation of this day was installed in the mosque, and I almost read that word as minibar. Minbar, not minibar. I don't think they'd be putting one of them in Al-Aqsa. Let's try and remain respectful. Well, the first Friday prayer after the liberation, 9th of October, 1187, was quite an emotional event, I'm sure you can imagine. Muhyi al-Din ibn al-Zaki of Damascus delivered a momentous sermon. They called their sermons khutbah, by the way, to the packed congregants in the Al-Aqsa Mosque. He glorified God for fulfilling the promises that the farthest mosque, Al-Masjid al-Aqsa, would be returned to the believers, and he extolled Jerusalem's significance in Islamic history. Quote, "Jerusalem is the residence of your father Abraham, the place of ascension of your prophet, the burial ground of the messengers, and the place of the descent of revelations." He linked Saladin's victory to the early caliph's conquests, comparing the 1187 liberation to Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab's original 7th century capture of Jerusalem. By invoking these memories, the sermon cast Saladin as a new Umar, a divinely favored hero, chosen to restore the honor of Islam. Across the Muslim world, celebrations erupted. Poets composed odes praising Saladin as the liberator, al-Muharrir. From Cairo to Mosul, public prayers of thanksgiving were held. One contemporary noted that every famous person from Egypt and Syria rushed to join Saladin's campaign as it approached Jerusalem, so that the city on the day of conquest was teeming with scholars and Sufi ascetics rejoicing in person. Chroniclers have described how eyes brimmed with tears of joy, and flags were being unfolded, pens sharpened to convey the good tidings. But not everybody was uniformly positive. The Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad, al-Nasir, greeted the news somewhat churlishly. Instead of lavish praise, he sent Saladin a terse note of criticism for using the honorific title al-Malik al-Nasir, the victorious king, a laqab the Caliph claimed for himself. Well, Saladin, who had borne that title for years, refused to relinquish it. And quite rightly, only one of those two conquered Jerusalem. Imad al-Din relates Saladin's bitter retort, quote, "Did I not recover al-Bayat al-Muqaddas, Jerusalem, and unite it with al-Bayat al-Haram, the holy house of Mecca? Indeed, I have returned to native land, a part that had been missing from it." End quote from Saladin. Well, it certainly shows a bit of tension. The Caliph, far from the front lines, appeared to be a little bit jealous of Saladin's glory. Nevertheless, even the Caliph could not deny the magnitude of the victory, as Ibn al-Athir put it, quote, "This noble deed of liberating Jerusalem was achieved under none after Umar ibn al-Khattab except Saladin, and this deed suffices for his glory and honor." Now, of course, this fall of Jerusalem in 1137 was the catalyst for the Third Crusade. In Europe, the loss of Christendom's holiest city sparked shock and calls for holy war. Pope Gregory VIII's papal bull, Audita Tremendi, roused kings and commoners to take the cross. From the Muslim standpoint, however, 1187 was a great year, one of divine favor, vindication. The long-awaited dream of jihad had been fulfilled, and Jerusalem, called by the Muslims Bayt al-Maqdis, was back under Muslim stewardship. Saladin's achievement was seen as the capstone of a broader revival that had begun with voices like al-Sulami's and culminated in a united Muslim effort. Yet, even in this flush of victory, Muslim leaders knew that this struggle was far from over. As al-Khadi al-Fadil, Saladin's chief secretary, warned in letters, the Franks would not accept this loss quietly. A great counter-crusade was inevitable, and the Muslim world braced for it with a mix of confidence and vigilance. Well, the response from Latin Christendom to the fall of Jerusalem, or, well, from the Muslim side, the liberation of Jerusalem, was indeed swift and quite formidable. Back in the West, the loss of Jerusalem sparked urgent calls for a new crusade, and three major sovereigns took up the cross. We had Emperor Frederick Barbarossa of Germany, Philip II of France, and King Richard I of England. News of their impending arrival soon reached the Muslim world, often via merchants, envoys, spies, things like this. Muslim chroniclers began referring to these events as a new Harb al-Faranj, that is, a Frankish war, or a al-Hamla al-Talitha, the third campaign. Though they did not conceptualize crusades, at least not in the exact way that modern historians do, Well, to them this was simply the latest and largest Frankish invasion. Like I said, all part of the franchise. And of course it demanded a resolute jihad in response. The first of the great kings to set out was Frederick Barbarossa. In 1189, he led an army tens of thousands strong on an overland march towards Syria. Muslim observers viewed the approach of this vast German host with quite a bit of alarm, and it was reported that the king of the Germans had an innumerable force. But fortunately for the Muslims, fate intervened. In June of 1190, Emperor Frederick unexpectedly drowned while crossing a river in Anatolia, an event that Ibn al-Athir says occurred in water that was barely waist deep, the emperor's heavy armor dragging him down. Now, of course, we have an event like this, and everybody's going to jump to the conclusion that it was divine intervention, God coming down and eliminating the formidable foe, kind of like a Final Destination-esque sort of death, you know. So without Frederick's leadership, most of the German Crusaders dispersed, or just perished from disease, before ever reaching their destination. Well, bad luck for the Germans, I suppose. But meanwhile, the other Crusader forces travelled by sea, and hopefully not wearing so much armor. They should have waited to put that on until they got to Jerusalem. By spring of 1191, King Philip of France and King Richard of England had arrived in the Levant with their armies. Now their first objective was the port city of Acre in Palestine, which had been under Muslim control since 1187. Even before the kings came, a Crusader residual force had already laid siege to Acre in August of 1189, and this force was led by Guy de Lusignan, the displaced king of Jerusalem, and bolstered by incoming waves of European adventurers and mercenary soldiers, this kind of thing. Now, as for Saladin, he recognized Acre's importance and rushed to its defense. Through 1190 to the following year, 1191, Acre became the focal point of the war. A grueling 2-year siege where both sides poured in troops. One Muslim chronicler likened the scene to the world contending for the city of Acre. Saladin established himself with a field army outside the city, effectively besieging the besiegers. Fighting around Acre was bitter and continuous. Arab and Turkish archers in Saladin's camp exchanged arrows with the crossbowmen on the Frankish lines, while each side's engineers dueled with stone-throwing catapults. The city's Muslim garrison, running low on supplies at this point, held out bravely behind Acre's walls, hoping for relief from Saladin. Several times, Saladin attempted major attacks to break the siege. In one instance, he coordinated with Acre's defenders to make a sortie against the Crusader camp. But there was a traitor within the city that betrayed the plan, and the Franks foiled that attempt. Months of attrition were down both sides. That winter, famine and disease, likely scurvy and camp fever, ravaged the Crusader ranks. Ibn al-Athir writes that the Franks were tormented by illness, and many died in misery, their bodies not buried but thrown into the sea. As for Saladin's army, well, they suffered as well from interminable strain and a lack of decisive progress. Not a good situation for anyone, and they certainly weren't celebrating, saying that it was divine intervention and God was sorting out the Crusaders for them because, well, both camps weren't doing so well. But then, something changed. The arrival of King Richard the Lionheart in June of 1191 to the great joy and celebration of the Crusaders. Now Richard, whom Arabic sources often call Malik Rikerd, or Al-Malik al-Inquilisi, the English king, was already renowned among the Muslims for his military skill. Baha al-Adin, who was present at Acre, noted the intensity of Richard's bombardments and the assaults once he took charge. On the 12th of July, 1191, Acre's long ordeal finally came to an end. The remaining Muslim garrison, now hopeless and starving, had no choice but to negotiate a surrender. And the terms, well, they were pretty harsh. Saladin was to pay a ransom of 200,000 dinars for the prisoners and the return of several important Frankish captives and relics, including what remained of the True Cross, in exchange for the safety of the garrison. Well, Saladin agreed under duress, eager to save the lives of thousands of Muslim defenders and their families. After all, we all know what happened in the First Crusade. Acre's capitulation was certainly a bitter setback for the Muslims. Ibn Shahad relates that Saladin was near inconsolable as he watched the Crusader banners raise atop the city walls. But the worst was still to come. When a dispute arose over fulfillment of the surrender terms, Saladin needed more time to gather the enormous ransom and locate all the Frankish captives for exchange. King Richard lost patience, and on the 20th of August, 1191, in an act that shocked many Muslim and Christian observers alike, Richard ordered the execution of all the Muslim prisoners, about 2,700 people, and that includes women and children, entire families, executed alongside each other. Well, under the blazing sun before Acre, the Crusaders brutally slaughtered the bound captives. Baha al-Din, who witnessed the massacre from Saladin's lines, records that Saladin and his officers were powerless to intervene. They could only watch in horror and fury. He writes, "This appalling act enraged the Sultan and his men beyond measure. Any earlier notion of chivalric restraint toward the Franks on that day vanished. Saladin henceforth vowed to avenge this atrocity." And indeed, Saladin's behavior hardened after Acre. It was on well and truly from that point. Ibn al-Athir notes that whereas previously Saladin had shown mercy to prisoners, he now felt compelled to retaliate in kind. And just days after the massacre, a party of Crusader knights were captured in a skirmish. Among them was a nobleman who, upon being brought before Saladin, pleaded for his life, and even acknowledged that the Acre massacre was an abominable act done at Richard's command. Saladin coldly replied that unless the knight could arrange the release of high-ranking Muslim captives in exchange, he would die. Well, guess what? The knight could not do such a thing. Saladin then had him executed on the spot, along with 2 other Frankish prisoners. Baha al-Din, who recounts the episode, notes that Saladin, ordinarily generous, felt that he had no choice after Richard's betrayal at Acre. Basically had to match his energy, I suppose. And from that point on, the war took a more relentless and remorseless turn. In September of 1191, King Richard marched south along the Mediterranean coast, aiming to reclaim Jaffa and ultimately Jerusalem. Saladin shadowed him closely with the Muslim army, determined to harass and impede the Franks at every step. The marching Crusaders hugged the shoreline, protected on their flank by a fleet of ships, and keeping a tight formation with infantry and crossbowmen guarding against the inland attack. Saladin's cavalry continuously skirmished with the enemy, Muslim horse archers darted in to unleash arrows and javelins, then wheeled away, a tactic intended to provoke the Franks into a premature charge. Richard, however, maintained strict discipline. He did not allow his knights to break rank. On the 7th of September, 1191, Saladin finally met Richard's army in open battle at Arsuf near the coast. The Muslims attacked repeatedly, seeking to disrupt the Crusader march. Until a charge by the Christian knights broke through. Baha al-Din admits that when Richard's cavalry counterattacked, the whole force of Muslims fell into disorder. Right, left, and center, all in wild flight. Only Saladin's personal intervention prevented a total rout. He rallied a remnant around his banner, beating drums to regroup the fleeing troops. Richard, who was cautious of a trap, did not pursue them very far, so Saladin managed to reform his army. But even so, the Muslim losses were heavy, and the Franks won a clear tactical victory at Arsuf. After this battle, Richard occupied Jaffa on the Palestinian coast. Saladin, who had slighted, partly demolished Jaffa's fortifications earlier in that year, could not prevent the enemy from taking the town. By late 1191, the Third Crusade had reached an impasse. The Crusaders controlled a strip of coastal cities, Tyre, Acre, Caesarea, Arsuf, Jaffa, while Saladin still held Jerusalem and the hinterlands. The coming months saw maneuvers and negotiations rather than decisive battles. Twice, in late 1191 and again in summer of 1192, Richard's forces advanced inland toward Jerusalem. These attempts are described by Muslim writers with a mix of pride and anxiety. On one occasion, Muslim scouts reported the Franks coming so near that the sound of their trumpets was heard in Jerusalem. Saladin, preparing to defend the holy city, dug trenches and reinforced walls, even as rainfall and supply issues hampered the Crusaders. But ultimately, Richard decided not to assault Jerusalem. Muslim accounts attribute this to Saladin's scorched earth tactics and the Franks' lack of strength. Al-Makrizi, a later compiler of contemporary sources, writes that the winter rains and vigilant Muslim patrols discouraged the enemy from besieging the city. With military progress stalled, diplomacy moved to the forefront. Throughout 1192, envoys passed frequently between Saladin's camp and Richard's. In these interactions, a notable degree of respect, even camaraderie at some times, depending on whose definition, developed between the opposing leaders. Muslim chroniclers relay numerous anecdotes illustrating the courteous conduct shared by Saladin and Richard, even amid war. And one famous episode took place when Richard was ill with a fever, likely during the spring of 1192. The English king had fallen gravely sick at Jaffa, and upon hearing this, Saladin sent him gifts of pickled fruits and a kind of distilled alcohol called arak, though Richard preferred wine, but still it's the thought that counts, but also snow from the Hermon peaks to help cool the fever. He even dispatched his own physician to attend to Richard, though whether this doctor was the renowned Moses Maimonides, as later lore claims, is doubtful. Richard accepted the gifts, and the gesture was widely noted. Baha al-Din remarks that Saladin's generosity left the Crusader communities trembling with admiration rather than anger. But behind the courtesy, Saladin also seized the chance for intelligence gathering. The frequent messenger exchanges over Richard's health enabled Saladin to glean information about the Crusader camp's morale and numbers. Still, the act stands in Muslim narratives as a mark of Saladin's chivalry and Richard's appreciation of it. It was said that Richard, in gratitude, offered Saladin's brother Al-Adil a costly cloak and exchanged friendly banter about peace prospects. Negotiations between Richard and Saladin's brother Al-Malik al-Adil whom the Franks called Saladin, became frequent. Al-Adil and Richard met personally several times. They even entertained an outlandish marriage proposal. Richard offered his sister, Joanna, to Saladin's brother Al-Adil as a way to unite their families, and maybe even rule Jerusalem jointly. But no one really seriously expected the other to accept conversion, and the idea ultimately came to nothing. But still, the very suggestion shows the atmosphere of creative diplomacy in 1192. But despite all of these cordial exchanges, each leader remained a formidable negotiator. The primary point of contention was Jerusalem. Richard pressed for at least a symbolic control or unrestricted Christian access to the city, while Saladin steadfastly refused to relinquish Muslim sovereignty over Al-Quds. Instead, Saladin was willing to guarantee a safe pilgrimage for Christians. Another thorny issue was the port of Ascalon. In Arabic, that is Asqalan, by the way. Saladin raised Ascalon's defences after 1187 to prevent its further use by the Franks. But Richard had rebuilt Ascalon in early 1192. As negotiations progressed, Saladin insisted that Ascalon be returned to him, or at least demilitarized. He could not tolerate a fortified Crusader stronghold on the road to Egypt, that's for sure. Richard initially balked, but eventually agreed to dismantle Ascalon's fortifications as part of the deal. By the late summer of 1192, a settlement began to coalesce. The result was the Treaty of Ramla, September of 1192, negotiated principally by Al-Adil and the Crusader officials. According to Baha al-Din and other Muslim sources, the treaty terms were as follows. The Crusaders would retain a strip of territory along the coast, from Tyre down to Jaffa, including Acre, while Jerusalem and the rest of inland Palestine stayed under Muslim control. Latin pilgrims, however, would be guaranteed safe access to visit Jerusalem's holy sites. Ascalon was a special case. It would be handed back to Saladin, but its walls would be demolished to prevent future use as a fortress by either side. A truce of roughly 3 years was agreed, applying to all territories held by Saladin and the Crusader remnants. Both parties also included their allies and vassals in the peace, that is, the princes of Tripoli and Antioch on the Frankish side, various Mesopotamian and Anatolian Muslim lords on Saladin's side. And so, on September the 2nd, 1192, Richard and Saladin ratified the treaty. Richard, who was too ill to travel, sent envoys, including Humphrey de Touron, to finalize the accord, while Saladin deputed his brother Al-Adil. The treaty was solemnized by oath, though increasingly Richard himself did not swear, citing the custom that kings do not swear oaths. Saladin respected this, accepting Richard's word, and in turn did not personally swear either. Instead, the oaths were taken by leading nobles to each side, Richard's nephew, Henry of Champagne, for the Franks and Al-Adil for the Muslims. Thus, with ceremonial handshakes and assurances, the Third Crusade came to an end. Muslim chroniclers express satisfaction, if not outright joy, at the Treaty of Ramla. Saladin had yielded nothing essential, you see. Jerusalem remained in Muslim hands, and the invaders, though still present on the coast, which will be a problem a little bit later, had failed in their primary objective. By the grace of God, writes Ibn al-Athir, the Franks departed without fulfilling their hopes. To be sure, the Muslims did not expel the Crusaders entirely, and some voices urged pressing the war further. But Saladin, acutely aware of his army's exhaustion and the fragile unity of his coalition, chose consolidation instead. Baha al-Din relates that Saladin's troops were worn out by the length of the campaign, and all their funds were exhausted. So the Sultan felt it was wise to make peace and allow his soldiers to rest and resupply. The truce would also buy time to reinforce Saladin's fortifications and infrastructure, which Saladin promptly began doing once the treaty was in effect. So throughout the Third Crusade, Muslim chroniclers frame the conflict not merely as a political or military struggle, but, as you can imagine, a deeply religious war. Simplest terms are jihad, defense of Islam. There's no real debate about that. But this religious dimension was not retroactively imposed, but likely keenly felt at the time by participants and observers alike. Sunni scholars in Saladin's domains continuously invoked the language of jihad. They presented the war against the Crusaders as a righteous struggle equivalent to the Prophet Muhammad's battle against unbelievers. In sermons and letters, the Franks were often described as al-Harbiyun, infidels at war with Islam, and their defeat was cast as a conditional on Muslim piety. Now, the concept of martyrdom, shahada, was a powerful motivator too. Those who fell fighting the Franks were assured paradise. Baha al-Din notes that in the army many Muslim warriors longed for martyrdom and saw miraculous signs of divine favor. For example, the Battle of Hattin, some soldiers claimed to see green-robed angels riding alongside them. Well, anecdotes like that belonged as much to morale-boosting lore as to fact, I suppose. But they reveal how infused with faith the atmosphere was. Sufi mystics also played a role, by the way. Some sources mention that ascetics and fukara, that is, dervishes, appeared in Saladin's camp, preaching that the war against the Franks was an opportunity for spiritual purification. One popular mystic supposedly walked barefoot through the Muslim camp at Acre, crying out that the sins of the community would be washed away by the sincere struggle in God's path. Pre-battle orations by Sufi figures are recorded before Hattin and Arsuf, encouraging the soldiers to attain a state of shahid, martyr, if victory did not occur. Now, the notion of karamat, miracles, granted to pious warriors also circulated quite widely. During the Acre siege, a rumor spread of a mysterious noise and lights in the night sky. This was interpreted by some as angels coming to bolster the Muslim garrison. Baha al-Din pragmatically notes that it was likely just an earthquake, ruining all of the fun for everyone, I suppose. But such stories, while not taken literally by the sober historian, show the spiritual fervor surrounding the conflict. But not all Muslims were Sunni, of course, and the Third Crusade era brought some intriguing Shia perspectives to the fore. Well, by Saladin's time, overt power in the central Middle East lay with the Sunnis. The Fatimid Shia Caliphate was gone, but Shia communities and scholars still existed, especially in cities like Aleppo and Mosul. Some of the Shia observers had mixed feelings about Saladin, too. An Aleppan Shia historian, Ibn Ali Tayyi, who died in 1228, for instance, wrote a history that was at times disparaging of Saladin, loyal to the memory of the earlier Zengid dynasty which Saladin displaced in Syria. Ibn Abi Tayyi accused Saladin of self-aggrandizement and suggested that certain setbacks against the Franks were due to his usurpation of a rightful order. These views, preserved in later chronicles, indicate that sectarian and political biases could color the Muslim accounts, but still, even Ibn Abi Tayyi, could not deny Saladin's accomplishments. He begrudgingly praised the liberation of Jerusalem, while minimizing Saladin's personal credit for it. In the grand narrative of jihad against the Crusades, Sunni and Shia might differ in emphasis, but they all rejoiced in the victories over the common enemy. Another Shia thread in this story is the role of the Nizari Ismailis, the sect known to the West as the Assassins. Initially hostile to Saladin, had attempted to assassinate him twice in the 1170s, the Nizaris adopted a pragmatic truce with him once the Third Crusade loomed, since the Franks had threatened them as well. In April of 1192, the assassins' presence dramatically intersected the Third Crusade. Their agents assassinated Conrad of Montferrat, the newly chosen king of Jerusalem, in the city of Tyre. Muslim chroniclers mention this shocking event. Ibn al-Athir writes simply that the Marquis was killed, calling it a blow of fate to the Franks. But they do not attribute it to Saladin. The assassination's instigators remain a mystery, though it removed a formidable Crusader leader at a critical time. Saladin himself was not implicated or even expressed surprise at Conrad's death. Some Western suspicions fell on Richard, others on Saladin. But in Muslim eyes, the episode was just another sign that God's will can strike down the unbelievers in unexpected ways. And finally, the Third Crusade period provided rich cultural anecdotes in which Muslim writers would recount with quite a bit of fascination. The war did not halt all contact between two civilizations. Moments of curiosity and even respect shone through. Usama ibn Munkid, a Syrian nobleman who died just before the Third Crusade, had written famous memoirs describing the odd habits of the Franks, sometimes brave and gallant, other times coarse and ignorant, and that attitude of wary respect carried into Saladin's era. Scribes in Saladin's chancery marveled that King Richard would send envoys in courteous Latin and French, which had to be translated, rather than just fighting. During truces, Franks and Muslims occasionally exchanged gifts or foods. One Crusader chronicle, by Baha ad-Din ibn Shahad, notes that Richard once sent ripe peaches and pears as a present to Saladin when the latter was ill, and Saladin reciprocated with snow-cooled sherbet. Well, though not all such stories are verified, Muslim literature eagerly recorded them. It was as if they were trying to humanize the otherwise ferocious enemy. But they also showed a theme that Muslim writers found quite comforting, that Islam, with its code of honor and generosity, could perhaps win the respect even of its sworn enemies. And so, the Third Crusade ended not only in the not in at all of the eradication of the Crusaders, but rather in a compromise that safeguarded Islam's holiest city. Well, it's also Christianity's holiest city too, I suppose. Well, when King Richard sailed home in October of 1192, the Muslim world felt a mix of both relief and triumph. Saladin al-Malik al-Nasir, the victorious king, had faced the combined might of Europe and emerged with his main objectives intact. Jerusalem was still Muslim. The surviving Crusader state was confined to a coastal strip and posed a diminished threat, at least for the moment. As for Saladin, he died in March of 1193, only a few months after the treaty, and thus did not see the long-term fruits of peace. But his contemporaries immediately cast him in an everlasting glory. Even the sometimes critical Ibn al-Athir conceded that Saladin's liberation of Jerusalem was an unparalleled feat of merit. Later Muslim historians looked back on the Third Crusade as a proud chapter in the history of the Ummah. They lauded how the Muslims, once divided, had united under Saladin's banner to face off against the invaders. They recorded for posterity not only the battles won, but it was those principles upheld: justice, mercy, and faith. Now, importantly, Muslim writers did not describe the Third Crusade as an unequivocal victory. They knew the Franks remained in the Holy Land for another century, but they did emphasize that Allah had tested the believers, and through their steadfastness delivered them from the Frankish onslaught. The failure of the Crusaders to reclaim Jerusalem was, in Muslim eyes, a clear sign of divine favor and the efficacy of jihad. As the 13th century writer Abu Shammah noted, the Third Crusade proved that the Islamic community, when roused to piety and unity, could withstand even the greatest of Christian kings. But in the long run, the legacy of the Third Crusade in Muslim memory became inseparable from the legend of Saladin. Poets and storytellers in Arabic, Persian, and later Turkish recount the duel of honor between Saladin and Richard, always with Saladin as the model of a virtuous ruler. His generosity, courage, and devotion to Islam, exemplified during the Third Crusade, set a standard to which later Muslim leaders aspired. The Ayyubid Sultan's conduct towards enemies and friends alike became proverbial. When future generations confronted new foes, whether the Mongols in the 13th century or more European crusaders in later times, they frequently looked back on Saladin's example as inspiration. And so for the Muslim world of the 12th and 13th centuries, the Third Crusade was not defined by Richard the Lionheart's heroics, but by Saladin's resolve and the collective effort of Muslims. It was remembered as the campaign in which Al-Quds was secured and the Franks' counter-strike was blunted. Through the eyes of Muslim historians, the Third Crusade appears as a moral and strategic success that preserved the gains of jihad. In the words of Ibn al-Athir, the Franks came with arrogance and mighty hosts, yet God repelled them, and they returned in vain. Think about the term Dark Age. It conjures an image of a benighted time, cities in ruins, knowledge forgotten, art and progress stalled under the weight of barbarian rule. We imagine a 1,000-year night between the brilliance of Rome and the dawn of the Renaissance. But what if that popular image is wrong? What if those centuries were not as dark as we've been led to believe? Consider a few snapshots from this era. In 537, the colossal dome of the Hagia Sophia was completed in Constantinople, seemingly to float suspended from heaven on a golden chain, as one historian, Procopius, described it, obviously awestruck. And around the same time, in the far west, an educated Roman named Boethius, imprisoned by a Gothic king, composed the Consolation of Philosophy, a profound work fusing classical wisdom with Christian thought. Jump ahead to the late 8th century. The Anglo-Saxon monk Bede teaches that the earth is round, and Charlemagne, the Frankish king, is crowned emperor in Rome on Christmas Day 800, reviving the idea of a Western empire and spurring a renaissance of learning in his lands. And in a monastery off the coast of Ireland, don't forget about those scribes illuminating the Book of Kells, a gospel manuscript of dazzling complexity and beauty. Those are just a few examples that hardly paint a picture of a dark world. They hint at a more vibrant and dynamic age. So why then do we call it the Dark Ages? Well, the term itself was coined long after the fact, famously by the Italian scholar Petrarch in the 14th century, to scorn the post-Roman centuries as an age of darkness between the enlightened ancient world and Petrarch's own time. And Renaissance and Enlightenment thinkers certainly amplified that idea, biased towards the glories of Greece and Rome, and dismissive of medieval achievements. You see, to them, it was just a murky interlude when no great leaders emerged. No art, no science was worth mentioning. And this label stuck in the popular imagination. But with modern scholarship, we can dismantle that myth. And so today, we will explore how Western Europe and the Byzantine East between the 5th and 10th centuries were actually a time of growth, preservation, and innovation. And we'll talk about how the knowledge and culture survived and even thrived in monasteries and courts, how many new forms of art and literature blossomed, and how law and order were re-established by barbarian kingdoms and the church. Of course, technology, agricultural advances, all those little things that quietly improved life. And I think by the end, we'll certainly light up this dark age, and you'll know it's a time much brighter than its reputation suggests. But before we flick the switch on that, let me welcome you to the channel. It is once again a pleasure to welcome you, and if you're new or have yet to click the subscribe button, well, why don't you just do it? If you feel inclined to, of course. Also, a like and a comment certainly helps the algorithm out so more people can enjoy the content, and speaking of enjoying the content, you can enjoy it 100% uninterrupted right here on YouTube. You won't have any pesky mid-rolls. That's because we're supported by the generous people on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through Super Thanks or PayPal, and those who checked out the merch store for all of its little goodies. So enjoy this all uninterrupted because of those fine people, and if you want to join that prestigious group, you need only navigate yourself to the pinned comment, video description, or channel description. Now, with that being said, let's get to the topic at hand. Well, first, it's pretty important to tackle the myth head on. You see, the notion of the Dark Ages implies a sharp break. That with the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476, civilization itself nearly collapsed in Western Europe, plunging into ignorance and chaos. And certainly the fall of Rome was a tumultuous process. Let's not deny that. The empire fragmented into various Germanic kingdoms. Cities like Rome and Trier shrank. Long-distance trade diminished. And warfare, that was frequent. There were certainly real hardships. Certainly we're not arguing that the Dark Age was a golden age. We're not romanticizing it that much, that's for sure. But neither was it a civilizational void. Many aspects of Roman culture, law and knowledge, continued or transformed rather than vanished. The very people decried as barbarians often aspired to Roman ideals themselves. For instance, let's take the Ostrogothic king Theodoric the Great, who, if you're not familiar with him, ruled Italy in the late 5th and early 6th centuries. Well, he maintained Roman administrative systems and infrastructure. He kept learned Romans like Cassiodorus as advisors too. Cassiodorus later founded a monastery, Vivarium, devoted to preserving Roman and Christian texts, an early example of how the torch of learning was kept lit. Now, in Gaul, which is modern-day France, the 6th century historian Gregory of Tours could still write a detailed history of the Franks in Latin, showing that the habit of recording history endured even under Frankish kings. He wrote about wars and miracles, with a more simple Latin style, true. But the very act of writing history, well, that was a continuation of classical tradition. Likewise, Let's look at the Byzantine Empire, the eastern half of the Roman world. It did not fall in 476, but rather it thrived. Byzantium preserved a direct continuation of Roman statehood, law, and urban life throughout the period. When later scholars called these centuries dark, they often ignored the Eastern Roman Empire entirely. In reality, when Rome fell in the west, Constantinople was still a beacon of wealth and learning, a city of light, and quite literally too, its streets illuminated at night by torches, its scholars studying ancient Greek texts that would have been lost to the West for centuries. And so that very term, Dark Ages, it's a little misleading, because much of the world at that time, the Byzantine East, the Islamic world in the 7th century, was experiencing anything but darkness. And even in the post-Roman West, there were rays of light that never ceased. I suppose anything is a dark age if the room that you're trapped in has the lights off. But it's also worth noting that historians originally used dark partly because of the scarcity of written sources for some early medieval periods, which made those times dark to our understanding. But archaeological discoveries in the last centuries have certainly shone light on those gaps, revealing continued trade networks, productive farms, and craftsmanship. The more we learn, the less dark the early Middle Ages appear. Modern historians now often avoid the term entirely, or use it only for very limited contexts. The consensus is that while the early medieval period had its challenges, it was a time of transformation and adaptation, certainly not a long night of barbarism. So, as we've done in this first section, we've rather dispelled the simplistic myth and naming conventions. So now let's look at the more positive developments of the era. How exactly did knowledge survive? And what new cultural achievements arose? How was order maintained and improved? Good questions. So let's begin with the realm of learning and literature, the life of the mind in an age of faith. Of course, one of the most crucial achievements of the early Middle Ages was the preservation and cultivation of knowledge. Even as the Western Roman political structure crumbled, education and literacy was a little bit harder to vanish overnight. They found new guardians, chiefly the Christian church and the monastic movement. Monasteries became the libraries and universities of the age. The clerics, the teachers, the scholars, all in one. Now consider monasticism, which spread through Europe, Western Europe rather, from the 6th century onward, and the pivotal figure here is Saint Benedict of Nursia, who around 530 wrote the Rule of Saint Benedict. Now this rule provided guidelines for monastic life. It emphasized prayer, work, study. Benedict's monasteries, like his famous Monte Cassino in Italy, required monks to read and copy text as part of their daily routine. Benedictine monasticism soon took root across Europe, in Italy, Gaul, Spain, Britain, and wherever the monks went, the books went with them. Quiet scriptoria, that is, writing rooms, in these monasteries became workshops of learning, where scribes laboriously copied the Bible, theological treatises, but also many secular Latin works from antiquity. Ever wonder why we still can enjoy Plato, Aristotle, all that sort of stuff? Well, you've got them to thank. Watch my video on Irish monks if you want to know more about that. Of course, thanks to these patient monks, a great deal of classical literature survived. Virtually all the Latin works of authors like Virgil, Cicero, and Ovid as well, that we have today exist because some early medieval copyist preserved them. In the so-called Dark Ages, that torch of knowledge was certainly not extinguished, but rather being carefully tended to by those monks in monastic libraries. An outstanding example of scholarship in this period is the Northumbrian monk Bede, often called the Venerable Bede, who lived in the 7th to 8th centuries. Bede spent his entire life in the monasteries of Wearmouth and Jarrow in northern England, yet his intellectual influence was wide-ranging. He mastered all available liberal arts learning of his time, from the scripture and history to grammar and science. Bede's most famous work, The Ecclesiastical History of the English People, completed in 731, is a monumental history that not only chronicles early English history, but demonstrates rigorous use of sources and dating methods. Bede helped establish the BC-AD system of dating events by calculating years from the birth of Christ. He gave Europe a unified Christian chronology that replaced the old Roman calendar. Well, this is an intellectual innovation that's often overlooked, but it, of course, has had lasting impact on how our history is recorded. And in the realm of science and education, Bede also shatters the myth of medieval ignorance. In his treatise, On the Reckoning of Time, he explained the spherical shape of the earth and the causes of unequal length of days throughout the year. The earth, Bede taught, is round like a ball, not flat like a shield. Clear evidence that educated people of the early Middle Ages understood the basic astronomy inherited from the Greeks. He also described the tides and their relation to the phases of the moon with admittedly impressive accuracy. Bede and scholars like him were inheritors of classical scientific tradition, far from believing in a flat earth or shunning reason. Early medieval scholars integrated classical knowledge with Christian thought to the best of their ability. While elsewhere in Europe, we find similar beacons of learning. In what is now Spain, Isidore of Seville, a 7th century bishop, compiled an entire encyclopedia of knowledge called the Etymologies. Isidore tried to summarize all human knowledge, from theology and natural science to medicine and grammar, preserving many fragments of classical learning in the process. His work became a standard reference for centuries. In fact, the very idea of an encyclopedia of universal knowledge in the early 600s shows the intellectual curiosity that survived the fall of Rome. Education also received attention from kings. A landmark effort was the Carolingian Renaissance in the late 8th and 9th centuries. The Frankish king, later Emperor Charlemagne, was not content to rule over an illiterate populace. Though he himself may have only been semi-literate, there is a famous anecdote from his biographer Einhard that Charlemagne kept writing tablets under his pillow to practice writing in secret. He deeply valued learning and recognized its importance for governance and religion. In 789, Charlemagne issued an edict called the Admonitio Generalis that, among many other reforms, ordered the establishment of schools at monasteries and cathedrals throughout his realm. Now, these schools were to educate boys in reading, writing, music, and scripture, essentially creating an educated clergy and administrative class. An early push for universal education. Well, limited to males and within a church context, but I said it was early, right? Well, Charlemagne also gathered the greatest scholars of his age at his palace court in Aachen. He brought Alcuin of York from England to head his palace school. And speaking of Alcuin, he was a brilliant teacher who helped standardize curricula and produce corrected editions of texts. Other luminaries, like the historian Paul the Deacon from Italy and theologian Theodulf from Spain, were also invited to join the court. And together they pored over ancient manuscripts, correcting errors that had crept in over centuries of copying. And they produced new works of theology, poetry, and scholarship. Out of this circle came innovations such as the development of Carolingian minuscule, a clear, new handwriting style that made reading and copying far easier. The script with its neat lowercase letters is the ancestor of fonts that we actually use today. Well, it's also no exaggeration to say that hundreds of manuscripts, both biblical and classical text, were copied in the Carolingian scriptoria, effectively renewing Europe's textual resources. Without this Carolingian push, many works might have just disappeared. Even in areas outside of direct Carolingian influence, learning quietly persisted. In Ireland and Scotland, monasteries not only preserved Latin learning, but also fostered vernacular literacy. The earliest writings in Old Irish date from this period, showing a scholarly culture in the Celtic world. Irish and Scottish monks travelled as missionaries and teachers to the continent. Figures like Columbanus in the 6th centuries, for example, who founded monasteries in Gaul and Italy, bringing Irish learning with them. And by the 9th century, England's King Alfred the Great, another rare example of a, quote, educated king, was lamenting the decline of Latin education in his land, and instead of just doing nothing, he actually took action by having important books translated from Latin into Old English, so that all freeborn youth in England could learn to read English and know its basic knowledge. Alfred personally participated in translating works like Pope Gregory's Pastoral Care and Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy into English of his day. Of course, it's not the English that we have these days, but really the English we have now is not really English, but that's a story for another video. In any case, this is arguably, and this is important, the first state-sponsored literacy campaign in English history. Now, efforts like that indicate far from being complacent in ignorance. Early medieval leaders and churchmen were actively trying to improve learning, and saw it as vital to spiritual but also societal health. Well, let's turn to culture, because that was not a barren field in the Dark Ages either. It simply just took new forms. Art and literature continued to be produced, often with a distinctive early medieval flair that blended Christian, Roman, and, of course, those new barbarian influences. But if one only looks at the gleaming ruins of classical statues or the monumental architecture of Rome, you might think that art had declined. But look a little closer. What was created between the 5th and the 10th centuries, and you'll find masterpieces and innovation that rival anything that preceded them. Well, let's start with literature and language. Far from a period of silence, the early medieval centuries gave us epic poetry, saints' lives, sagas, and more. In Anglo-Saxon England, the epic Beowulf was composed likely between the 8th and early 9th century. Now, this is a magnificent poem. Though written in Old English rather than Latin, it stands as one of the great literary achievements of medieval Europe, rich in symbolism and artistry. Likewise, early medieval Celtic culture produced wonders like the Mabinogion tales in Wales and the saga of Cormac in Ireland. In continental Europe, Latin literature continued with writers like Venantius Fortunatus, that is the 6th century poet and bishop who wrote both hymns and secular poetry, and later with figures like Walafrid Strabo, a 9th century monk who wrote an influential theological epic. Religious literature also abounded. Biographies of saints, which are called hagiographies, circulated widely, providing more inspiration and also, incidentally, preserving historical details of the times. For instance, The Life of St. Columba by Adomnan, written around 700 in Iona, gives fascinating glimpses of early medieval Scottish society while recounting the miracles of a beloved abbot. Far from being culturally stagnant, people were telling stories, writing poems, and documenting events, sometimes in Latin or sometimes in the emerging vernacular languages. In any case, it only serves to enrich Europe's literary heritage. Now, moving on to visual arts, there was an explosion in intricate and small-scale artwork that often gets less attention compared to those grand Roman sculptures, but it is certainly just as impressive in skill. The migration-era barbarian kingdoms produced gorgeous metalwork, jewelry, weapon hilts, belt buckles, other adornments, inlaid with gold and garnet in swirling patterns not seen before. Now let's look at the famous example that is the Sutton Hoo treasure from the early 7th century in England. A royal burial hoard that contained a stunning helmet and exquisite wrought jewelry, combining Anglo-Saxon and Mediterranean motifs. These garnets in these pieces, by the way, likely came all the way from India or Sri Lanka, and that demonstrates trade links, and a little more on trade later. The point here is that an aesthetic of fine detail and interlaced pattern developed, especially in Celtic and Germanic art, which is anything but primitive. And indeed, one of the crown jewels of the early medieval culture is the illuminated manuscript. Monks and scribes turned holy books into works of art by embellishing them with colourful inks, gold leaf, and elaborate illustrations. The Book of Kells, created around 800 in Celtic Britain or Ireland, is often regarded as the peak of illuminated manuscripts. Its pages teem with vibrant knotwork designs and iconography, so detailed that even with modern magnification we marvel at the craftsmanship. Similarly, the Lindisfarne Gospels and the Book of Durrow, from circa 700 Northumbria and 650 Ireland respectively, showcase the fusion of Christian imagery with intricate Celtic patterns. These are not the products of a culturally dark era. They are rather brilliant achievements that required both technical skill and aesthetic imagination. Such manuscripts were luxury items, usually intended for display on altars or use by high clergy, signaling the importance placed on art in the service of religion. And of course, beyond their mere aesthetic beauty, they often preserved the text of the Gospels and other writings, marrying artistic and intellectual preservation into one. But architecture, too, that quietly advanced. While it is true that early medieval Western Europe did not immediately produce buildings on the scale of the Roman Colosseum or the Pantheon, it was far from an age without construction. Churches and monasteries were built everywhere, often repurposing Roman stones or columns, but also developing new styles. Of course, a notable example of that is the 7th century Basilica of St. Apollinar in Classe in Ravenna, then a centre of Byzantine influence in Italy, adorned with resplendent mosaics that testified to the continuation of high-quality art. In the Frankish realm, by Charlemagne's time, we see an ambition to build in grand style again. Charlemagne's palace chapel at Aachen, completed around 805, featured a domed octagonal church inspired by Byzantine architecture. And indeed, he imported marble, and columns from Italy, and hired Lombard masons to realize the dream. This Carolingian architecture is a precursor to the later Romanesque style, and shows that the desire for monumental building was very much alive. But even earlier, small but elegant churches like San Juan de Baños in Visigothic Spain, built around 661, or even St. Peter's Church in Wearmouth, England, built around 675 under Abbot Benedict Biscop, who imported glass from Gaul for the windows, illustrate that building techniques and artistry continued. In Anglo-Saxon England, timber halls and churches were common early on, but by the 8th century, stone construction became more frequent, indicating growing resources and skills. The Byzantine Empire, on the other hand, never stopped building. We mention Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, the great domed cathedral finished under Emperor Justinian. And that dome, 102 feet across and hovering 180 feet above the floor, was an engineering feat that pushed the boundaries of architecture. It remained the largest church in the world for nearly 1,000 years. The Byzantines also excelled in mosaic art. The golden mosaics of Ravenna in Italy, and later of Thessaloniki and Constantinople itself, show a continuity of Greco-Roman artistic realism blended with a new, transcendent Christian style. Icon painting, that is, holy images of Christ, Mary, and the saints, became a major art form in this era. Despite the little hiccup of the iconoclast controversy in the 8th and 9th centuries. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a religious conflict over the use of images, and that led to the destruction of many early icons. In any case, by the later 9th century, icons were reinstated and produced in massive numbers. These icons and mosaics are visually stunning, rich with symbolism, and they deeply influenced the spiritual life of medieval people. The artistry involved mixing pigments, gilding halos, capturing expressive faces. It shows a sophisticated cultural milieu, certainly not a dark one. But another cultural pillar of the age was the Christian church itself, which grew to be the unifying institution across Western Europe, pretty much the one-stop shop for everything. The early medieval period was actually an era of massive religious expansion and organization. Pagan tribes in Europe converted to Christianity one by one, and with each new conversion came a whole new cultural package. Literacy to read scripture, Latin language for the liturgy, and often church laws and moral codes that reshaped societies. For example, when the Frankish king Clovis converted to Catholic Christianity around 496, it aligned the new Frankish kingdom with the Roman Church. Clovis and his successors issued law codes that, while still quite rough by modern standards, aimed to regulate violence through fines and legal processes rather than blood feuds. The Church held synods and councils that set social norms. For instance, numerous church councils in Gaul and Spain in the 6th and 7th centuries took measures to protect the weak, regulate marriages, and curb abuse. Small steps toward more orderly communities. The concept of morality and order rooted in Christian teaching slowly permeated the new kingdoms and acted as a brand new civilizing force. But monasteries and churches also acted as cultural centers, not only for learning as mentioned, but for music and liturgy. The development of Gregorian chant, for instance, occurred in the early medieval church. By the 9th century, the Frankish and Roman traditions of plainchant merged into what had become the standard liturgical music of the Middle Ages. This musical innovation, preserved in manuscripts with some of the earliest musical notation, is a testament to that era's cultural creativity. And it's quite nice to listen to those sorts of chants. If I want to recommend anyone, I would recommend Divna Ljubojevic. I think that's how I pronounce it. Absolutely fantastic. Great to listen to, especially when you're just relaxing, meditating, whatever it is. So here's another important area of growth in the early Middle Ages, and that is the re-establishment of political order and legal structures after the Western Roman Empire fell. The narrative of chaos and lawlessness after Rome is a little bit exaggerated. In fact, new kingdoms arose that, while different from the imperial system, created their own forms of stability and continuity. Various Germanic kingdoms, let's get to them first. Visigoths in Spain, Franks in Gaul, Ostrogoths, and then the Lombards in Italy, Anglo-Saxons in Britain, among others, carved out their own territories. Initially there were power struggles and shifting borders, yes, but by the late 5th and 6th centuries, many of these realms had settled into relative stability. Well, we say relative stability for the Middle Ages, of course. These kings did something crucial. They issued written law codes, often in Latin, for their realms. And this shows an active effort to govern justly and record rules, much like the Roman tradition of law. For instance, the Visigothic Code, also known as Lex Visigothorum, was compiled in the 7th century in the Visigothic Kingdom of Spain. It was a comprehensive set of laws that applied to both Visigothic nobles and the Roman population under their rule, covering everything from property rights to marriage and crime. And notably, it outlawed marriage between close relatives and set penalties for various offences, clearly an attempt at civil society norms. In the Frankish realms, which would become France and Germany, King Clovis and his successors put forward the Salic law in the early 6th century as mentioned, and later kings added to it. Now the Salic law was famous for its detailed schedule of fines for all sorts of injuries. This was a move to replace cycles of revenge with structured compensation. Similarly, the Anglo-Saxon kings in England released some of their earliest law codes in the vernacular, and the earliest known, by King Ethelbert of Kent around 602, lists fines for crimes and protections for the church. It was written in Old English, the Anglo-Saxon vernacular, making it actually the earliest Germanic language law code that we have. These legal texts, dry as they may seem, are evidence of societies striving for order, justice, and continuity with Roman legal habits, and they also indicate rising administrative capability. Kings had scribes compile and copy these laws, courts to enforce them, and they were promulgated to the people. But as time went on, larger polities formed. The Frankish kingdom expanded, and by the 8th and 9th centuries under the Carolingians had become a new empire covering much of Western and Central Europe. Charlemagne's empire, known of course as the Carolingian Empire, wasn't just about brute force and violence. It had a very strong administrative backbone. Charlemagne sent out royal agents, called missi dominici, to oversee local authorities, hold general assemblies, and standardize weights and measures. He and his son, Louis the Pious, also enacted many capitularies, that is, royal decrees, to legislate on everything from church reform to the control of taverns to the mismanagement of royal lands. And this indicates a governing mindset at work, a conscious effort to impose a higher order on the patchwork of local customs. It is a direct contradiction to the idea of that anarchic Dark Age. For example, the Admonitio Generalis of 789 mentioned earlier in the education section also contained provisions for the moral reform of society, urging clergy to lead by example, insisting that Sundays must be respected, that the poor and strangers be protected, and that judges dispense justice without bribes. Another vital aspect of the stability was indeed the role of the Church as a unifying institution across different kingdoms. Bishops and abbots often functioned as mediators and administrators, helping to fill the void left by Roman bureaucracy. The Church also provided a moral framework that discouraged some of the worst violence. In the 10th century, slightly later than our core period, but building on earlier efforts, movements like the Peace of God and the Truce of God arose, where bishops rallied communities to limit warfare, forbidding violence against non-combatants and prohibiting fighting on holy days. These movements, of course, had roots in earlier councils and decrees that sought to temper the endemic warfare of the nobility. The idea that even warfare should be subject to moral law was a medieval development, an attempt to civilize behavior through religious pressure. Now, socially, while the stratification of society into nobility, clergy, and peasants, etc., did continue, there were some improvements in how communities functioned. The early medieval period saw the birth or growth of many towns and market centers after an initial post-Roman dip. For example, archaeological evidence shows that by the 8th and 9th century, trading towns like Dorestad in Frisia, which is modern-day Netherlands, and Rouen and Cantovic in northern France. And then we got London in England too. They all became thriving trading hubs. They weren't as large as the big Roman cities, but they were bustling enough to attract merchants from far away. Law codes from the era often dedicate sections to commercial matters, implying active trade, like rules on coinage, weights and measures, this kind of thing. Over time, these small market towns laid the groundwork for the later revival of urban life in the High Middle Ages. But it's also during this period that we see the embryonic form of parliaments or councils in some regions. The kings would hold diets or assemblies, for instance, the early English assembly of the wise men, the Wittenagmot, advised Anglo-Saxon kings, and the Frankish kings held annual Champs de Mars, that is, March fields, when nobles and churchmen discussed affairs. They weren't really democratic by any modern standard, but they established the idea that rulers should at least consult with leading representatives of the realm, a precedent for more formal parliaments in later centuries. So in short, the early medieval West was actively rebuilding political structures. It moved from the unitary empire of Rome to a more pluralistic order of kingdoms. But those kingdoms created laws, enforced justice, and maintained relative peace, especially once they converted to Christianity, which often curbed a little bit of the violence. Well, by the 9th and 10th centuries, Europe was not a lawless wasteland at all. It was a patchwork of states with functioning institutions. Charlemagne's imperial title in 800 signified not the end of darkness, but rather the recognition that the work of statecraft had achieved a new height. A Western European ruler deemed himself, with the Pope's blessing nonetheless, the successor to the Roman Caesars. That moment shows a psychological end to any notion of being in dark times, I think. Charlemagne and his circle certainly believed that they were living in an age of renewal and light. He actively fostered the idea of a renovatio Romani Imperi, that is, renewal of the Roman Empire. I suppose one could argue that the concept of Europe as a distinct civilization coalesced in these early centuries, this fusion of Roman, Christian, and Germanic elements that forged in the aftermath of Rome's fall. Well, perhaps one of the most surprising aspects of this so-called Dark Age is the quiet technological and economic progress that was made. Let me explain. We do often assume that no scientific or technological advances happened until later, but early medieval people were innovative when necessity demanded it. Whether it was agriculture, warfare, just daily life, several improvements were introduced between the 5th and 10th centuries that would prove to be very, very important. Start with agriculture. Of course, that is the backbone of the economy, cannot deny that. As great centralized supply chains of the Roman Empire broke down, communities had to become more self-sufficient to get the most out of local lands. Farming is never easy, of course. This spurred agricultural innovation. One major development was the spread of the heavy plough in northern Europe. The Romans had used a light scratch plough that worked well in the light soils of the Mediterranean, but it was inadequate for the heavy, clay-rich soils of northern Gaul. Germany and England, too, had the same situation. Sometimes around the 7th to 8th centuries, a new type of plough with an iron ploughshare and a mould board emerged in Slavic lands and the eastern Frankish realms. This heavy, wheeled plough could turn over the dense soils and create furrows, significantly improving crop yields in northern climates. By the 9th and 10th centuries, this technology had spread widely in Europe, contributing to more efficient farming and supporting population growth. In conjunction, The use of the horse collar and horseshoe for plough animals, both innovations appearing by the early Middle Ages, allowed horses or oxen to pull ploughs more effectively without choking and work on rough terrain without injury. These may sound like humble inventions, but you must remember how enormous the impact was. More food produced with less labor meant communities could sustain more people and recover quickly from hardships. Another transformative agricultural practice was the three-field crop rotation system. The Romans typically used a two-field system. Plant one field, leave another fallow. Sometime around the 8th or 9th century in parts of Frankish territories, farmers began dividing land into three parts. One planted in autumn with winter wheat or rye, one in spring with crops like barley or legumes, and one left fallow to recover. Now each year, the fields rotated. This method left only a third of land fallow at the time, instead of half as in the older system, and it also improved soil fertility by alternating deep-rooted and shallow-rooted plants, and including legumes that fixed nitrogen, whether they knew it or not. The result was certainly a noticeable increase in yield and a better diet variety. By the High Middle Ages, this three-field system was widespread and underpinned the population boom of that era, but its genesis lies in the early experiments of medieval times. In short, medieval peasants were not ignorant of how to improve their farming. They were actively trying new approaches, and they were getting better at it every year. Now consider mechanical technology. One might assume that without the Roman engineering corps, that technology regressed. Not so. Certain technology saw their first large-scale use in the early medieval period, and one prime example is the water mill. Water-powered mills for grinding grain existed in Roman times, but they became truly common in early medieval Europe. The collapse of slave-based agriculture made labor-saving devices attractive. By the 8th century, documents and archaeology show water mills along many rivers and streams, even in far-flung places like Ireland and Anglo-Saxon England. These mills freed people from hours of manual grinding and allowed larger quantities of flour to be produced, supporting the larger communities that would come with time. The Domesday Book, a survey of England in 1086, a little bit later than our period, found thousands of mills across even that relatively small country, many of which had been in operation since centuries before. The spread of the water mill is sometimes called the first industrial revolution in Europe, long before the 18th century one. Relatedly, the early Middle Ages also saw the introduction of the windmill by the 9th and 10th century in Persia, and soon after in Europe, although windmills became common in Europe a bit later. Other inventions improved the mechanical clock. The first mechanical clock appeared in Europe by the late 13th century, but they drew on earlier timing devices like water clocks. Interestingly, a legendary early hint of mechanical ingenuity is the water-powered clock sent by Caliph of Baghdad to Charlemagne around 807. It allegedly wowed the Frankish court with its moving figures and chiming hours, showing that advanced technology was certainly being shared across certain cultures. Furthermore, eyeglasses would only be invented in the late 13th century, but the need for visual aids was recognized by scholars copying manuscripts in dim light. So, they used what was called reading stones, a kind of polished glass, as a precursor. And while these particular items fall just outside the traditional Dark Ages, once again, it has its roots in that ethos of medieval problem-solving. In terms of military technology, the early medieval era introduced the stirrup to European warfare, likely brought from Central Asia around the 7th to 8th century. The stirrup seemed simple, But it revolutionized cavalry by giving riders greater stability and the ability to use lances more effectively, paving the way for the emergence of medieval knights and heavy cavalry. Of course, this dramatically changed battle tactics and made cavalry the dominant force for centuries. A small innovation with a huge ramification. Of course, the knightly class and feudal cavalry obligations all tie back to the arrival of the stirrup. But let us not forget navigation and exploration. This period saw the remarkable expansion of the Vikings from the 8th to 10th centuries, who, despite their reputation as fearsome raiders, were also skilled sailors and traders. Viking longships were technological marvels of the time. Fast, durable, able to sail rivers and open sea. Using these ships, Norse mariners explored the North Atlantic, reaching Iceland, Greenland, and even North America. Around the year 1000, Leif Erikson landed in Vinland, today's Newfoundland. This was an incredible navigational feat that predates Columbus by almost 500 years. Meanwhile, in Eastern Europe, Vikings, or the Varangians, opened river routes to the Black Sea and Constantinople, integrating Northern Europe into the broader trade network. These exploits certainly required keen knowledge of star navigation, shipbuilding, and overall adaptation to new lands. Hardly the work of an unenlightened people, that's for sure. Now, economically, as we touched upon earlier, trade never died out. It just retracted and reconfigured. The early Middle Ages saw a shift from the huge interregional trade of the Roman Empire to more localized trade at first, but by the 7th century, international routes were re-emerging. The Silk Road still functioned through the Byzantine and Islamic worlds, bringing luxury goods to Europe. The Franks, for example, obtained silk from Byzantium and spices from the East. In fact, Charlemagne was known to gift silken cloaks, likely imported through the Italian ports. And on the other side, Europe exported raw materials like timber, furs, and slaves too, unfortunately, to more sophisticated economies in the East. Under the Carolingians, a silver coinage economy was revived. Charlemagne's monetary reforms established the silver denier as a standard coin, facilitating commerce. And coins minted in places like Anglo-Saxon England, Carolingian Gaul, and Viking Dublin. That's right, Dublin was a Viking city, show an interconnected economy. A fascinating find is a coin from the English King Offa of Mercia, late 8th century, that is an imitation of an Arabic gold dinar, complete with Arabic inscriptions, although likely without full understanding of them. Archaeology continuously provides vivid evidence of these networks. For instance, beads from as far as the Middle East have been found in 7th century graves in Scandinavia. Byzantine coins turn up in Mediterranean settings too. And all of this shows that goods were moving across long distances. The scale might have been smaller than in Roman times, certainly, but by the 9th and 10th centuries, trade was vigorous enough that some historians speak of a commercial rejuvenation, well before the famous high medieval economic revival. But no evaluation of the Dark Ages would be complete without highlighting the Byzantine Empire, the direct continuation of the Eastern Roman Empire, which serves as a pretty good counterexample to the idea of a Dark Age. While Western Europe was rebuilding and redefining itself, Byzantium, as historians call the Eastern Empire, was a bastion of classical knowledge and a center of economic and cultural life. Focusing mainly on Western Europe often skews our perception when talking about this stuff, but Byzantium between the 5th and 10th centuries was often the richest and most advanced state in the Western Eurasian world. Even as the Western Empire fell in the 5th century, the East persisted. The Emperor Justinian I, who reigned 527 to 565, deserves a special mention. He embarked on ambitious projects that symbolically and practically kept Roman civilization very much alive. Under Justinian, Byzantium produced the Corpus Juris Civilis, the comprehensive code of Roman law published in the 530s. This was effectively a compilation and clarification of a millennium of Roman legal thought, from the edicts of emperors to the opinions of jurists, and all organized into a coherent code. The Corpus Juris not only served Byzantium for centuries, but much later in the 11th century was rediscovered in the West and became the foundation for modern civil law traditions. That debt to the early medieval East is often forgotten. Our legal systems today in many countries owe a lineage to Justinian's codifiers, a monument of legal scholarship. Now, culturally, Constantinople was a powerhouse. It may well have been the largest city in the world around 600, with perhaps 500,000 people at its peak. It featured advanced urban amenities, hospitals, orphanages, public baths, some continued from Roman times, and a famous university, i.e. the University of Constantinople, that during this era maintained instruction in Greek literature, philosophy, medicine, and more. Classical education in rhetoric and philosophy persisted in the East longer than in the Latin West. Byzantines read Homer, Plato, and Aristotle in the original Greek. They wrote commentaries on those works and preserved them in their libraries. In the 9th and 10th centuries, during the so-called Macedonian Renaissance, named for the Macedonian dynasty of emperors, Byzantine scholars like Photius and Arethusa compiled encyclopedias and anthologies of ancient knowledge. Photius, the Patriarch of Constantinople in the 9th century, famously wrote the Bibliotheca, a work summarizing and reviewing hundreds of books he had read, including many classical texts that are now lost except for his sole account of them. It's a shame. Well, it shows a lively intellectual culture, if anything. Now, the Byzantine Empire was also a center of art and learning that influenced its neighbors. Its magnificent art, icons, illuminated manuscript, silks embroidered with imperial motifs was coveted by foreign kings. The empire actively interacted with the new civilization of Islam and with the Slavic peoples to its north. For example, Byzantine played a key role in converting the Slavs to Christianity in the 9th century. The Byzantine missionaries Cyril and Methodius developed the first Slavic alphabet, Glagolitic, which evolved into Cyrillic. That's where we get Cyrillic from Cyril. Well, they also translated the Bible into Old Slavonic. Of course, this was a huge cultural leap for the Slavs and directly enabled the Byzantine initiatives, a light spreading outward. The Eastern Church and Empire thereby influenced what would become Russia, Bulgaria, and Serbia, pulling them into the orbit of the Greco-Roman Christian civilization. By the 10th century, Prince Olga of Kiev, and later her grandson Vladimir, adopted Christianity for Kievan Rus, throughout the contact with Byzantium profoundly shaping Eastern European history. Now, this transmission of religion, literacy, and art to the Slavs is very much a story of the early Middle Ages and is anything but a story of decline, but rather one of cultural enrichment. Well, all of this is to say that Byzantium was a continuous shining beacon of the post-classical world that kept many elements of the classical civilizations vibrant. When Western Europeans later journeyed to Constantinople, etc. during the First Crusade and the end of the 11th century, they were astonished by the city's size, wealth, and sophistication. It was beyond anything in the Latin West at the time. The Byzantines themselves certainly didn't view their age as dark. They considered themselves the true Romans and custodians of a great civilization. Of course, if you were to say, "Why are you living like this? Rome has fell," they would probably tell you What do you mean Rome's fell? We're right here. But moreover, Byzantine influence seeped back westward gradually. There were instances of scholarly exchange. For example, the 8th century Northumbrian scholar Bede corresponded with a bishop from the Byzantine route south of Italy, receiving the knowledge of Greek hagiographies. The Carolingians sought alliances and marriage ties with Byzantium. One of Charlemagne's daughters was even proposed to a Byzantine prince, and later his grandsons intermarried with the Byzantine imperial family. While a full transmission of Greek learning to the West wouldn't happen until much later, Byzantium still served as a storehouse of knowledge that eventually would flow back. So when we discuss Renaissance in the 12th century, or, of course, the later Italian Renaissance, we often celebrate the rediscovery of the ancient Greek works. Many of those works had existed in Byzantine libraries until savvy Western or Arabic scholars obtained them. So during that so-called Dark Age, the East was holding in trust much of the heritage that the West had thought it had lost. Innocent, I came into this prison. Innocent, I was tortured. Innocent, I must die. These harrowing words were smuggled out of a dungeon in 1628 by Johannes Junius, the mayor of Bamberg, as he awaited his execution for witchcraft. Junius's desperate letter to his daughter proclaimed his innocence even after confessing to the impossible crimes under torture, a tragic testament to the fear and frenzy that gripped early modern Europe. Between the 15th and 17th centuries, tens of thousands of people across the German-speaking territories were accused of diabolic witchcraft and executed, often by fire. The witch hunts in these lands were among the most intense in Europe, reaching a fever pitch in the late 1500s and early 1600s. But what forces could drive communities to burn their own neighbors? That's what we're going to find out today. We explore the question, looking at theology, law, society, and how politics all converge to produce a devastating era of persecutions. The story of the German witch hunts is not a single tale, but a tapestry with many threads. It is a story of law courts, torture chambers, and sermons of thundering about Satan and of villagers whispering about strange neighbors. A story where learned judges and theologians upheld gruesome trials, even as a few brave voices dared to question the madness. But at its heart, the witch craze was fueled by very human anxieties, war and famine, religious toil, and the constant search for someone to blame when misfortune struck. Understanding this phenomenon matters not only as a grim chapter of history, but as a cautionary tale of how fear can override justice, and how many cultural myths can certainly have real-world consequences. And so, before we begin, allow me to welcome you, as is customary and good manners, those who are new to the channel. I invite you, if you have not done so yet, to click that subscribe button. And how about you tell me what you think about the topic in the comments below? Well, also a big thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and who checked out the merch store. And for the YouTube members too. It helps keep all of this ad-free for everyone's enjoyment, so thank you very much for your support. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get down to it. Well, I suppose the best way to start is by setting some terms. Now, the idea of a witch as a devil worshipper seems to have taken shape in late medieval Europe, and certainly set the stage for later witch hunts. In fact, in the early 1400s, religious authorities began to redefine certain sorcerers and folk healers as heretics conspiring with the devil. Medieval church law, for example, the Canon Episcopi from the 10th century, had once dismissed tales of night-flying witches as delusions. But by the 15th century, this old-world skepticism gave way to fear. Witches were increasingly seen as very real and very dangerous. The German-speaking lands, part of the Holy Roman Empire, became a seedbed for these new fears. In 1484, Pope Innocent VIII issued the bull Summis Desiderantes, explicitly warning that in some parts of Upper Germany, men and women had given themselves over to the devil and were causing calamities like barren livestock and failed crops. This papal decree effectively licensed inquisitors to prosecute witchcraft uncompromisingly. A short 2 years later, in 1486–87, the infamous witch-hunting manual Malleus Maleficarum, or translated roughly, the Hammer of the Witches, was published by the Dominican Inquisitor Heinrich Kramer. This work described a diabolic conspiracy of mostly female witches and instructed magistrates on how to unearth and eradicate them. Armed with such sanction and now guidance, local authorities in German territories began to pursue witches with a new zeal, and the golden age of witch-hunting was certainly beginning. The early witch trials in the late 15th and early 16th centuries foreshadowed the terror to come. Scattered towns and bishoprics in the German southwest saw some of the first panics. For instance, in the 1480s, the city of Ravensburg carried out multiple witch executions after claims of weather magic and poisonings. These early cases were relatively limited in number, but they certainly introduced patterns that would become grimly routine. Under torture, accused witches confessed to diabolical deeds, flying to midnight Sabbaths, raising storms, and even cursing their neighbors, and they often implicated others. The hunt only spread out further. One noted early account, preserved by theologian Johannes Nieder, written around 1437 in his work Formicarius, described how a Swiss peasant named Stedelin was accused of summoning a demon to destroy another farmer's crops. Such stories, repeated and embellished, convinced many that the agents of the devil were everywhere. But it is important to note that before about 1550, witch trials in German lands had remained sporadic. Many local courts were hesitant or unsure about how to handle these cases. But the groundwork of myth and fear was certainly laid. By the mid-16th century, with religious upheaval raging, the Protestant Reformation, of course, and the Catholic Counter-Reformation, the stage was set for far more extensive persecutions. Both Catholic and Protestant leaders came to view witchcraft as a plague on their communities, an evil that had to be exterminated to win God's favor in a time of crisis. Thus the relatively modest trials of the late 1400s and early 1500s escalated into mass witch hunts that would ravage German territories in the late 15 and 1600s. But in understanding how the witch craze spread, you really have to grasp the legal machinery that enabled the whole thing. The Holy Roman Empire's criminal code, the Constitutio Criminalis Carolina of 1532, explicitly listed witchcraft as a severe crime punishable by death. And yes, that's typically by the old-fashioned burning at the stake. The Carolina laid down rules of evidence and procedure, aiming to standardize justice across the German territories. In theory, a person could not be convicted of witchcraft without substantial proof. Ideally, a voluntary confession or the testimony of two reliable witnesses to the same act of sorcery. But in practice, obtaining such proof for an invisible crime, that is, consorting with demons, secret spells which really left no tangible evidence, it was nearly impossible without resorting to coercion. Thus, torture became the dark heart of the witch trial process. Now, as for the Carolina, it did permit torture, but only under certain circumstances. A half-proof of guilt, such as one eyewitness or at least strong circumstantial evidence, was needed to justify its use. They didn't want it to be that cavalier. But in the fervor of witch hunting, these safeguards were often cast aside. Witchcraft was treated as an exceptional crime, so heinous and cunning that many jurists argued that normal rules simply did not fully apply in a time of crisis. Once an accusation of witchcraft was raised, events followed a grimly predictable course. A simplified overview of the typical German witch trial in the 17th century might look a little bit like this. First, the investigation and arrest. Rumors or denunciations, of course, prompt an inquiry. If authorities deemed the accusation plausible, say, multiple villagers blaming a specific person for unexplained calamities, the suspect would then be arrested. Officials might search the home for evidence, that is, occult books or strange ointments. But even without physical proof, an arrest could proceed on reputation alone. Interrogation under torture was the second step. Initial questioning quickly turned to torture if the accused insisted on their innocence. Common torture methods in German lands included thumb screws, which are exactly what they sound like. Not a good thing to think about. They also had leg vices that squeezed the shins, and the strappado, that is, they would tie your hands behind your back and hoist you up by the arms. Of course, this would dislocate your shoulders and cause you unimaginable agony. And then, of course, was the rack. Just stretch you out on that for a while until you blurt out the confession. Interrogators were theoretically supposed to avoid leading questions, but in practice they often demanded the accused to agree to certain claims. For example, they would ask, or rather tell, "You flew to the witch's Sabbath, didn't you?" Of course, under unbearable agony, most victims eventually, quote, confessed to whatever ridiculous crimes the judges suggested. The third step was confessing and naming of accomplices. Well, once broken, the accused would confess to a litany of horrors, flying through the night, blighting crops, summoning demons, and so on. Crucially, they were also pressed to name accomplices, other people seen at the devil's Sabbath or fellow witches in their coven. This demand was central to German witch hunts. A single confession could spawn dozens of new cases as names were given. Let's take Bamberg, for example. One woman's tortured confession in 1626 implicated several neighbors. Those individuals were then arrested, tortured into confessing, and naming others in turn. The chain reaction caused some witch trials to balloon into large-scale massacres. Then, of course, came the trial and sentencing. After a confession, and often little else in the way of evidence, a formal trial or hearing would affirm the accused's guilt. The confession itself was usually considered sufficient proof. Sometimes a panel of judges reviewed the case, but it was pretty rare that they would overturn a confession extracted by their own colleagues. if an accused tried to retract their confession, well, they would simply be tortured again. The sentence in nearly all convicted cases was death. Finally, the execution. They were often carried out in public as a warning. The condemned were typically sentenced to be burned at the stake. In some areas, the executioner mercifully strangled or beheaded the victim before the fire was lit, but in other cases, people were just burned alive. After the execution, the authority would seize the dead person's belongings and property, as was customary. But not all jurisdictions in Germany indulged in the excesses of witch hunting. Some cities and rulers were skeptical and imposed stricter standards. The imperial chamber court at Speyer occasionally intervened to annul convictions where procedures had been egregiously unjust. However, at the height of the craze from 1580 to 1630, many local courts, especially in small princedoms and church-ruled states, operated with very little oversight. Under the mantle of piety and panic, normal legal scruples faded. In those places, the witch trial became almost a conveyor belt to the stake. The law itself had been twisted into an instrument of terror. What could persuade educated judges and clergy that the gruesome persecution of witches was not only permissible, but righteous? Of course, the answer lies in demonology and theology of the time. High stakes. Across the German regions, both Catholic and Protestant authorities shared a fundamental belief, and that was witchcraft was real and represented a direct pact with the devil. A spiritual rebellion against God that threatened the soul of Christendom itself. Preachers thundered that witches were not merely ignorant healers or eccentrics, that they were members of a satanic cult working to undermine Christian society from the very within. And in this worldview, eradicating witches became a form of spiritual warfare. Learned demonologists provide an intellectual framework to justify the hunts. The Malleus Maleficarum had set the tone by insisting that witches formed a vast conspiracy directed by the devil. Later German writers elaborated on this vision. In 1589, Peter Binsfeld, a Catholic theologian in Trier, published a treatise on witch confessions, reiterating that witches must be punished without mercy, even if they retracted confessions. Such retractions, he argued, were, guess what, the devil's work and tricks. In 1595, Nicholas Remy, a magistrate in Lorraine, boasted in his Latin work Demonolatria, that he had sent hundreds of witches to their deaths. Weird flex, but all right. Remy claimed that one old woman cursed him and prophesied that he would die within a year. When the year passed and he was still alive, well, he took that as proof that God approved of his deeds. Such authors reinforced among the literate class the conviction that a war against witches was both a necessary one and a holy one. But the core theological narrative was as follows. A witch was believed to renounce the baptism and swear loyalty to the devil, often through a formal pact. The devil might appear in person, as a dark man or animal, to receive this oath. The newly sworn witch was said to receive a witch's mark on the body, a small and insensitive spot, the devil's mark of ownership. Witches supposedly gathered in groups at nocturnal assembly known as the Witches' Sabbath. German law placed some Sabbaths on mountain tops like Brocken in the Harz Mountains. There, according to trial confessions and sermons, witches indulged in orgiastic and blasphemous rites. They desecrated the cross and sacraments, feasted on the flesh of infants, and copulated with demons in obscene parodies of Christian sacrament. Of course, such lurid depictions made witchcraft appear as the ultimate heresy, a complete inversion of the righteous faith. One report from Würzburg in 1629 even claimed the devil himself set a black mass to thousands of followers, distributing turnip rinds instead of communion hosts. Both major Christian confessions lent theological weight to witch persecution. Catholic clergy often framed witch hunting as part of the Counter-Reformation's battle against the devil's influence. Jesuit preachers such as Friedrich Forner in Bamberg linked local misfortunes to the presence of hidden witches and urged rulers to purge them. Over on the Protestant side, leaders such as Martin Luther and John Calvin also affirmed the biblical command, Exodus 22:18, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." Luther bluntly stated that witches are the devil's servants and should be burned to death. In fact, he said quite unequivocally, "I should burn them all." Calvin likewise wrote that witches were evildoers who forsook God and thus merited execution. Despite the bitter divide between the Protestants and the Catholics on many issues, on this subject they agreed that tolerating witches was tantamount to tolerating devil worship. Of course, you tolerate that, and you invite God's wrath upon the entire community. This theological consensus fueled the moral fervor of the witch hunts. It assured magistrates that in condemning a suspected witch, they were defending their community's spiritual health. And if they didn't do that, well, they put everybody at risk. Any hesitation or mercy would be seen as weakness in the face of evil. And by the logic of demonology, the very severity of witches' crimes justified extraordinary measure. If witches truly could conjure hailstorms, spread plague, or kill infants, as the demonologists insisted, then harsh punishment, even burning alive, was warranted to appease divine justice and protect society. The German lands in this era were deeply religious, anxious to maintain God's favor amidst so many calamities. So when misfortune befell a town, a pestilence, crop failure, or sudden death, the prevailing worldview primed people to suspect invisible witches as the cause. And so, in turn, the duty of pious rulers and pastors was to root this evil out. In this way, demonology provided not only an explanation for suffering, but it was also a call to action. Hunt the witches, and thereby serve God and community. While learned treatises and princely decrees provided the framework for the hunts, the engine often came from the grassroots. The everyday interactions and tensions of village life. In the German communities of the 17th and 16th centuries, suspicions of witchcraft often began with personal misfortune. A farmer's cow would go dry, a family's bread would not rise, a child suddenly ill, a hailstorm ravaging the fields. In a world where the supernatural was part of the fabric of daily life, it was pretty common to seek a human agent for such misfortunes. Of course, science had not quite caught up with things yet, and so neighbors would ask, who might wish to cause us harm? Perhaps an old widow down the lane who had exchanged angry words with the family, or a midwife whose last delivery ended in tragedy. Maybe it was that beggar that we turned away without alms. Any such person might become the scapegoat for the community's ill, the witch upon whom all the blame fell. Many accusations stemmed from long-standing local grudges or fears. Records from German villages showed that those who fell under suspicion were frequently people on the social margins: the poor, the elderly, the widowed, the strange. A classic scenario appears again and again. A destitute old woman asks the neighbor for help and is refused. She mutters in frustration, and soon after, the neighbor's child gets sick, or perhaps one of the cows dies. Well, at once, the village gossip pins the calamity on the old woman's curse. If a woman already had a reputation for quarreling or strange behavior, nearly any unfortunate event could be laid at her door. Over time, she might accumulate a sinister reputation. Eventually, a formal complaint by one person could lead to her official arrest. Under torture, they would then confess to whatever mischief was attributed to her, confirming the community's fears. But even in large witch panics orchestrated by authorities, the initial sparks were often local events. The great Bamberg witch hunt of the 1620s was triggered in part by devastating frost in 1626 that ruined the harvest of wine. Panicked citizens insisted that witches must have caused it. Similarly, in the town of Weissenteg in 1562, a series of unexplained illnesses and livestock deaths led villagers to demand action against suspected witches. Ordinary people truly believed that malicious magic lurked behind their everyday woes, and that purging the witch would cure the problem. Once a witch hunt was underway, the social fabric of a community could be torn to pieces. People who had lived side by side for years found themselves pointing the finger at each other. Trust evaporated. An old quarrel or a fleeting suspicion suddenly could become deadly. The accused, under torture, often felt they had no choice but to implicate others, which spread the taint of suspicion even further. Children were encouraged to testify against parents, servants against masters, neighbors against neighbors. This betrayal of normal social bonds was a hallmark of intense witch panics, and not just in Germany. But it is important not to just oversimplify who accused whom. Fear of witches cut across social lines. While many accused witches were poor or powerless and often accused by their neighbors, in some notorious hunts, the accusations reached up the social ladder. Servants and commoners named wealthy burghers or even priests as fellow witches. In normal times, it was unthinkable that a respected city councillor or priest could be consorting with the devil, yet once a panic took hold, high status offered no immunity. At its core, the social dynamic of the witch hunts was driven by a need to explain that unexplainable and assign blame for the hardship. In an age with limited scientific understanding of disease, weather, or accident, accusing a witch provided a measure of comfort. It named an enemy to punish. It was a solution to a problem. If the witch could be caught and punished, perhaps the crops would recover. Maybe the sick would heal. But this was a false solace that came at a terrible cost. In seeking scapegoats for the misfortune, communities turned destructive. Folklore had long portrayed witches as outsiders who brought harm. During the witch hunts, that folklore became reality, as real individuals were cast in the role of the witch. But one of the most striking aspects of the witch hunts is that the vast majority accused were women. In the German territories and elsewhere in Europe, roughly 75 to 80% of those tried and executed for witchcraft were female. This fact did not go unnoticed by contemporaries. Many demonologists explicitly linked witchcraft to womanhood. the Malleus Maleficarum declared, quote, "All witchcraft comes from carnal lust, which in women is insatiable." Of course, this is the notion that women were more spiritually malleable and therefore more prone to evil. Early modern society, perhaps influenced by biblical precedent, often saw women, especially those not under a father or husband's authority, as potential weak links in the chain, susceptible to the devil's seduction. Stereotypes about gender permeated the image of the witch too. The archetypal witch was an older woman, often widowed or unmarried. She might be eccentric or sharp-tongued, traits not well tolerated in women of that era. If she worked as a healer or a midwife, this could further arouse suspicion, since she dealt in life and death, mysteries that outsiders found unsettling. It is no coincidence that midwives were sometimes accused. You see, when an infant died under their care, grieving families were understandably upset. They needed somebody to blame. The midwife's involvement made her a target. In one notorious Bavarian case of 1587, the midwife Walpurga Hausmannin was blamed for a string of infant deaths. She was tortured, and she confessed to witchcraft and infanticide. Ultimately, she was burned alive, a punishment reflecting the special horror directed at women accused of killing children. But even the supposed crimes of witches had a kind of gendered character. You see, witches were accused of perverting the traditional female roles. Instead of nurturing children, they killed or betrayed them. Instead of healing, they spread poison. Instead of chastity, they were deviant, such as copulation with demons. Can't get much more deviant than that. Well, the fixation on witches' sexuality, for example, lurid trials describing a witch's carnal relations with an incubus, reveals, I suppose, a little bit of anxiety about things. These fantastical accusations were essentially a demonization of female sexual desire. The very word hex, witch in German, conjured a female figure. Of course, men too were, prosecuted as witches, especially in large hunts, but the fear was mainly directed at women. When men were accused, it was often as accomplices or relatives of female witches, and even then the stereotype of the wicked woman loomed in the background. So why exactly were women so targeted disproportionately? There's a few different explanations. First is their general societal vulnerability. Women in this time often lacked social power. Widows and poor women living without any male protection were pretty easy prey for suspicions, and they had very little means to defend their reputation once gossip labeled them a witch. Women were also more central to domestic life, raising children, tending animals, brewing the beer, making the medicine, things like this. And when domestic misfortunes struck, the blame went straight to them. Many witch accusations grew out of personal conflicts between women in the neighborhood, quarrels over childcare, cooking, or charity that turned toxic when bad luck followed. And that's the sad part about it. Perhaps one of the saddest parts is that a lot of the accusations of women were coming from other women. Certainly throwing them under the bus on that one, aren't they? Well, of course, there is also some other old-fashioned beliefs. Influential writings have taught that women's spiritual weaknesses made them likely recruits for the devil. A kind of prejudice priming authorities to believe female suspects were guilty before proven innocent. If a man was eccentric, perhaps he'd be tolerated, But an eccentric woman, well, must be a witch. I suppose in some the witch hunts both reflected and intensified a few of the inequalities of the age. Women bore the brunt of the persecution, suffering not only because they were caught in a web of superstition, but just because they were in a society that was distrustful of women on the fringes of the villages, that independence, I suppose. The terror of the witch grave thus distinctly had a female face. The wrongful execution of thousands of women left a legacy of trauma, a historical lesson in how cultural fears about certain stereotypes can certainly turn lethal. But of course, the men were not left out on the outskirts of it either. Everybody suffered. It was not a good time for anybody involved, that is for sure. Well, let's move on to a bit more of a political point of view. Witch hunts in the German lands were not only the product of village gossip and theological zeal, they were also shaped decisively by politics and the actions of those in power. The fragmented nature of the Holy Roman Empire meant that hundreds of princes, dukes, prince-bishops, and city councils held jurisdiction over justice in their territories. Some of these authorities became enthusiastic promoters of witch trials, either out of genuine belief or just because the trials served their political ends. In many cases, a witch hunt provided a convenient means to consolidate power, eliminate rivals, or just demonstrate some piety to subjects. One could imagine groups of aristocrats from different kingdoms meeting up together and discussing how many witches they burnt last weekend. Certainly a strange sport. In Catholic prince-bishoprics, where a bishop held both secular and spiritual authority, witch persecution sometimes reached fever pitch. A notorious example is the Trier witch trials of the 1580s under Prince Archbishop Johann von Schonenberg. Trier's authorities, aided by the zeal of suffragan Bishop Peter Binsfeld, executed around 300 suspected witches, including a number of clergy and wealthy citizens. One high-profile victim was Dr. Dietrich Flad, the chief judge of Trier. He had actually voiced doubts on the trial's integrity. Archbishop Schonenberg had Flach arrested, and after a forced confession, had him put to death. The removal of a troublesome skeptic, and a warning to others not to intervene. This pattern, using witch trials to neutralize critics or opponents, recurred in other places. In the bishopric of Bamberg, Prince Bishop Johann Georg II Fuchs von Dornheim earned the nickname Hexenbrenner, that is, witch burner. And there's only one way that you earn a nickname like that. Your guess is as good as mine. Well, Dornheim established a special witch commission, constructed at dedicating a prison known as the Druden House, the Witch's Tower, to hold the accused, and ignored imperial decrees that criticized his proceedings. Historians note that Dornheim's witch hunt conveniently swept up members of the local government council and influential family that were at odds with him. Certainly very convenient. The case of Dr. George Hahn in Bamberg is quite telling. Hahn, a city official who opposed the persecutions, found his own wife and daughter accused. When he protested to the emperor in Vienna, the two women had already been executed, and under torture, both of them had named Hahn himself as an accomplice. He was then arrested and eliminated as a political rival, all under the guise of witchcraft. Secular rulers, too, saw advantages in channeling public fear toward witches. the Duchy of Fulda, 1603 to 1606, Prince Abbot Balthasar von Dernbach employed a ruthless witch commissioner, Balthasar Nuss, who executed some 200 people, among them wealthy merchants whose assets enriched the prince's treasury, once again very convenient. In Protestant territories, there were fewer massive panics, but local magistrates occasionally used witch trials to garner favor with the devout populace, or at least to distract from other troubles. During the fervor of the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, political instability and military devastation created fertile ground for witch hunting. As armies scorched the land and famine and disease followed, princes and city elders often faced restless and traumatized subjects. Blaming witches for the realm's suffering could serve as a political pressure valve. It gave the public a tangible enemy, besides their rulers to blame, and allowed authorities to appear proactive against hidden traitors in their midst. Yet, politics could also work in the other way, to restrain the witch trials. The Holy Roman Emperors themselves were ambivalent about the hunts. Emperor Ferdinand II was a staunch Catholic who believed in witchcraft, but even he began concerned when reports reached him of chaos in places like Bamberg and Würzburg. In 1630, after appeals from relatives of the accused, and even a plea from the Pope recounting a pregnant woman, Dorothea Flock, Ferdinand demanded that Dornheim halt the Bamberg trials. But Dornheim wasn't keen on that idea. He defied the emperor's orders and rushed through Dorothea's execution before imperial inspectors could intervene. This brazen act scandalized higher authorities, and in that same year in the imperial diet in Regensburg officially debated the excesses of the witch commissions. Political pressure from above, combined with the shifting tides of war, that is, Swedish Protestant armies occupying Bamberg in 1632, driving out Dornheim, well, all these factors finally broke the back of that witch hunt. Similarly, in Würzburg, the death in 1631 of Prince Bishop Philip Adolf von Ehrenberg, who had overseen the burning of around 900 witches in just a few years, brought an abrupt end to the persecutions there. And these episodes all illustrate that witch hunts were not a simple reflection of mass hysteria, but also tools wielded or halted by political hands. A ruler's stance on witch trials could decide the fate of hundreds. Some used the hunt cynically to solidify their rule, or settle scores under a cloak of religious righteousness. Others eventually recognized that the hunts could become a runaway train that threatened social order and the economy. After all, executing dozens of taxpayers and sowing terror is probably not a good way to have sustainable governance. Well, by the late 17th century, a number of German princes openly opposed witchcraft persecutions, preferring order and enlightenment ideas to the turmoil of witch-finding. To sum it all up, the political context in each territory, the ambitions, fears, and wisdom, or perhaps lack thereof, of its leaders, had a pretty important influence on how far the fire of the witch hunt spread. The rise and fall of witch persecutions in Germany were closely tied to the broader crises that struck society as a whole. You see, when life was stable, prosperous, all nice, witch trials tended to be fewer. But when hardship and disaster struck, guess what? They flared up. In this sense, witches functioned certainly as scapegoats for collective anxieties, whether that was war, weather, or just good old-fashioned economic breakdown. The late 16th and early 17th centuries were marked by intense upheavals. Climate historians note that this period fell within the Little Ice Age, a time of unusually cold and erratic weather. Harvests failed with alarming frequency. In wine-producing regions of Germany, chronicles report bitter frosts decimating the vines multiple years in a row. Grain shortages led to hunger and skyrocketing prices. Such conditions bred desperation and anger. Many believe that such unnatural weather certainly had to have a preternatural cause. And yet, the obvious culprits were the witches. If a severe hailstorm flattened the wheat fields, villagers might recall that they saw some old woman out walking just before the storm. Surely she must have thrown a charm or two out there to summon the hail. Indeed, accused witches often confessed under torture that the devil gave them power to ride on the winds and unleash hail and thunder. In one Bavarian confession, a woman claimed she and her coven gathered on a mountain top and concocted a potion to cast a killing frost on the valley below. Beliefs like this gained traction as people struggled to explain why God would afflict them with poor weather. The notion that secret witches were poisoning the atmosphere was an easy answer, and hunting these witches was an easy ray of relief. And then, of course, war was a great accelerant of witch panics. The 30 Years' War ravaged Germany from 1618 to 48, bringing invading armies, pillage, famine, and epidemics of disease. Ordinary people were caught up in the chaos. In some regions, a kind of siege mentality took hold. Communities turned inward, looking for internal traitors who might be in league with the devil to invite such devastation. For example, during a Swedish military offensive in 1630, the number of witch accusations spiked in certain Catholic areas, perhaps as a desperate attempt by local leaders to show that they were purging any evil that might have incurred God's disfavor. War also weakened the traditional authorities and judicial oversight, which allowed witch-hunting entrepreneurs like roving interrogators or local zealots to operate more or less unchecked. The prince-bishops of Würzburg and Bamberg launched their massive witch hunts in the 1620s at the height of wartime turmoil, when external threats were high and scrutiny from higher courts was low. Economic distress fed the witch hunts in more direct ways as well. Trials and executions were expensive, but they could be offset by seizing the assets of the condemned. In a time where many princely treasuries were drained by war costs, the property of accused witches, houses, farms, jewelry, even the clothes off their back, represented a tempting source of revenue. Well, it would be perhaps a little bit too cynical to say the witch hunts were purely for profit, but the profit motive did sometimes grease the wheels. In regions like Bamberg, records show that officials eagerly auctioned off the estates of wealthy witches that they burned. Moreover, widespread poverty and social dislocation, peasant families driven from burnt villages, beggars on the roads, heightened social tensions, and the presence of many wandering strangers or vagrants could fuel suspicion of who they really were, perhaps an agent of the devil on the move. Conversely, communities that were economically healthier or less affected by famine saw fewer trials, suggesting stability bred quite a bit less paranoia. And so, as we can see, the worst witch hunt episodes in Germany often coincided with those periods of crisis. Frightened people, suffering, looking for someone to blame. There's a saying from 17th century Germany that captures the connection. When the crops rot and the enemy is at the gate, the cry of witch is never far behind. In scapegoating witches for calamities beyond anyone's control, people sought a sense of agency, a way to fight back against invisible foes. Tragically, this only added human-made calamity to natural ones. The execution pyres might have provided a grim catharsis, but they did nothing to actually improve the weather or stop a war. Over time, as these crises passed and society began to rebuild, the impetus to find witches began to wane. By the later 17th century, a gradual return to stability, better harvests, the end of the 30 Years' War, economic recovery, seemed to have removed one of the key fuels that had long fed the fires. And so, by the late 1600s, the witch craze in German lands had begun to burn itself out. Yes. Several factors contributed to the decline of the witch trials. First, the very excesses of the worst hunts sparked a backlash. The execution of dozens of innocents, including prominent citizens and even children. It didn't sit well with everyone. Some authorities started to ask hard questions. Pioneering critics emerged, often men who had witnessed the brutality firsthand. The Jesuit priest Friedrich Spee, after escorting numerous convicted witches to the stake as a confessor, anonymously published a warning on criminal trials in 1631. Spee did not deny that witches might exist, but he denounced the ways that the trials were conducted. He pointed out the vicious circular logic of torture and how easily it condemned the blameless. His famous observation that torture produces witches when none exist rang true to many who had seen the panic spiral out of control. And so his work had a notable impact on educated opinion, especially in Catholic regions. Similarly, jurists in Protestant areas grew weary of the unreliable testimony and fantastical charges that witch cases seemed to entail. By the mid-17th century, a number of German princes and city councils were openly skeptical of new witchcraft allegations. They had begun to see such trials as an embarrassment, or even a dangerous interruption. Secondly, the legal environment gradually shifted. High courts increasingly overturned witch convictions from local courts, especially when procedures had ignored the Carolina standards. Rulers issued edicts to curb witch-hunting fervor. For instance, after a notorious case in which a woman was drowned as a witch in Prussia in 1672, without a proper trial, by the way, the authorities in Brandenburg, Prussia, strictly forbade any further witch executions. Across Germany, judges started demanding clear proof, which, of course, was seldom possible. Torture fell out of favor, as Enlightenment ideas about rational justice took hold, and slowly the burden of proof reversed. Instead of assuming that witchcraft was everywhere, many judges assumed it was mostly superstition and required extraordinary evidence to prosecute. As this skepticism trickled down through the judicial system, accusations were more often dismissed or quietly dropped without any need for torture. And finally, the cultural mindset was changing. The late 17th and early 18th centuries ushered in the early Enlightenment. Scientific explanations for natural phenomena began to gain ground. Comets, storms, and diseases. Things like this were less readily ascribed to sorcery. Intellectuals across Europe, including in the German states, published tracts challenging the reality of witches. That is, for example, the Dutch theologian Balthasar Becker's The World Bewitched in 1691, which argued that the devil's influence was far more limited than people imagined, was widely read in educated German circles, certainly managed to change a few minds. The educated elite began to see witch hunting as a humiliating relic of ignorance. Even religious leaders tempered their views. By 1700, many Protestant pastors and Catholic priests alike would privately admit that the past trials were a terrible mistake. But of course, none of this happened overnight. Rural belief in witches persisted, and a few isolated trials still flared here and there, even into the early 1700s. But these were the dying embers of the craze. The last execution for witchcraft in the German regions occurred in the 1770s. In most places, by 1700 or shortly after, witchcraft accusations no longer led to death. The crime of sorcery faded from legal codes or simply went unenforced. A combination of fatigue, reform, and enlightenment had finally closed the door on witch hunts. Or at least, in Germany, they did. In a dim stone chamber, lit by flickering torchlight, a lone prisoner stands trembling as robed figures gather in judgment. Out of the shadows, an inquisitor steps forward with an accusation, a crime against God and the Church, the crime of heresy. The prisoner protests innocence, but it is of no use. The word of the inquisitor is absolute, backed by an institution that spans medieval Europe. In this world, faith and fear walk hand in hand, and the inquisitor has the authority to imprison, extract confessions, and torture. How exactly did a mandate to protect the faith turn into such a license for cruelty? Today, we're going to talk about how medieval inquisitors abused their power from the 12th through to the 15th centuries, focusing especially on the notorious Spanish Inquisition, while drawing examples from across Europe. We'll talk about the systematic abuses, legal manipulations that placed inquisitors seemingly above the law, forced confessions wrung out under torture, financial corruption, and greed cloaked in piety. We'll also look at the political motivations that twisted a religious mission into a tool of tyranny. We'll also see how fear was weaponized to enforce social conformity. Along the way, we'll hear voices from the past, from inquisitors' own manuals and trial records, to the cries of their victims and rare critiques from contemporaries. There's going to be plenty of gritty and gory details. It's a dark journey, but a revealing one. The story of the Inquisition shows how absolute certainty and unchecked authority can breed injustice. Indeed, it's been called one of the most effective means of thought control that Europe has ever known, at least as of 2025. Let's step back into that gritty little chamber and discover how an institution founded to save souls became one that many became to fear above all else. But before we do, hit that like and subscribe button. Well, I had to ask. And for those supporting on the Patreon, thank you very much. Also, those who have looked at the merch shop too, thank you. All right, now let's begin nice and relaxed. Well, to understand the abuses, we have to understand the origin of the Inquisitor's power, where exactly it came from. In the 12th and 13th centuries, the medieval church faced growing challenges from heresies. Now, heresies weren't non-Christians, and they were more considered as pagans and all the rest. Combating heresies means religious movements that contradicted official doctrine. We're talking sects like the Cathars in southern France and the Waldensians in Italy. They attracted quite a lot of followers, alarming church authorities. Initially, local bishops tried to curb heresies, but as the movement spread, they gained power, and the papacy created a more systematic approach. In 1231, Pope Gregory IX established the medieval Inquisition, commissioning specially appointed inquisitors, often Dominican friars, to travel across Europe and root out heresy. These papal inquisitors were granted extraordinary authority. They could override local church courts, investigate anyone suspected of unorthodox beliefs, and deliver verdicts with the backing of secular force. It's a lot of power, isn't it? Yes. Well, from the start, the groundwork was laid for potential abuse, of course. Inquisitors operated under a procedure called inquisitio, essentially an inquest, which flipped normal justice on its head. Instead of being presumed innocent, the accused heretic was treated with deep suspicion. Trials were conducted in secret, and the usual safeguards for defendants were completely stripped away. Early inquisitors like Conrad von Marburg in Germany gained infamy for their unbridled zeal. Conrad, appointed by the Pope as the first inquisitor in Germany, virtually assumed the accused were guilty until proven innocent. According to accounts, he accepted almost any accusation as true, and quickly consigned those who would not confess to the stake. He even encouraged the accused to denounce others, implying their own lives might be spared if they did so, a tactic that spread panic as people named neighbors to save themselves. So ruthless were Conrad's methods that, after he accused a prominent noble without solid proof, enraged knights ambushed and actually killed him in 1233. This violent end to Conrad's crusade showed that even in medieval times there were limits to what the public would tolerate from an unchecked inquisitor. Of course, Conrad, he was not an isolated case, but a damn good example. Across Europe, inquisitors realized that their holy commission placed them above normal constraints. They answered only to the Pope, or later, to the monarch in state-run inquisitions, and the urgency of combating heresy was seen as so great that it excused methods unthinkable in other courts. For example, in southern France, inquisitors could descend on a town and demand that the entire population of the town swear oaths of faith and inform on any suspected heretics. The people living in fear know that a careless word from a neighbor could bring the Inquisition to their door. And so by the 14th century, some inquisitors began to codify their tactics in handbooks. A well-known example is Bernard Guy, the Inquisitor of Toulouse, who around 1324 wrote a practical guide for fellow inquisitors. Guy's manual detailed how to conduct investigations and interrogations. He warned that heretics would conceal and hide their error, and that the inquisitor must be relentless and clever in uncovering it. He viewed the Inquisition as a kind of moral drama. The heretic's trial should serve as a public lesson. By convincingly unmasking a heretic's lies, the inquisitor would, quote, win the hearts and minds of the community and keep them loyal to the true faith. Of course, this shows that even early on in the game, the Inquisition understood the value of theater and fear, making an example of the condemned to warn others. Despite occasional lenient rhetoric about saving souls, the historical reality is clear. The Inquisition concentrated unprecedented power in the hands of its agents, and many wielded it ruthlessly. They could arrest on mere suspicion, hold people indefinitely, and use secrecy and intimidation to produce evidence. Unlike in regular courts, there was no jury or peers, no transparent proceedings, and often no advocate for the accused. Papal decrees continued to bolster this authority. Notably, in 1252, Pope Innocent IV issued the bull Ad Extirpanda, which explicitly authorized inquisitors to use torture under certain conditions. This decree coldly instructed magistrates to force captured heretics and to accuse others, so long as they did not kill or permanently maim the victim. With this papal endorsement, what had been forbidden or controversial had now become an acceptable tool, and the message could not be mistaken. Protecting the faith was so important that almost any measure, short of outright killing the suspect during the interrogation, was completely justified. Armed with such sweeping powers and justifications, the medieval inquisitors set out on their mission. It is here that we begin to see the full range of abuses of power, for once authority is unchecked, it easily gets misused. So we're going to examine now how inquisitors perverted legal norms, employed torture, pursued profit in politics, and of course spread fear to tighten their grip on society. A subtler abuse of power lay in the legal manipulations practiced by inquisitors. You see, these were not lawless mobs at all. Inquisitors were often very educated in theology and canon law, but they wrapped their operations in a veneer of legality while quietly rigging the rules. The inquisitorial procedure was designed to favor the prosecution at every turn, and it made a mockery of equitable justice, as you shall see. One major difference was the use of secrecy and anonymous accusations. In most courts, an accused person could know who testified against them and challenge them. In the Inquisition's courts, the identities of accusers and witnesses were kept secret for their own protection. The accused often had no way to rebuke testimony when they weren't even told who had given it. False or malicious denunciations thus found easy purchase. You can only imagine if your neighbor didn't like you. Well, all they needed to do was make an anonymous report. An accused might desperately try to guess who had spoken against them. The only defense allowed was to name any personal enemies. But if they guessed wrong, it only raised the inquisitor's suspicion further. In effect, the defendant had stood blindfolded at their own trial. The inquisitors also twisted normal standards of evidence, which there were standards at the time, but this whole institution kind of brought them back a couple of generations at least. A mere whisper of rumor, a bad reputation for heresy even could justify an arrest. Hearsay and suspicion carried heavy weight too. The usual presumption of innocence did not apply. On the contrary, many inquisitors presumed the accused was lying. They often entered a trial convinced of guilt and saw their role as extracting a confession by any means. As a result, injustice was pretty much built into the system. One contemporary summed it up by observing that in an Inquisition trial, the accused had the arms of an infant against a giant. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Sometimes even, inquisitors resorted to fraud to ensure convictions. One example, in the city of Carcassonne around 1300, the Franciscan friar Bernard de Lisieux accused the local inquisitors of fabricating evidence. He discovered that the inquisitors' registers, the official trial records that is, listed testimony from people who did not exist. In other words, they were just making things up, inventing witnesses to strengthen their case. Well, very brave for Bernard to expose this, and when he did, of course, it caused a scandal. The townsfolk rioted, and the implicated inquisitors temporarily fled the city. Bernard appealed to the King of France, that is Philip IV, arguing that the Inquisitor Folquet de Saint-Georges and even the local bishop were corrupt and abusing their power. And here we have a somewhat rare check on the Inquisition. The king's officials removed the Inquisitor and punished the bishop. This episode showed that even the secular authorities could recognize inquisitorial injustice, though such intervention was uncommon. But we have to thank the brave Bernard de Lisieux, that Franciscan friar back in 1300, for at least doing something. But another glaring legal abuse was the manipulation of the rules regarding torture, which we will fully explore in the next section. Now, church law technically forbade torturing the suspect more than once, but experienced inquisitors found a bit of a cheeky loophole. The 14th century inquisitor Nicolaus Emmerich, in his handbook Directorium Inquisitorum, noted that torture is deceptive and ineffectual, acknowledging that a person in agony might say anything to get himself out of it. Yet he proceeded to outline how an inquisitor could legally torture the same person multiple times. He had a little trick. That was to interpret the prohibition narrowly. One could not repeat torture for the exact same charge, but if a person was accused of multiple heretical acts, each act could warrant its own session. By defining new questions or charges, the inquisitor could effectively bypass the one-time torture rule. This cynical legalism allowed inquisitors to push the limits of brutality while claiming to obey the letter of the law. And through such devices, the inquisitor became a virtually unchallengeable figure in his domain. He was often judge, jury, and executioner. The usual checks on a judge's power: open trials, defense counsel, independent juries, they were all absent. As a result, inquisitors could and did bend the law to secure the outcomes that they wanted. Trial records sometimes state that a confession was given freely, without torture, immediately after describing a brutal torture session, after which the exhausted prisoner supposedly spoke freely. These fictions in the record show how procedure was stage-managed to legitimize what was, in truth, pure coercion. To sum up, the Inquisitor's legal framework became an instrument of power. It retained the form of a judicial process, but few of the protections remained. By controlling the rules and keeping proceedings opaque, inquisitors stacked the deck against the accused. Many observers later likened inquisitorial trials to a foregone conclusion. A performance where the verdict of guilt was all but assured from the start. This perversion of justice was a fundamental abuse, one that set the stage for the physical abuses to come, since the system was so tilted towards conviction, readily embraced any method to achieve it. But of course, no aspect of the Inquisition's work is more famous than its use of torture. In fact, inquisitors saw torture as a legitimate means to compel the truth from those who stubbornly clung to their error. While secular courts of the era also used torture, the Inquisition embraced it with a particular zeal and systematic approach. What was officially called putting a suspect to the question became the dark heart of the inquisitorial procedure, a realm of physical agony intended to break both body and spirit. In theory, though, torture was the last resort, to be employed only if all the other methods failed to get a confession. But in practice, it became routine. The torture chamber, often a dingy little dungeon beneath the tribunal, was equipped with grim devices. The inquisitors of the Spanish Inquisition formalized 3 standard methods: the garrucha, the toca, and the potro. The application of the garrucha, also known as the strappado, involved tying the victim's hands behind their back and suspending them by a rope from the ceiling. Sometimes weights were added to the feet. The victim's shoulders and arms would be wrenched violently, often dislocating with a sickening crunch. The toca was a form of water torture. A cloth was forced into the victim's mouth and water poured over it, giving the sensation of drowning as the prisoner gagged and suffocated. The potro was the infamous rack, in which the limbs were slowly pulled apart in opposite directions, stretching joints until they just tear apart. Inquisitors enjoyed these methods because they left no immediate, visible injuries, no shedding of blood, thus sidestepping the Church's ban on clerics spilling blood. Interesting interpretations. Even within the Inquisition's rules, there were bizarre nods to propriety. A physician was often required to be present to certify that the victim was healthy enough to endure torture without dying, a macabre formality that did very little to mitigate the cruelty. The reality was that many prisoners were permanently maimed or even died from the torture, despite the limits in theory. Under such torment, victims typically would confess to anything that the inquisitors wanted, whether it was true or not. In fact, the inquisitors expected a confession extracted under torture would later be affirmed freely. After a torture session, they often brought the bruised and broken prisoner back to the courtroom the next day to repeat the confession without torture, and only then was it deemed valid. Of course, if a victim retracted their confession, insisting it was only made due to the unbearable pain, the inquisitors felt justified in simply resuming the torture on the grounds of renewed obstinacy. It was a deadly trap. Maintain innocence, and the torture continues. Confess, and you damned yourself by your own words. Yeah, a rock and a hard place. We'll call it that. We have many examples of how torture yielded dubious confessions. During the infamous trials of the Knights Templar, 1307 to 1310, for instance, dozens of Templar monks confessed under torture to outrageous heresies. We're talking about things like spitting on the cross and outright devil worship. Of course, once the torture ended, they completely recanted those confessions while not under duress. The Inquisition's response was to treat the recantation as proof that they had relapsed back into heresy, and hand the men over to be executed. Torture thus not only produced false evidence, but it created a no-win situation for the accused. Even inquisitors themselves knew the unreliability of confessions obtained by torture. Emmerich wrote in his manual, "Torture is deceptive and ineffectual." Yet this did not stop the practice. Under such methods, people will say anything to end the pain, don't you think? Medieval critics of the Inquisition, and there were a few, voiced the same concern. Bernard Delicieux, that friar who had exposed a fraud in Carcassonne, lamented that the Inquisitors' tactics would have made St. Peter and St. Paul confess to heresy if they had been subject to the dungeon. In other words, no one, however devout or innocent, could withstand these kinds of torments. The details of inquisitorial torture are pretty ghastly. Victims often fainted from pain or nearly drowned during the water torture, only to be woken up, revived, and tortured again. Joints were dislocated on the rack, muscles and tendons torn. Prisoners might emerge crippled for life. The psychological terror was equally severe. Many broke down at just the sight of the instruments or the screams of previous victims. The climate of fear that this created was very much intentional, and we'll discuss the broader social effects shortly. Every tortured confession also served to legitimize the Inquisition's work, providing proof of heresy that could be cited at the public sentencing. After torture extracted the words the inquisitors wanted, they would record that the confession was made freely, certainly a grim charade of voluntary repentance. Torture was the blunt instrument of the Inquisitor's power, a direct assault on the body to conquer the resistance of the soul. It was technically regulated by certain rules, but as we've seen, those rules were circumvented or sometimes just ignored. Inquisitors convinced themselves that saving souls justified inflicting torment. By the values of the time, they argued they were sparing victims from the eternal fires of hell by making them briefly taste earthly pain. Yet from a more modern perspective, the systematic torture of men and women in the Inquisition's cells stands out as one of the most egregious abuses of power in medieval history. And we don't really like to judge people of the past by modern standards, but come on. It degraded the very faith it purported to defend, turning the Church's message of compassion into one of terror. Certainly a PR nightmare, no matter how you look at it. Although inquisitors professed to act for the pure sake of the faith, money and property often lurked their way in. The structure of the inquisitorial penalties created opportunities for corruption and conflict of interest. When a person was convicted of heresy, the Inquisition could impose heavy fines or even confiscate the offender's property. Those assets might have been divided between the Church and the state, or used to fund the Inquisition itself. This meant that, in many cases, everyone involved in prosecuting a wealthy heretic stood to gain something. From the earliest days, observers noted the profit motive at work. In medieval France and Italy, local lords sometimes complained that papal inquisitors focused on accusing wealthy citizens so that their goods could be seized. Funny how that works, isn't it? Well, secular rulers themselves occasionally encouraged the Inquisition for financial ends. There's a pretty dramatic example in the persecution of the Knights Templar by King Philip IV of France, ostensibly for heresy, but undeniably fueled by Philip's desire to cancel his debts and confiscate the Templars' fortune. Heresy trials conveniently allowed a ruler to enrich his treasury under the cloak of piety. Now, the Spanish Inquisition is notorious in this regard. One punishment above all made it attractive to Spain's Catholic monarchs: the confiscation of convicted heretics' properties, which then became crown property. Some historians have argued that Ferdinand and Isabella welcomed the Inquisition as a tool to finance the crown. Indeed, the Inquisition tended to operate first in large, wealthy cities and target well-off conversos, that is, converted Jews and other minorities, people who would often having significant property. Gustav Bergenroth, a 19th century historian who studied the Spanish archives, concluded that revenue was the incentive for establishing the Inquisition. While the monarch's motives may not have been purely pecuniary, there's no real doubt that the initial campaigns of the Inquisition brought quite a nice little windfall to royal coffers. It doesn't look good, doesn't it? For the inquisitors on the ground, though, The temptation of personal enrichment was real. Now, technically, inquisitors were not supposed to pocket the wealth of their victims. That was meant for the state or the church. But in practice, those conducting the trials and their associates could benefit indirectly. Inquisitors drew salaries from the fines collected. They could charge fees for managing confiscated estates. Officials and informants might receive rewards too. Moreover, wealthy prisoners could sometimes buy leniency by paying bribes or perhaps giving donations, also known as bribes. A common saying was that a poor suspect might be burned, whereas a rich one might escape with a lighter penance. Yeah, it's funny how that works, isn't it? A system where an official's budget or personal gain depends on the outcome of cases will inherently encourage greed. Contemporaries did take note. It was pretty obvious what was happening. Desiderius Erasmus, the great Renaissance scholar, wryly observed that the Inquisition was harsher on minor offenders with no money than on the rich who could afford to grease up the wheels. In the Kingdom of Aragon, the local Cortes Parliament repeatedly protested that inquisitors were stripping noble families of their inheritances and ruining the innocent relatives of those punished. This suggests that even some devout Catholics saw the Inquisition as financially overreaching. Perhaps the most egregious case of corruption was that of Diego Rodriguez de Lucero, an inquisitor in Cordova, Spain, around 1500. Lucero was widely reviled for abusing his power. He was said to invent charges against affluent converso families just to take all of their money. But Lucero's depravity went a lot further. He had allegedly used the Inquisition to satisfy his lust. Historian Manuel Barrios records that Lucero had 2 men burned to death so he could take their wives as mistresses. And when one prominent family refused to hand over their beautiful daughter, Lucero accused the young woman, her husband, and her parents of heresy, and he burned all of them at the stake, seizing the orphaned girl for himself. He even fathered a child with her, while keeping her imprisoned as his personal property. Yeah, you're not going to hear that in a BBC documentary, aren't you? These horrific abuses earned him the nickname Lucero the Infamous. Eventually, public outcry grew so intense that even the Crown intervened. In 1507, he was arrested and removed from office after an investigation confirmed that many of his victims were actually innocent. Well, shock and awe. Who would have thought? His downfall showed that there were indeed limits, though. But it came only after the untold damages had been done, and the Inquisition's reputation in Cordova had been blackened by his crimes. But even beyond such extreme cases, the financial toll of inquisitorial prosecution was huge. Families of the convicted not only lost loved ones to prison or the stake, but also lost their homes, their farms, and in general their livelihoods. A person found guilty of heresy had their property confiscated, leaving their children and heirs impoverished and often stigmatized. In towns where many conversos were convicted, a whole class of people was economically destroyed, with their assets redistributed to others. Finally, the Inquisition developed a semi-formalized extortion form of compositions. This was essentially a payoff. An accused person could agree to pay a hefty sum or surrender certain assets in exchange for a more lenient punishment, or even a complete suspension of the trial. Drop the charges. While officials justified this as a form of penance or reconciliation, it effectively had put justice out for sale. The wealthy could just buy their way out of trouble. The poor didn't have the option. All of these factors demonstrate that the Inquisition was not merely a spiritual enterprise, but also deeply entangled with worldly greed. The profit motive compromised the entire integrity of the institution. It created incentives to find heresy where there was none, and to be harsher than necessary in order to reap the material rewards. This corruption of purpose further tainted the Inquisition's legacy. When we consider why the Inquisition inspired such fear and hatred, it was not only the threat of torture and death, but also the knowledge that an accusation could mean complete financial ruin, a ruin from which the Inquisitors and the Crown would certainly benefit from. So, looking at it like this, the abuse of power wasn't only at the point of a sword, but in the coins and lands that changed hands under the guise of defending orthodoxy. But of course, the Inquisition did not operate in isolation from the worldly political sphere. Secular rulers and leaders realized that this formidable religious tribunal could certainly be turned into a political weapon, while inquisitors themselves at times pursued personal agendas under cover of their holy office. Many abuses of inquisitorial power were driven not purely by zeal for the faith, but just pursuit of political advantage, or perhaps even a personal vendetta disguised in religious terms. From its inception, the medieval Inquisition had to cooperate with princes and magistrates to enforce its sentences. This alliance meant that rooting out heresy often aligned with consolidating political control. During the Albigensian Crusade, that is, the one against the Cathars, in southern France in the early 13th century, for example, the French crown's war against the heretics conveniently also crushed the independence of Languedoc nobles, bringing that region under royal sway. Two birds, one stone. Inquisitors following in the wake of the Crusade eliminated remaining Cathars, achieving a spiritual goal and a political one, firmly binding Languedoc to orthodox royal authority. An example of political misuse was once again the destruction of the Knights Templar. As we noted earlier, in 1307, King Philip IV of France had the Templars arrested and accused of heresy. Inquisitorial courts, under royal pressure, condemned the Templars, providing a veneer of legal righteousness to Philip's seizure of their wealth and the elimination of an autonomous military order. In this case, heresy charges were largely a pretext for a financial coup. The Spanish Inquisition likewise served state policy. Ferdinand and Isabella instituted it not only to purify religion, but also to cement their recently unified kingdom. Spain's population included large communities of conversos, that is, Jews that had converted to Christianity, by the way, and Moriscos, Muslim converts to Christianity. The monarchs, like many of their subjects, suspected that some converts were secretly reverting to their old faiths. By targeting these groups, the crown could enforce religious homogeneity and also remove a potential fifth column. The Inquisition effectively became an arm of the government. The Inquisitor General answered to the crown, and the inquisitors had royal authority to call on the troops. It acted as an internal security apparatus of sorts, investigating not just theological deviance, but anything seen as disloyalty. Thomas de Torquemada, the first Grand Inquisitor, was a key royal advisor. Under his tenure, the Inquisition's campaign against conversos was relentless. Approximately 2,000 of them were burned for heresy during those years. This campaign terrorized a segment of society and sent a clear message about who held power in the new Spain. In 1492, the monarchs took the dramatic step of expelling all Jews who refused to convert, a decision made in the same spirit of religious political unification that the Inquisition had been enforcing. The Inquisition had basically created a Spain of a single faith, tightly aligned with the Crown's vision of national unity. But inquisitors also became entangled in politics in other ways. The case of Bernard de Lesio in Languedoc, mentioned earlier, was essentially a political disagreement, a local friar rallying townsfolk and even appealing to the king to curb the inquisitors, whom he accused of abusing power and undermining regional rights and customs. His eventual arrest and torture by the Inquisition showed how strongly the authorities, both church and royal, would defend the Inquisition against such challenges. On a smaller scale, some inquisitors did not hesitate to use their powers for personal retribution. There were instances of rival clergy or local officials being denounced as heretics after quarrels with an inquisitor. With secret procedures and the inquisitor's near immunity, it was frighteningly easy to turn a private enemy into a convicted heretic. All these cases, while not the norm, show that no level of the system was free from abuse. An unscrupulous inquisitor could persecute pretty much anyone he disliked, cloaking it in the sanctity of his office. The entanglement of the Inquisition with secular aims greatly amplified its capacity for harm. It was not just a church court hunting down doctrinal errors. It was often an instrument of government policy and social control. This made it even more feared. An accusation by the Inquisition might not mean only religious censure, but also that one had become an enemy of the state. In Spain, for example, the Inquisition's reach extended to influential citizens, and even members of the clergy, if they were seen as threats to orthodoxy or authority. Inquisitors wielded a terrifying blend of spiritual and temporal power. Through political support, the Inquisition was able to enforce its edicts with armies and prisons beyond what a church tribunal alone could muster. Conversely, rulers used the Inquisition's moral authority to legitimize their crackdowns. This entire symbiosis meant that when one fell into the Inquisition's hands, one faced not just a tribunal of friars, but the heavy hand of the state as well. The result was an atmosphere in which few dared to oppose or even criticize them. It had become simply too enmeshed in the very power structures. All these factors contributed to that overarching climate of fear. The abuses we've surveyed, legal, physical, political, financial, they all worked together to make the Inquisition this source of existential dread in medieval society. Always around the corner, always watching, a kind of big brother sort of thing. So, now we're going to see how the fear was consciously used as a tactic, how it impacted communities under inquisitorial scrutiny. The ultimate consequence for all of these abuses, the sum of all of them, was just this pervasive climate of fear. Inquisitors deliberately used that as a tool to enforce conformity. The mere possibility of being denounced and hauled off before the Holy Office, that was a fear that people just had to live with. People moderated their behavior, guarded their speech, and even stifled private doubts, all for fear that a wrong word, one wrong move, one unusual habit could trigger an accusation. One way the Inquisition spread fear was by fostering this culture of denunciation. It routinely issued what they called edicts of faith, urging the faithful to report any suspected heretical behavior by neighbors, friends, or even their own family. Failing to inform itself could be treated as a crime. This policy turned neighbor against neighbor. It sowed distrust in communities. A Spanish writer of the time remarked that people, quote, spoke in whispers, even in their own homes, for the fear the very walls had ears. Even family members were weary. A child might innocently report a parent's habits, not knowing it could become some kind of evidence in a trial. As one modern analysis notes, persecution often relies on denunciations and undermines trust, and that corrodes the bonds of society.
This result was that many communities became fragmented by suspicion. You imagine your kids. If somebody was to ask them, some inquisitor, "Does your mummy ever do anything strange?" "Oh, sometimes she talks to herself." How's that going to be interpreted? Sometimes dad gets angry, or sometimes grandma spends lots of time walking outside in the woods, something like this. You never know what could be used to spark off the trial. Another potent instrument of fear was that spectacle of punishment, rather, the public spectacle, though, an auto de fe, the act of faith. At these ceremonies, held in city plazas, the sentences of the Inquisition were announced and carried out. Those found guilty of heresy were paraded in a penitential garb, the San Benito, and their punishments proclaimed. Some would be flogged or sent to prison, and unrepented or relapsed would be handed over to secular authorities for execution, typically by burning. Large crowds attended these events, which had the air of both religious ritual and grim theatre. The message to onlookers was unmistakable. This is what happens to those who stray from the faith. This is what happens to those who don't fit in. Inquisitors intended these spectacles to instill dread. They argued that severe penalties were preventative, meant to strike fear in the hearts of others, so they would stay loyal. And indeed, the sight of a fellow citizen being burned alive or a friend being humiliated in penance certainly is a core memory. Fear permeated all levels of society. Common folk feared the knock on the door at midnight, the sudden inquiry into a rumor that they said a forbidden prayer or perhaps didn't show up to Mass one morning. Of course, even elites were not safe. Wealthy converso families lived in constant anxiety that spiteful rivals or servants might denounce them for secretly practicing their old faith. Clergymen and scholars had to be careful that new ideas or critical views did not draw suspicion. This stifled intellectual and spiritual life. Inquisitorial censorship banned books and policed ideas. The pervasive fear of being labeled a heretic made people avoid any expression of unorthodox thought. In Spain, a proverb emerged. Flies don't enter a closed mouth. It basically means shut up and stay out of trouble. Outwardly, society under the Inquisition became highly conformist. Everyone vied to show themselves as devout Catholics. Homes displayed religious images. People attended Mass zealously and avoided any behavior that could be misconstrued. But this often just reflected fear rather than genuine piety. A kind of enforced hypocrisy prevailed. Those who privately had doubts or heterodox leanings could never admit to them. As time went on, this climate strangled honest discourse, trust and frankness, even within families, gave way to caution and silence. Even after the medieval period, the inquisitorial mentality endured. Habits of suspicion and caution persisted in regions long after the Inquisition's power waned. The collective memory of terror left a culture where open dissent was rare. Some historians believe this legacy of fear hindered intellectual and social progress in a lot of places like Spain, where for generations creativity was dampened by the need to just toe the line. Whether or not one agrees with that broad assessment, you can't really argue against that the Inquisition's reign of fear had deep and long-lasting effects. For those living under its shadow, however, such philosophical consequences were less immediate than daily survival. The Inquisition had turned the tools of faith, community, confession, scrutiny, moral exhortation, into tools of intimidation and control. Religion, which for many is a source of hope and comfort, was wielded like a sword dangling over their heads. This regime of fear was perhaps the Inquisition's most insidious use of power. It coerced not only actions but thoughts, and it did so by betraying the very spiritual values it claimed to protect. Faith became tinged with terror, a bitter aftertaste. People obeyed, not out of conviction or love, but out of sheer fear what the Inquisition could do to them. And in that sense, I suppose, you could argue that the Inquisition succeeded in subduing heresy, but at the cost of replacing it with a frightened and subdued society. Do the ends justify the means? No. No, they do not. So as we conclude our time together today, step back from all the grimness. Grasp the larger lesson. The story of the medieval Inquisition, especially its Spanish culmination, is kind of a warning on how absolute certainty and unchecked authority can corrupt a noble cause. And remember, that doesn't have to come in the cause of religion. It can come in the cause of politics. It can come atheistic or theistic. It doesn't have to be Christian. It can be Muslim. It can be Jewish. It can be Buddhist. Any kind of large-scale operation. There's always a way for corruption to sink in. And it usually does. What began as an effort to protect religious orthodoxy became the machinery of cruelty. Inquisitors convinced they served a higher good, employed frankly unholy means, torture chambers, secret trials, judgments clouded by greed and politics, and a reign of terror that stifled the spirit of an age. Justice, mercy, and compassion, they were the real casualties. The abuses of the Inquisitors show the danger of any institution that operates without accountability, fueled by its own fanaticism. In defending the faith, they often betrayed the core values of it. The very church that taught love, charity, and the sanctity of conscience was represented by those who inflicted agony and injustice on thousands. It's a tragic irony. Little wonder that Inquisition has entered our vocabulary as a synonym for oppressive or interrogative persecution. Yet, within the dark history, we also find little glimmers of hope. We encountered individuals like Bernard de Lisieux, who bravely spoke out against the injustice, and who maintained their dignity of faith even under torture. Their stories remind us that even in these times of terror, conscience could not be entirely snuffed out. Over the centuries, more voices both inside and out of the church would condemn the excesses of the Inquisition, and eventually the institution was reformed and finally abolished. History perhaps saw an ounce of repentance for this chapter. But the legacy of the Inquisition is complex. On the other hand, it did enforce religious uniformity in parts of Europe for a time. Catharism was extinguished, and in Spain, open practice of Judaism and Islam was eradicated. But it achieved this at a terrible human cost, and arguably at the cost of the Church's moral authority. The Inquisition's notoriety lived on in legend and literature, reinforcing its image as an ultimate symbol of religious cruelty. In fact, outrage over the Inquisition's excesses later helped fuel arguments for religious tolerance and the rights of the accused during the Enlightenment. So in looking back, and as we leave this subject, we remember not just the notorious inquisitors, but their victims and the few who dared to oppose them. Their suffering and courage to speak across the centuries is certainly a grim lesson in the misuse of power, and one that remains relevant whether ideological or religious zeal threatens to override our common humanity. I think it urges us, in our own time, to prize justice that is tempered with mercy, never allow fear to be the instrument by which unity is achieved. To sum it all up, the Inquisition's abuses of power light up the timeless truth that to save our ideals, we have to uphold them with clean hands. And on that note, I'm going to leave you to think about that for yourself. Well, perhaps there are institutions in our world today that are becoming a little bit inquisitorial.
Deus vult. God wills it. The chant echoes out as frenzied men hear the speech of Pope Urban II and prepare to go all in on a crusade to retake the Holy Land. November 1095. The heart of Christendom prepares to fight the Holy War. But why would they do that? Why exactly would tens of thousands of medieval Christians, all the way from the penniless peasant to the great lord, suddenly uproot their entire lives to fight in a foreign land they knew only of from Scripture? To the modern observer, the idea is a bit baffling, even fanatical. But to Christians of the late 11th century, the call to crusade felt not only justified but urgent and inevitable. In their eyes, you see, the whole enterprise simply had to happen. It was, as they believed after all, ordained by God, necessary to defend the faith and rescue their brethren. But it was much more than that. This was not simply a religious war. There were so many moving parts, and so today, from a modern academic perspective, we're going to step into their shoes and explore the reasons, whether they be religious, political, social, and economic, that the contemporaries gave to themselves for embarking on this great crusade. No judgments, just observations. Detached academia, as usual. But first, just going to welcome you to the channel, as I always do out of habit and good manners. If you've not clicked that subscribe button yet, I would advise you to do so. And for those who are new to the channel, welcome. Thank you to those coming back. You'll notice no ads on this channel because of the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who choose to donate. If you would like to become among that crowd, well, there are links in the pinned comment and in the video description. Now, with all that out of the way, I think it's time that we go back to the 11th century and find out just what was happening. But of course, the 11th century, I doubt that anyone listening remembers what that was like. So let's start and understand the backdrop of the late 11th century and try and understand why the call to arms resonated so deeply. It was, I suppose, a time of rising confidence within Latin Christendom, but also looming threats from the outside. Europe itself was experiencing a period of dynamic change. The population, that was growing quite well. Trade, it was reviving. And the chaos of those earlier dark ages, as they were called, well, it was giving way to a more organized feudal society. It took a surprisingly long time for everyone to recover from the old order under Rome in its Western Empire sense. Those couple hundred years between the fall of Rome and those proper early Middle Ages, well, it certainly took a while for them to organize things into the new normal. Now, topic for another video, perhaps. Yet, with more people and more knights, there came more internal conflict, incessant local wars between lords and little feuds breaking out, often spilling blood on church altars and the innocent alike. The church, well, they had to try and tame this violence through movements like the Peace of God and Truce of God, which urged knights not to harm the innocent and to cease fighting on holy days. The efforts were met with mixed success. By 1095, many devout leaders were anxiously seeking a way to direct the aggressive energy of Europe's warrior class toward a more righteous end. And you must think about it. You have men with lots of resources, heavily trained in combat, with nothing to do, no one to fight. Of course, they're going to end up fighting each other, causing a bit of trouble. Let's put aside the general romanticization of knights for a moment. It's not quite like the tales of Lancelot and King Arthur. Of course, there was a little bit of that going on, sure. But a lot of knights definitely felt a little constricted by their position and the expectations put upon them, especially once they started to get a little bit of that disposable income, winning that at tournaments, all the rest. Well, beyond Europe's frontiers, of course, there was a profound challenge rising, and that was the advance of the Islamic powers. Now, the biggest power at the time was the Seljuk Turks, and they were closing in on the Christian lands. You see, for centuries, Christian and Muslim forces had clashed intermittently, and most notably in Spain, where the Christian kingdoms were slowly reconquering the Muslim-held territory, and also in the Mediterranean, where Norman knights had recently seized Sicily from Muslim rule. But now, there was a very new alarm sounding from the east. The Seljuk Turks, a recently converted Muslim people, had stormed onto the scene, and they had dealt a crushing blow to the Byzantine, or Eastern Roman Empire, at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071. In the aftermath, vast swaths of Byzantine Anatolia, that is modern-day Turkey, were overrun. Ancient Christian cities fell to the Turkish control now. Roads became dangerous for travelers. The good old days were well and truly over. But even pilgrims, unarmed women and men, peasants, all the rest, travelling to Jerusalem, the holiest city of Christendom, they reported increasing harassment and peril. Jerusalem itself, along with the entire Holy Land, had been under Muslim domination since the 7th century. But the Christians had generally been tolerated to live and worship there under Islamic rulers, and pilgrimage had continued. All you need to do is pay the tax, the jizya, a lot of the time. Well, all of this began to change. In the year 1009, the volatile Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim had destroyed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the revered site of Jesus Christ's tomb, by the way, in a fit of intolerance. Of course, the Europeans, they did not take to this kindly. It sent an outrage shockwave throughout Europe. Although the church was later rebuilt, stories of its desecration lingered in Western memory. By the 1070s, the Seljuks wrested Jerusalem from the Fatimids. Rumors spread of new atrocities. Some returning pilgrims told lurid tales of Christian pilgrims being robbed, attacked, and even, once they arrived at the holy places, simply being prevented from entering. What a disappointment. Well, whether exaggerated or true, the reports painted a picture of the holy city and Eastern Christians in dire need. Something had to be done. So, you can see that the roots of all of this go back almost 100 years. Well, even more than that. A few hundred years, really. It had been brewing for quite some time. Now, what about the Byzantine Empire? Because they're the real player in this, and they found themselves right on the frontier between the clash of Christendom and the Islamic kingdoms. They found themselves hard-pressed by the Turks, and by 1095, Emperor Alexios Komnenos had managed to stabilize his throne and even reclaim some territory. But he knew he could not restore all of the lost lands, at least not alone. Swallowing a good deal of pride, the emperor reached out to his fellow Christians in the West for help. And this was remarkable. You might think that the Eastern and Western Roman Empire, it's just a line they drew for convenience. But no, they had actually been estranged for about 40 years or so. The Great Schism of 1054 divided Orthodox and Catholic Christianity, and nothing breaks up friendships like disagreements in religious orthodoxy. But nonetheless, at the Council of Piacenza in March of 1095, Alexios's ambassadors delivered an urgent plea to Pope Urban II. They asked for a limited force of Western knights, mercenaries, basically, to assist Byzantium in pushing back the Turks. I suppose in their own polite way, the Eastern envoys painted a grim picture of Asia Minor laid waste and Christian churches violated by infidels, appealing to their common faith. Of course, they had different doctrines between the Catholic and the Orthodox, but they all agreed on one thing, that the Holy Land was holy, and anyone who touches the Holy Land makes not an attack on church, but an attack on God. Now Pope Urban, he listened with interest. He was a Frenchman by birth, and quite a reformist, deeply committed to strengthening the Church's moral and political authority. The timing of Alexios's request was quite fortuitous. Urban had recently reasserted his control over the papacy after a long struggle with the rival pope and the Holy Roman Emperor. Now that he saw his opportunity to unite the warring nobles of Western Europe under a sacred cause, while also mending fences with Byzantium and extending Rome's influence. What began as an appeal for a few hundred knights would soon swell into something far greater, a spiritual tidal wave that no one, perhaps not even Pope Urban himself, could fully anticipate. Thus, on the eve of the First Crusade, Latin Christendom stood at a crossroads, spiritually energized, but militarily fragmented, increasingly aware of threats to the fellow Christians abroad, and led by a papacy eager to assert leadership. So, I'm sure you can see how this stage is perfectly set for the enterprise that could channel religious devotion and knightly aggression into one grand venture. It was a one-stop shop. It could require a clarion call loud enough to rouse the heart of Europe, and Urban II was about to deliver exactly that. And so here we are, wheeling back to that scene in November 1095, Clermont, France. Urban II convened a great church council there, mainly to discuss reforms, but he had a kind of dramatic finale in mind. On the council's last day, the Pope stepped outside to address the masses. We are fortunate to have several near-contemporary accounts of what Urban said, though each chronicle is remembered a little bit differently. They're all pretty much the same. But the reports do agree on one thing, that Urban's speech was a tour de force that brought the crowd to a fever pitch. According to one chronicler, the Pope began by describing the plight of Eastern Christians and the barbarity of the enemy. He spoke of a horrible tale coming from Jerusalem and Constantinople. Churches desecrated, Christians driven from their homes and enslaved, and the holy places defiled There is one recounted version, when Urban details the atrocities allegedly committed by the Turks, stories calculated to make his listeners shudder with indignation. He claims, for instance, that Christian men were being circumcised and their blood poured over altars. The Turks tortured and killed with unspeakable cruelty, and the Christian women suffered dishonor at the hands of the infidels. Quote, "What shall I say of the abominations inflicted on women?" on account, as Urban declare. "To speak of it is worse than to be silent." Whether or not such lurid tales were actually true, they were certainly powerful. Nothing like that to whip up the emotions. And the message was clear. Christendom itself was under attack. They were coming for us. Its holy sanctuaries and people suffering intolerable wrongs that cried out for redress. Surely, that watching audience couldn't just sit there and let it happen. So Urban posed a challenge to the listeners. Who, if not you, will avenge this injustice? A quote from one of the texts. "On whom is the labor of avenging these wrongs and recovering this territory incumbent, if not upon you?" I suppose it was more than a call for revenge, really framed as a kind of sacred duty. Kind of like God was looking down and judging their responses. You better not give the wrong answer. The Pope reminded the largely French audience of their ancestors' glorious deeds, that heroic age of Charlemagne, when the Christian kings expanded Christ's realm by defeating pagan foes. Let the deeds of your ancestors incite you, Urban exhorted, invoking Charlemagne and the other old heroes of that age who had extended the borders of the faith. And so now he implied that it was simply their turn to take up that mantle, live up to the legacy. But most stirring of all was Urban's appeal to liberate Jerusalem, the biblical Holy Land. In the words recorded by the monk Robert of Reims, Urban painted a contrast between the war-torn, impoverished land of Europe and the richness of the distant promise. Quote from his speech, "This land which you inhabit is too narrow for your large population, nor does it abound in wealth. It barely furnishes food enough for its cultivators. Hence, you fight and devour one another." And he was right. He was 100% correct. It was a frank acknowledgment of Europe's internal strife. Then the Pope offered a remedy, of course. "Let your quarrels end," he said. "Let wars cease among you. Enter upon the holy road to the holy sepulchre. Wrest that land from the wicked race, and subject it to yourselves." Now there's a stunning idea. All that energy fighting between each other, redirected outward, not in the service of wealth, but in the service of God. Why spill your neighbor's blood in petty feuds, when you could fight the wicked race, i.e. the Muslims, occupying Christ's own sepulchre? Robert the monk's account continues, with Urban describing the Holy Land in almost poetic terms, to entice the crowd even further. He reminded them that this was indeed that land from Scripture, the land flowing with milk and honey, promised by God, the navel of the world, made sacred by Christ's life and death. Jerusalem, the royal city at the center of the earth, was now held captive by the enemies of God, and it begs for liberation. Urban called upon his listeners as the chosen people of God's war. He said, "From you especially, Jerusalem asks for succor, for God has given you glory in arms. Undertake this journey eagerly for the remission of your sins, and with the assurance of eternal glory in heaven." Well, it sounds like a pretty good deal, doesn't it? Remission of sins. I'm sure a few eyes darted back and forth, thinking, perhaps the sins I've committed will only be remissed if I do this. Well, the last line carried immense weight, of course. That is that spiritual reward, unprecedented in its scope, complete forgiveness from the Pope himself. This was a formal indulgence, essentially a promise that fighting for the holy war for the sake of Christ would wipe away the penance one owed for past wrongdoing. To a society deeply concerned with salvation in the afterlife, that was quite the incentive. Now imagine knights who had lived by the sword, often incurring blood guilt or excommunication for their violence, now being told that if they turned their sword in a more productive way, face it to the infidel, their sins could be washed clean. Very little wonder that the crowd, upon hearing all these appeals, roared in agreement and devotion. It kind of reminds me of when Oprah gave everybody a car. I'm sure you remember the crowd reaction. And let's not compare Oprah to Pope Urban II, shall we? But I'm sure you see what I'm getting at. So they shouted, Deus vult, God wills it. Moved by the unanimity, of the response, Urban reportedly rejoiced and declared, Indeed, God has drawn this cry from you. Let it be your war cry in battle, for it comes from God. The Pope then urged all who were able-bodied and prepared for the task to take up the call. He specifically forbade the weak, elderly, or women from going, so as not to burden the army, and he encouraged those who could not fight to support the endeavor financially. Urban appointed as the spiritual leader of the expedition Bishop Adhemar of Lipoi. Now who was that? Well, he was a respected, pious cleric from the area, and he volunteered right on the spot. Well, he then set the official departure for August of 1096. The crowd surged forward to pledge themselves to the journey, many receiving a cross-shaped cloth to stitch to their tunics. The origin of the term "to take the cross," the very mark of the Crusader. Now, some people think that they were stitching them straight into their skin. I've heard a few people say this before, and it seems their citation for it is the introduction of the video game Dante's Inferno. Now, don't get me wrong, it was an absolute banger, but no one was bringing out fishing hooks and stitching it directly into their skin, at least as far as I know. If they were, please correct me. So, in a mix of fiery rhetoric and heartful piety, the First Crusade was on like Donkey Kong. Urban's sermon deftly wove together all the key justifications that the Christians of the time found persuasive: defense of the fellow Christians and sacred sites, righteous vengeance against cruelty, and the channeling of violent impulses toward a holy purpose, the lure of spiritual and material rewards, and the sense of participating in God's grand design. It all sounds like a pretty win-win idea for those Crusaders. But let's break down each of those motivations more fully, and we'll see what made the Crusade feel not just appealing, but so necessary to so many people. Okay, so at its core, the First Crusade was kind of sold and definitely embraced as this act of profound faith. It was the physical manifestation of someone's faith in God through taking up the sword with God at your back and going off to some foreign land to just beat the living hell out of complete strangers. Well, it's one way to put it. But the men and women of 1096 called it a pilgrimage, really. or journey to Jerusalem done for Christ's sake. The word crusade comes from crux, for cross. You see, that was coined quite a bit later. At the time, participants thought of themselves first and foremost as pilgrims, but this time carrying swords. Understanding this mindset's pretty critical, by the way. They didn't see themselves as conquerors or marauders, but rather penitents and soldiers of God on a holy mission. One powerful religious motivation was the desire to liberate that holy land, especially Jerusalem. Now, of course, this was not going to come without a bloody good fight. People knew that, but they weren't going at it with bloodthirst in mind. It wasn't about that. Anyway, in Christian thought, Jerusalem, well, it wasn't just another city. It was the holiest place on the entire planet, the site of Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection, the location of the Holy Sepulchre, and the spiritual center of the world. Many believe that Jerusalem, because of this, should rightfully be in Christian hands, a fitting homage to Christ. You think about it this way. What if Mecca was overtaken by Christians? The Muslims would launch their own crusade, I suppose, or rather a jihad. Now, the idea that this sacred city was under the control of Muslims, whom they saw as heathens denying Christ, well, that was a deeply painful insult to pious Christians. There was this widespread yearning to restore Christian worship in Jerusalem's holy sites and to protect those places from dishonor. This was often framed not as a war of conquest, but as a moral obligation to Christ himself. Now, as Urban II implored, quote, "Let the holy sepulchre of the Lord our Saviour, which is possessed by unclean nations, especially in situ." There it is again, the holy sepulchre, treated with ignominy by unbelievers. That was the North Star, the rallying symbol that stirred the medieval imagination. Now, pilgrimage to Jerusalem, that was already the ultimate spiritual adventure in the Middle Ages, the top holiday destination. Those who managed to visit the holy city, rather, not the holiday city, despite the distance and danger, were revered at home as having done something courageous and holy. By recasting the Crusade as an armed pilgrimage, Urban made an innovative leap. He took up a very familiar act of devotion, pilgrimage, and fused it with a concept of holy war. Up to this point, mainstream Christian teaching had been ambivalent about warfare. Fighting was usually only condoned as a regrettable necessity in self-defense. But here, what we had was a war that was proactively called for by the sacred leadership. It had to be framed carefully to be acceptable to the Christian conscience. The solution was to emphasize the penitential aspect of the journey. Crusaders were often described as doing penance for their very act of taking up the cross. Instead of walking barefoot and unarmed to atone for sin as a typical pilgrim might, these penitents would carry a sword and lance, now weapons, symbols of God's service. But the church itself assured participants that their toils would count as a meritorious sacrifice. All the fasting, hardship, and danger they would endure on the march to Jerusalem would be like a great living prayer. If they were unlucky and died in the attempt, they were often compared to martyrs, giving their life for the love of Christ. One chronicler, Gilbert of Nogent, wrote later that God was literally pressing men's souls to undertake the Crusades as a means of salvation. The idea of dying for one's faith, that's been pretty much always honored in Christianity. the word martyr, and carries quite a deep significance, not just in Christianity either. But now fighting and perhaps dying to proclaim Christ's tomb could be seen in that exalted light. Martyrdom no longer just for those disciples, priests, and all the rest. Anyone could do it. But perhaps the most concrete religious incentive was the indulgence that Urban pronounced. While the previous popes had spiritual rewards to knights fighting in Spain, Urban's promise at Clermont was unprecedented in scope. Full remission of the sins, if they truly repented. To medieval Christians, steeped in the belief that sin required penance, and that unatoned sin meant a lifetime, or rather eternity, in purgatory, or even worse if you were that unlucky. It was like being handed a get-out-of-jail-free card. Pass go, collect $200. It really is hard to overstate how motivating this was. Many knights knew that they had bloody pasts. They had killed, pillaged, perhaps even violated the peace of God. But now the church told them, go and do this one thing, and the entire slate will be wiped clean by God's mercy. One eyewitness to Clermont wrote that Urban's call was a command of Christ, and those who heeded it could substitute the expedition for all penance. So in essence, the crusade was presented as a holy shortcut to grace. Think about it if you could, take one test, and then all of your student loan debt would be forgiven. I suppose these are we can frame them in our modern issues, I suppose. But in addition, religious culture at the time was imbued with the expectation of miracles and divine intervention. Many crusaders genuinely believed God would guide and protect them. This faith was reinforced as the expedition unfolded. In their chronicles, they credit God for every major victory. For example, when the Crusaders miraculously survived starvation and then captured the city of Antioch in 1098, they attributed to not their own skill, but God's favor. And of course, the discovering of a holy relic, that being the Holy Lance, said to be the spear that pierced the side of Christ. That, of course, boosted their morale quite a bit. And one leader, Count Raymond of Toulouse, insisted on carrying this relic into battle. Such events strengthened the conviction that the crusade was God's work. If hardships befell them, these were the tests of faith. If successes came, they were proof of divine blessing. And we even see a kind of apocalyptic zeal in play. Jerusalem held a place in the end-time prophecies for medieval Christians. If you're familiar with the book of Revelation and other texts, where they hint at Jerusalem's role in this second coming of Christ, some zealots likely believe that reclaiming Jerusalem would perhaps hasten the end of days and fulfill God's final plan for the world. While Urban II's recorded works focus on practical and pious reasons, the underlying religious sentiment among the masses, that certainly included hope of participating in a cosmic, divine story. Well, let's move on to a different set of justifications. Let's look at the ruling class of medieval Europe, this warrior aristocracy, knights and nobles living by the sword, both their calling and a curse. By the late 11th century, the Church had been grappling with the problem of knightly violence for generations. Knights, they were meant to protect the weak, uphold justice, but too often they preyed on the very people they should be defending. Feudal society was plagued by small-scale wars, disputes between lords, fights over inheritance, raids for plunder, or just vengeance. Common folk and churchmen alike suffered under this constant insecurity. The Peace of God movement, originating in France in the early 11th century, tried to forbid knights from harming non-combatants like peasants, clergy, women, and merchants. But the Truce of God went even further, and that prohibited warfare on certain days, and in Sundays, holy seasons, giving societies some kind of respite. These initiatives had a moral force, but enforcing them, that was another matter. You can make rules, sure, but rule breakers don't follow the rules. Many knights, they paid lip service to the peace and the truce, only to ignore them when ambition or anger flared up within them. The First Crusade, in the eyes of reformers like Urban II, well, that offered a brilliant solution. Turn their violent energies toward a righteous cause, rather than unrealistically trying to make these trained warriors lay down their arms and be good little boys. The Crusade gave them a chance to use their fighting skills in a more noble manner. And so in one fell swoop, the concept of Christian knighthood was completely transformed. No longer would a knight be merely a brutal enforcer for his own gain. He could now become a soldier of Christ, as some writers proudly dubbed the Crusaders Miles Christi. Now this was indeed a radical rebranding. War, if fought for God's justice, could not be a sin but rather a path to holiness. So contemporary accounts of Urban's sermon, they also highlight this appeal to knights, you see. One chronicler by Fulcher of Chartres, who was present at Clermont, by the way, recalls Urban urging these fighting men to cease their internal wars and instead fight against the infidel. Let those who have been robbers now become soldiers. That's a quote from Fulcher's version. Let those who have formerly fought against their brothers and relatives now fight, as is right, against barbarians. The Pope was effectively saying, stop all your petty squabbles. Let's team up for the ultimate noble battle. Fulcher also notes the promise, let those who have been serving as mercenaries for a small pay now obtain the eternal reward. And there's a poignant insight there. Many landless knights hired themselves out to scratch out a meager living, becoming little better than thugs for coin. And Urban, he offered them something grander, a chance to be part of a divinely sanctioned army, gain spiritual wages far beyond gold, an eternal retirement plan. The knightly class responded with enthusiasm. To be sure, their motives were a mix of idealism and self-interest. Medieval knights were concerned with honor, fame, and fealty. The Crusade promised honor on a colossal scale, the kind that would be celebrated in songs and chronicles. And indeed, we're still talking about it, so there's that. Now we know that many prominent nobles, of course, took the cross in 1096, including some of the most renowned lords of France and Norman Italy. So let's just quickly go through a quick character list, I suppose. And we'll mention a few of them just to illustrate their mindset. So first, we had Raymond IV, that is the Count of Toulouse. We have mentioned him, one of the richest and also the oldest nobles to go. He was deeply devout. Now in 1096 he was nearing 60 years of age, and he saw the crusade as a holy mission so important that he left his vast domains, even bringing his wife and family along, believe it or not. Chronicles note Raymond's piety. He reportedly wanted to die in the Holy Land and be buried there. Well, he didn't quite die on the march, but he never returned to Europe, staying to rule in the East, a sign of his long-term commitment to the cause. Then we have Godfrey of Bouillon, a duke from Lorraine. He also took up the cross quite early, but he had a quite complicated past. He had fought for the German emperor against the papacy in earlier years. Some speculate that by joining the Crusade he sought to atone for siding with the, quote, wrong side in that conflict, making peace with the church. He sold or mortgaged most of his property to finance the expedition. Pretty enormous personal sacrifice, that's for sure. And Godfrey became one of the Crusade's foremost commanders, ultimately elected the ruler of Jerusalem after its capture. Though here's something quite tellingly, he refused to wear the king's crown, quote, where Christ had worn a crown of thorns. So instead he took a different title, Defender of the Holy Sepulchre, reflecting the Christian ideal of humble service to God, even in victorious glory. But then we had Bohemond of Taranto, a Norman prince from southern Italy. He was a bit of a different sort, daring, ambitious, quite frank about seeking his fortune, to be honest with you. Bohemond had fought the Byzantines before. His father had tried to conquer the Greek Empire, so cynics might say that Bohemond joined the Crusade hoping to seize land for himself. There's certainly a few eyebrows raising at that. And indeed, during the campaign, he maneuvered to claim the city of Antioch as his own principality. Yet even Bohemond cloaked his venture in piety, and he won the admiration of those as a Crusader hero. He was at Clermont, too, to hear Pope Urban's call, and was moved enough to take the cross despite the rivalry with Byzantium. And that goes to show that even those with worldly aims seem to frame their participation as knightly honor and religious duty combined. Okay, last one. Tancred of Hauteville, Bohemond's young nephew. He exemplifies this chivalrous ideal. In chronicles, Tancred is portrayed as a model crusader, brave, relatively merciful to the conquered, and motivated by this genuine religious fervor. There is one story that is, well, admittedly it could be romanticized. It claims that Tancred lamented when the Crusaders, in the flush of victory, massacred the inhabitants of Jerusalem. He would have preferred that they convert rather than be killed. Well, whether that's true or not, such anecdotes reflect the self-image of knights as righteous warriors, not mere butchers. And it certainly goes out to those who want to save souls, rather than just send the infidels to that fiery pit. Whichever comes first, I suppose. Now, for knights like these, the Crusade had a social allure beyond the spiritual. Medieval society was hierarchical and local. The noble's fame usually extended only as far as his neighbor's eyes, but answering the Pope's call, that made the knight a part of a pan-European enterprise, one that chronicles would write about for posterity, and YouTubers would make videos about 900 years later. It is really hard to underplay the romantic appeal that this held for a warrior class, raised on these epic legends. Many of them grew up hearing that tales are like the Song of Roland, stories where noble Christian knights battled pure evil. So the First Crusade in their minds was living out a similar epic on the real stage of history. It was now their turn to become the paladins of Christendom. But then you have the pragmatic social factor. The laws of inheritance, also called primogeniture, often left younger sons of nobles with no land or titles, and of course, that's quite a problem. For those landless knights, war and adventure were the only real way to make name and potentially new estates. The East, with its rich cities like Antioch and Jerusalem, beckoned as a place of opportunity. Even Urban's speech, as reported by Robert the Monk, hints at Europe being overcrowded and poor, implying the East as a land of plenty by comparison, milk and honey, just like the scriptures. But whether or not the average crusader consciously thought that I'm going to get rich, the possibility of profit and plunder, well, that certainly loomed in the background. Whether or not people like to admit it, everybody acting as pious as possible. However, importantly, the moral narrative of the crusade reframed even material gain as part of God's will. If a knight gained wealth or land during the expedition, he could believe that it was God rewarding him for his service. One high-ranking participant, Stephan of Blois, wrote cheerfully to his wife from Antioch that he had twice as much wealth now as when he left, seeing absolutely no contradiction between spiritual aims and personal benefit. There's another social element that often gets overlooked, and that's peer pressure or feudal obligation. When major lords like Raymond or Godfrey took the cross, their vassals and knights were strongly inclined to follow. Entire feudal contingents went east under the lord's banners, and in a sense it became fashionable among the nobility to join the crusade. One could gain prestige at home simply by participating, whereas declining, well, you're a bit of a coward, aren't you? Well, for those on the fence, seeking neighbors and fellow knights rush out to pledge themselves must have been quite persuasive. It's akin to a wave of enthusiasm sweeping through a warrior class. A new definition of what it meant to be a true knight emerged, one who fights for God, not just for himself. You see, the call to crusade didn't only inspire nobles and the hardened warrior class, but ordinary people too. Medieval society, high and low, was deeply religious. The idea of rescuing Christ's patrimony and earning eternal merit, well, that proved to be quite popular across all social classes. So within months of Urban's sermon, a spontaneous movement of common folk, later dubbed the People's Crusade, had ignited. This outpouring, while quite less organized and ultimately tragic in outcome, it shows how compelling the vision was to the average man on the street in 1096. So one figure stands out in the grassroots crusading enthusiasm: Peter the Hermit. He was a charismatic preacher, often described as a gaunt, barefoot monk riding a donkey, who traveled through France and Germany preaching the crusade to anyone who would listen to him. By all accounts, he was apparently quite mesmerizing. People flocked to touch his robe, or even pluck hairs from his mule's tail as if to carry a piece of this holy man's zeal. Peter the Hermit's sermons stirred villagers and townsfolk to leave their ploughs and shops and join the march to Jerusalem. And so he became the unofficial leader of tens of thousands of would-be crusaders, but not armored knights. Farmers, laborers, women, elderly, even children, all swept up by that apocalyptic excitement. So they believed that if knights could go and fight for God's tomb, why not them as well? After all, they're Christians too. Some sources suggest that Peter preached the Lord would protect the simple and meek on this journey, possibly even working miracles on their behalf. A bold claim. Let's see how it works out. Well, we shouldn't make jokes about that now, shouldn't we? Well, the People's Crusade, as it is often called, set out in spring of 1096, months before the official departure date and largely without any church authorization. It was as if the floodgates of passion had burst. This ill-trained mob included pious souls sincerely seeking to do God's will, but also riff-raff and miscreants who saw a chance for loot or a bit of adventure. Their march across Europe was chaotic, lacking discipline. Some groups in the People's Crusade committed horrific excesses, revealing a darker side of mass zeal. Most notorious were the attacks on the Jews in the Rhineland. Certain bands of crusaders, led by minor nobles like Count Emmiko of Leiningen, decided on their way to fight the Muslim infidels, they would first need to deal with the ones that they perceived at home, i.e., the Jews. So in Speyer, Worms, Mainz, and other cities along the Rhine, these mobs massacred Jewish women, children, and the men, forcing conversions or simply slaughtering those who refused. Well, it was strongly condemned by local bishops, of course. They tried, often in vain, to shelter people. It didn't quite work out. Yet it happened, precisely because the crusading fervor was so intense, and of course, a little bit misdirected among the lower ranks. These perpetrators twisted the Crusade's idea, the war for Christianity, into an excuse to murder people, and anyone who they saw as Christ killers or infidels were on the menu for that. For them, in this reasoning, the Crusade had to happen, not only in Jerusalem, but against any perceived enemy of Christ. And this is important. As a sobering note, while the main aim was freeing the Holy Land from Muslim rule, the entire atmosphere in general of holy war could ignite uncontrolled fanaticism. So, moving east, Peter the Hermit's masses and similar groups of peasants reached Byzantine territory in 1096, unruly and hungry. The Byzantine Emperor Alexios, astonished and somewhat dismayed at these ragtag hordes suddenly showing up out of nowhere, quickly ferried them across the Bosphorus into Asia Minor, mainly just to keep them away from Constantinople. There, the People's Crusade met its doom. Unarmed peasants and undisciplined militias were no match for the seasoned Turkish troops. In the fall of 1096, these ill-fated enthusiasts were ambushed and massacred by the Seljuks shortly after entering Muslim-held territory. Only a handful of them, Peter the Hermit among them, survived to later join the main Crusade armies. The People's Crusade, despite its tragic end, exemplifies how ordinary Christians of the time felt the Crusade was necessary and urgent. Many of these folks had very little to gain materially. Some even was walking barefoot, trusting God to provide. Motivations were often naively spiritual. Chroniclers like Albert of Aachen relate almost unbelievable anecdotes. A segment of common crusaders became so carried away that they followed a goose and a goat that they claimed were filled with the Holy Spirit and divinely ordained to lead them to Jerusalem. So picture that, scores of devout peasants walking behind the goose, singing hymns and sincerely believing that God's voice was guiding the animal to the holy place. Seems a bit silly, but it does show the nearly hysterical level of religious excitement, a mass psychosis of faith. Well, what about the economic factors? At least for the common people. You see, while knights needed costly armor and thus often had to sell off their lands or take loans to finance their trip, the poorer crusaders obviously had quite fewer resources. Some very real economics underlay their decisions, A peasant living in grinding poverty under heavy feudal burdens might see the crusade as a kind of chance to start up a new life, or at least a temporary escape from their woes. The Middle Ages had limited mobility. To go on a crusade was in some cases to throw off one's feudal obligations. The Church tried to ease the way by, for example, suspending debts for those who took the cross and forbidding creditors to seize their lands while they were away. And this meant a debtor could depart without fear of returning to complete ruin. Something like a fresh start. I mean, when you have nothing to lose. Well, townspeople, too, might have been enticed by the thought of profitable trade in the East, or simply swept up by pious patriotism for Christianity. Urban had explicitly encouraged the rich to aid the poor in going, and indeed many nobles did sponsor and equip poorer neighbors or neighbors or vassals to join the march, and this created a sense of communal endeavor. Everybody, rich or poor, could share in the spiritual riches of the crusade. All of this mass enthusiasm was further stoked by a network of itinerant preachers, and that's beyond Peter the Hermit. All across France and Germany, clergymen took up Urban's cause, preaching in churches, public squares. They all spoke in the vernacular languages, so even the illiterate listeners could grasp the message. Now, do remember that back in those days, the Bible was not translated for the common people to read. You would go to a mass in Latin and just, ask questions to the preacher afterwards, I suppose. Well, miracles, too. They were reported as signs of God's divine favor. There were tales of heavenly lights pointing the way east, or if divine apparitions urging people to go on, they were considered miracles, too. In Genoa, it's said that the city's patron saint appeared in a vision to assure support for a fleet. Whether that's true or rumor, it certainly galvanized those faithful. And by the time the main armies of the First Crusade left Europe in the late summer of 1096, an estimated 60 to 100,000 people were on the move, including non-combatants. Now, this was an unprecedented migration. It included women, some who went to support their husbands, priests, to provide spiritual guidance, and all manner of camp followers. The journey was extremely arduous, across the Balkans, through the harsh winter in Anatolia and beyond, but the motivating fire for many was the vision of the holy city, and the conviction that they were part of God's grand plan. Now it is worth emphasizing, too, that many truly experienced what they thought was divine intervention along the way. When hardship struck, starvation, disease, heat, it caused disillusionment in some. A few turned back, yet a core persisted, bolstered by religious resolve and by leaders who kept reminding them of the sacred purpose. A sunk cost fallacy, I suppose. Thus, popular fervor was both the fuel and at times the uncontrolled wildfire of the crusade. It made it a people's movement, in addition to a princely one, and it just shows again why contemporaries felt that it had to happen right now. A French farmer in the day might say, we just simply have to help our Lord and our brothers. God himself calls us. There was a sense of immediacy. Many believed that failing to respond to God's summons would invite divine wrath, or at least be a terrible shame. And if everybody else was going off to the crusade, you wouldn't want to be the one guy in the village who didn't. With so many ordinary folk convinced and participating, The First Crusade took on this air of a popular apocalypse, a showdown between the faithful and the forces of darkness, and in every way, every Christian soul could play their own part. Anyone can be a hero. Of course, faith and fervor, they were the driving forces. But we'd be a bit silly to ignore the political and economic factors that made the whole thing feasible, and also in some leaders' eyes desirable. Here's the thing, and I'll be honest with you. No matter what they tell you, you've always just got to follow the money. Someone benefits. Someone's making something. It doesn't mean that the whole ideal is null and void. But where there's money to be made, the people who want to make it all rush on in. Now, the late 11th century, that was a time in general of intense papal ambition and Christian statecraft, and the Crusaders served those ends, even as it wore the mantle of piety. So, let's consider all of that now. Look at how the political motives align sometimes a little uncomfortably with the more religious and pious narrative. First, the papacy itself had reasons to champion such a venture. Pope Urban II, as we have mentioned, was a reformer following in the footsteps of the great Pope Gregory VII. Now, as for Gregory, he'd once envisioned raising an army of knights to aid Byzantium and maybe even reclaim Jerusalem as early as the 1070s. Well, spoiler alert, that plan never materialized due to conflicts in Europe, but it does show that the idea was germinating in reformist circles. By 1095, Urban saw an opportunity to assert the leadership of the Roman Church over all Christendom. If the Pope could raise an army by mere power of his word, an army not to fight other Christians, as in past political quarrels, but to fight the enemies of God, it would dramatically elevate the spiritual authority of his office. And yes, it is a hell of a legacy. No pun intended with the usage of the word hell. He would, in effect, become the leader of not just the papacy, but Christendom in a very tangible way, commanding not just prayer and doctrine, but armies of the faithful. And you have to remember, at this time, the papacy had been locked in a struggle with secular rulers, the investiture controversy with the Holy Roman Empire, who had ultimate sway over Christendom. The First Crusade, whether intentionally or not, seems to have sidestepped all of these little squabbles. And no reigning king, by the way, went on the crusade. The King of France, Philip I, was excommunicated at the time and stayed home. The Holy Roman Emperor, Henry IV, was tied up in a conflict with the Pope. And the King of England, William II, well, he just wasn't interested. Yeah, no interest from the English, I'm afraid, in the First Crusade. And so this left Urban with a clear field to rally the nobility and knights without royal interference. It is a telling detail. The Crusades were largely led by second-tier monarchs and great lords, rather than kings, and it meant that the Pope's influence was very important. In calling and legitimizing the crusade, Urban was effectively superseding kings in the eyes of many, a bold statement of papal primacy. Of course, if the kings aren't around, who's the second in command? This whole thing was Urban's idea in the first place, so he better be around to take a bit of responsibility. Now, let's consider the Byzantine angle. Emperor Alexios Komnenos, who had asked for help, and surely hoped for a force he could control or that would return his lost territories to him. Urban's call fulfilled part of that request. It brought a force far larger than Alexios expected, even frighteningly so. From a Western perspective, aiding fellow Christians in the East was a noble justification. Chroniclers often mention that the Eastern Church was in anguish and needed relief. Urban's own letter to the French churches after Clermont framed this crusade as coming to the rescue of Eastern Christendom. He wrote, "The Christians of the East have implored our aid." This fostered a sense of Christian unity across East-West lines, a potentially healing gesture after the schism. Some believe that Urban also had in mind the reunion of the churches under Rome's leadership. A little ambitious. But if Western knights saved Byzantium, perhaps the Byzantine Church would acknowledge the debt that they owed to the papacy. In any case, to an 11th century Christian knight fighting to protect fellow Christians, whether they be Greeks, Armenians, Syrians, etc., from Turkish oppression, well, that was a just and noble cause. For the great lords who led the Crusade armies, the Prince's Crusade, as we might now call it, political and territorial ambitions walked hand in hand with piety. And don't be naive. Don't think that those like Bohemond, Raymond, or Baldwin of Boulogne were indifferent to worldly gains. Once again, we can't slip into this romanticism of King Arthur-like knightly virtue. Quite a few of them hoped to carve out their own leaderships in the East, and indeed, as events turned out, some Crusade leaders became rulers of the new Crusader states. Baldwin took Edessa in 1098 and later became the king of Jerusalem. Bohemond settled as the Prince of Antioch. Was this outcome completely planned from the start? What do you think? Well, not officially. If it was, they didn't talk about it out loud. They all swore oaths to Emperor Alexios in Constantinople to return former Byzantine lands to him. But the temptation of land and tithe in the exotic East proved to be a little too strong. When Alexios did not or could not help at crucial moments, like during the siege of Antioch, Crusade leaders felt released from their promises. They often justified taking possession of cities in moral terms, either as fair reward for their bloodshed or because the Greeks, quote, abandoned the Crusaders, thus voiding any obligation they had to them. In the context of 1095 to 99, it's important to note that these princes could sincerely reconcile ambition with holy purpose. A knightly lord might rationalize, God wants us to have these lands to better defend Christendom on earth. For example, when Baldwin of Boulogne assumed control of the county of Edessa, becoming the first Crusader prince to found a state, by the way, he did so at the invitation of Christian Armenians living there, who needed protection against the Muslims. Baldwin became the adopted heir of an Armenian lord and took over Edessa's governance. One could view this cynically as opportunism. Baldwin's first thought was not Jerusalem, but securing a personal domain. But look at it from another angle. Baldwin's actions planted a Christian bastion deep within enemy territory, and arguably, that was going to be a pretty big advantage for a wider crusade. I suppose maybe a little bit of both columns is true. Baldwin likely saw it as a fortunate turn for himself and a service to the cause, protecting fellow Christians on the flank of the main army. This dual reasoning shows how Crusaders merged this principle with a kind of pragmatism. Now, in terms of economic motives, yes, they were there, but they played a little bit of a subtler role. Behind the nobility stood the Italian mercantile cities. Think about Genoa, Pisa, Venice, and they were quick to support the crusade with ships and supplies. Really, the best thing they could do was provide a navy. These city-states recognized that if the Levantine ports were captured by Latin Christians, it would open lucrative trade routes for them. Almost as soon as Crusaders began winning victories, Italian fleets arrived to assist. And, of course, to share in the profits. Cha-ching. Plenty of them to be had. For instance, a Genoese fleet helped the Crusaders take Antioch and later Jerusalem, and in return, Genoa received trading quarters and privileges in those cities. While these arrangements were not the initial driver of the crusade, the expectation of an economic reward certainly helps get support from those who might otherwise remain on the sidelines. Like we always say here, it always greases the wheels. A merchant or craftsman might justify backing the crusade, or even going in person, by the prospect that new markets and wealth would flow from a Christian-controlled Holy Land. And again, the medieval mindset, commerce and faith, they weren't really contradictory. Success in trade, well, that's just another one of God's blessings. Another angle of political motivation was the prestige and influence to be gained by participants. For younger nobles without much inheritance, joining the crusade in the retinue of a famous lord offered quite a chance of advancement. Many obscure knights made names for themselves through bravery or leadership during the crusade. Chronicles celebrated individuals who would otherwise be forgotten simply because they took part in this grand affair, a rare opportunity for social mobility, or at least fame, a kind of feudal ambition. Well, there is also this balance of sincere faith and shrewd politics, which is perhaps embodied best by Pope Urban II himself. After Clermont, he continued preaching throughout Europe, drumming up support for the expedition. He must have been astounded by the scale of the response. It exceeded even the most optimistic of hopes, yet he always framed the crusade as fundamentally a spiritual endeavor. If there were political side benefits, healing the schism, asserting papal leadership, curbing knightly violence at home, these were portrayed as happy little accidents, a corollary to doing God's work. In fact, Urban never visited the Holy Land, nor did he live to see the outcome. He died in 1099, just 2 weeks after Jerusalem fell, apparently without even knowing the news. Yeah, it took a while for the news to reach you back then. But he had set in motion a movement that would recast the political landscape of the Mediterranean, and from a long-term perspective, the Crusade created Latin Christian states in the East and dramatically increased Western influence. Those outcomes might have been intended or perhaps unintended, but for the people of the time, they were often interpreted as part of God's providence. So, political motivations in their thinking did not really detract from the sense of righteousness. Really, they were entwined. A medieval noble or clergyman could believe that strengthening Christendom's unity and territory was itself a godly goal. There was no hard separation between political and religious spheres as we might think of today. No separation of church and state back then. The church was the state. Installing a Christian prince in Antioch or a Latin patriarch in Jerusalem, that was seen as both a strategic win and a spiritual triumph. The figure of Saladin Yusuf ibn Uyub, known to the Latin West as Saladin, loomed large in Crusader history. as the Kurdish Sultan who united Syria and Egypt and recaptured Jerusalem from the Christians in 1187, Saladin became at once the scourge of Latin Christendom, but paradoxically, one of its most respected adversaries. Medieval European writers, churchmen, Crusader knights, and later historians had a hard time characterizing this formidable Muslim leader. Was he a cruel enemy of Christ, an instrument of God's punishment for Christian sins, or was he a chivalrous and gallant foe worthy of a respectful admiration? The answer varied over time and across sources, and that's what we're going to be exploring today, drawing on primary accounts from the 12th and 13th century with later medieval reflections noted for context. We'll trace a thematic yet chronological path, from early grudging respect in the 1170s through to the shock and trauma of the Battle of Hattin and the fall of Jerusalem, into the era of the Third Crusade, where Richard the Lionheart's complex relationship with Saladin became something of legend, and onward, there are subsequent generations of Crusader chronicles, and even medieval poets remembered this sultan. Throughout, we'll let the voices of the contemporaries speak for themselves, revealing a nuanced tapestry of fear, respect, but also hostility and admiration. Despite Saladin being the nemesis of the Crusader states, some Latin writers could not deny his military genius and other personal virtues. Others vilified him as the incarnation of a heathen evil, a new Nebuchadnezzar, a cruel enemy of God, sent to scourge the faithful. Many reconciled these views by casting Saladin as a scourge allowed by God due to Christian failings, even as they noted his honorable conduct. Well, by examining the chronicle entries, battlefield anecdotes, and diplomatic correspondence, I think by the end of it we'll see how Saladin's military reputation, his reputed chivalry and magnanimity, the religious prism through which the Crusaders saw him, and the diplomatic interactions he had with the Christian lords, all leave us with a very complex portrait. In particular, the famous rivalry and mutual respect with King Richard I during the Third Crusade. I think it reveals both a fierce antagonism and genuine esteem. So, let's begin with all that in mind. But let me welcome you to the channel first. Hello to any newcomers, and hello to anybody returning. Good to see you all. And I hope you can tell me in the comments where you're listening from. What time is it in your part of the world? And thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and the merch store. Like and subscribe. Let us begin. Saladin. He first entered the fray of the Crusades as a young commander under his uncle, Shirkuh, and then as a vizier of Egypt in the 1170s. The Kingdom of Jerusalem's chronicler, William of Tyre, writing in the late 12th century, provides one of the earliest Latin assessments of Saladin. William was aware of Saladin's rise in Egypt and Syria, and when he died in 1186, before Saladin's capture of Jerusalem, his chronicle notes Saladin's character in striking terms. William describes Saladin, when he succeeded Shirkuh in Egypt in 1169, as, quote, a man of keen intelligence, vigorous in war, unusually generous. And he illustrates this generosity with an anecdote. After Saladin overthrew the Fatimid Caliph in 1171, he seized the treasury of Cairo, but he gave everything away to his soldiers, emptying the coffers within days. Praise like this, it's notable coming from a Christian prelate. It suggests that even earlier on, observers in Outremer recognized Saladin's military vigor and largesse, qualities admired by that knightly ethos. But William's tone is pretty measured, acknowledging Saladin's strengths without overt disdain, an implicit respect for a rising adversary. At the same time, William sounded the alarm about the growing power of Saladin's empire. He noted that the union of Egypt and Syria under Saladin posed, I quote, an obvious and immediate peril to the Latin states of the East. Thus, even before 1187, Saladin was respected as a formidable foe, vigorous in war, and feared as the architect of a new, united Muslim front, threatening the Crusader kingdom. Throughout the 1170s and 80s, Saladin and the Crusaders had intermittent clashes. Latin chroniclers of this period often frame Saladin as the principal antagonist of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, yet sometimes with grudging admiration for his leadership. For instance, William of Tyre records how Saladin and King Baldwin IV, the leper king, negotiated truces in the early 1180s to halt continuous war. Despite being an infidel enemy, Saladin is portrayed as a ruler who could be reasoned with, a rational actor in diplomacy. A treaty in 1180 guaranteed free commerce between Frankish and Muslim lands through raiders like Reynald de Chatillon, one of the more reckless Crusader lords. He notoriously breached it. William chastises these Latin sons of Belial who provoked Saladin by attacking Muslim caravans during truces. And this acknowledgement is significant. It shows a Crusader chronicler implicitly recognizing Saladin's sense of justice. Saladin lodged formal complaints over the treaty breaches, and only went to war when the Franks failed to rein in their rogue lord. In other words, Saladin doesn't really appear as a mere bloodthirsty invader, but as a ruler responding in firm fashion to transgressions. William's account even suggests that had the Latins had been more united and law-abiding, Saladin's advance might have been checked. Instead, their internal discord and greed gave Saladin plenty of openings to exploit. And by 1185, after years of skirmishes, a fragile truce prevailed. But when King Baldwin IV died, and factionalism paralyzed the Crusader court, Saladin watched for an opportunity. Latin writers sensed the storm on the horizon. Patriarch Heraclius of Jerusalem and others sent letters to Europe, pleading, begging for aid, portraying Saladin in apocalyptic terms, trying to provoke a response. One contemporary letter called him, quote, Saladin himself the cruel enemy of Christ, gathering forces to besiege Jerusalem. Language like this certainly lays bare the religious dimension of how Crusaders viewed Saladin, not just as a political foe, but as the enemy of the Christian faith incarnate, a scourge permitted by God to test the faithful. The papal bull, Audita Tremendi, of 1187, issued after Jerusalem's fall, likewise painted the calamity as a judgment on Christian sin, with Saladin as the, quote, savage barbarian executing God's punishment, though the bill did not name him directly. It was pretty obvious who they were referring to, though. Thus, on the eve of Hattin and Jerusalem's loss, the prevalent Crusader view oscillated between fearsome respect for Saladin's prowess and a theological framing of him as this enemy of God. This set the stage for the cataclysm to come, which would sear the name of Saladin into the Crusader memory. In July 1187, disaster struck the Crusader kingdom at the horns of Hattin. Saladin's army practically annihilated the flower of Frankish knighthood, capturing King Guy of Lusignan and many nobles. Soon after, Jerusalem itself was taken. These events generated numerous Crusader accounts that both demonize and paradoxically praise Saladin. The Old French continuation of William of Tyre, also known as the Chronicle of Ernol, written in the early 13th century by a participant squire, provides a vivid narrative of Hattin and its aftermath from the Christian perspective. The chronicler attributes the defeat partly to divine wrath for the sins of the Christians, explicitly stating that after the tactical missteps, quote, the anger of God was so great against the Christian host because of their sins that Saladin vanquished them quickly. Of course, this reflects a pretty common trope. Saladin is the instrument of God, triumphant, not purely by his own merit, but because of the Crusaders' moral failures, disunity, breaking truces, arrogance, this kind of thing. All of this came together to incur God's punishment. Thus, God sent Saladin to get them. But even so, the detailed description of Saladin's strategy at Hattin shows begrudging admiration for his generalship. The chronicler describes how Saladin ordered his men to collect brushwood, dry grass, and early the next morning he ordered the fires to be lit, using smoke and thirst to break the Crusaders' resistance. It notes how he denied water to the Frankish host, and even dumped water in front of them to worsen their anguish. A cruel, but effective psychological tactic. Such details show how Saladin's shrewdness and tactical ingenuity on the battlefield, as acknowledged by his foes. While the aftermath of Hattin produced one of the most iconic anecdotes in Crusader chronicles, Saladin's handling of the captured lords, especially King Guy and Renaud de Chatillon. The Old French continuation relates that Saladin invited the thirsty King Guy to drink from a golden cup, an act signifying mercy, since in Muslim custom to give a captive drink was to assure his life. But when Guy handed the cup to Renaud, Saladin did not like it. He became enraged, perhaps because he had not personally extended this mercy to Renaud. In fact, Renaud de Chatillon was infamous for his atrocities. He had harassed Muslim caravans, and even attempted to raid Islam's holy cities. Saladin had sworn to kill him. The chronicle dramatically records Saladin's word and deed. He confronted Renaud, calling him a pig, and asked what Renaud would do if their roles were reversed. Renaud's defiant answer, that he would kill Saladin, prompted Saladin to draw his sword and execute Renaud on the spot. The scene is related with a kind of horrific awe. Saladin comes across as both chivalrous and sternly just. He honored King Guy as a fellow monarch, but meted out deadly justice to Renaud, whom even Christian writers admit had broken truces and behaved dishonorably. The continuation doesn't shy away from depicting Saladin's harshness, beheading a prominent captive, yet it implies that this was retribution Renaud brought upon himself. They seemed to be almost kind of embarrassed that Renaud de Chatillon was on their side. Well, in fact, in the earlier account, when Saladin offers Renaud a final chance to repent, Renaud's insolence seals his fate. Apparently he'd said, "So help me God, I would cut off your head." It's not a good way to get Saladin to change his mind. So to the Crusader readers, Saladin's action, though brutal, could be seen as that of a righteous avenger punishing a villain, that even the Franks had mixed feelings about. Soon after Hattin, Saladin swept through the kingdom, reclaiming as many cities as he could. His siege of Jerusalem in September of 1187 forced the Holy City's largely civilian defenders into desperate negotiations. Crusader chroniclers here highlight that Saladin's reputation was one of mercy and chivalry, especially in the contrast to the bloody capture of Jerusalem in the First Crusade of 1099, about 100 years before. The French continuation and Latin eyewitness letters recount how Balian of Ibelin led Jerusalem's defenses, but ultimately bargained for surrender. Initially, Saladin offered generous terms. He promised that if the city capitulated peacefully, he would spare the people and allow them to leave with their possessions. He, quote, did not want to risk damage to the holy places in an assault. The chronicler notes that the Jerusalemites refused these terms out of a kind of misguided zeal, declaring that they would never surrender the city. Only after Saladin breached the wall on the 29th of September, and the situation became hopeless, did negotiations resume. The accounts describe a dramatic parley. Saladin, initially intent on taking the city by storm and sparing no one, angered that his earlier mercy was spurned, is met by Balian under a flag of truce. Balian warns that if no mercy is given, the cornered Franks would inflict a final slaughter, killing their own families, destroying the Muslim holy sites including the Dome of the Rock, and dying to the last man in a futile battle. This dire threat of a citywide destruction pact and desecration forced the hand of Saladin. According to Ernol's chronicle, Saladin capitulated in the face of this blackmail and agreed to spare the populace, but he did demand ransom payments, 10 dinars per man, 5 per woman, 2 per child. Those who paid would be free. Those who couldn't would be enslaved. Here is where the Crusader sources emphasize Saladin's pragmatism, tempered with a little bit of compassion, at least compassion for the 12th century. Balian protested that most in the city were poor refugees who could never afford such sums. Moved by these pleas, and after much haggling, Saladin compromised. He accepted a lump sum of 30,000 bezants to free thousands of the poor. Even after this, when 15,000 Christians still remained destitute and slated for slavery at the expiration of the ransom period, Saladin showed further clemency. He gifted 1,000 of them to his brother Al-Adil and 500 to Balian and the Patriarch, effectively freeing those 2,000 out of charity. Medieval Christian writers took careful note of these acts. The image of Saladin graciously allowing women and children and the poor to depart Jerusalem unharmed stood in a stark contrast to the massacre that followed the conquest in 1099 by the other side. Frankly, it astonished and impressed contemporaries. The 12th century English historian William of Newburgh, writing a few years later in far-off England, remarked with a tinge of shame perhaps, that the Muslims' mercy at Jerusalem in 1187 outshone the Christians' deeds there before. In Crusader narrative, Saladin at Jerusalem emerges as both a feared conqueror and a merciful liberator. He fulfilled his vow to reclaim Islam's holy city, yet largely spared the inhabitants' lives, thus winning a reputation for chivalrous restraint even among his enemies. But hold your horses. Not all accounts were glowing. Some Latin commentators still stressed Saladin's cruelty in victory. An anonymous Christian tract titled On the Conquest of the Holy Land by Saladin, written in the 1180s, lamented the plight of the enslaved and exiled, casting Saladin as a cruel tyrant, despite the negotiated surrender. Likewise, a Latin chronicle of the Third Crusade compiled in the 1190s, often simply called the Itinerarium, describes Saladin's conquest of 1187 in hostile tone. Its prologue, refers to Saladin as, quote, the enemy of Christendom, and it launches into a moral critique of his rise. Interestingly, the Itinerarium author digs up sordid rumors to tarnish Saladin's character, accusing him of moral degeneracy in his youth, licensing prostitution in Damascus to fund his ambitions, and of treacherous opportunism, i.e., marrying Nur al-Din's widow and disinheriting Nur al-Din's young son to seize power. All such allegations, whether they be true or not, show the propagandistic effort by Latin writers to present Saladin as morally illegitimate, a way to reconcile how a wicked man could triumph over the people of God. The Itinerarium even compares Saladin to infamous tyrants. One passage likens his cruelty to that of Nero and the wickedness of King Herod. Clearly, in the immediate wake of Jerusalem's loss, many crusaders vilified Saladin to stoke outrage and piety among the European audience. He was the new Babylonian, the infidel sultan, who trampled the Holy Cross, the true cross relic captured at Hattin. Yet even this same source concedes a theological point. Saladin could not have exceeded, except that although Saladin is God's tool to punish sin, the real cause of Christian defeat was internal discord and their own sinfulness. Thus, within a single chronicle, we find a dual image, Saladin as a scourge of God and a bone-chilling villain, but his success ultimately attributed to the Christians themselves, rather than his inherent superiority. This nuanced blame reflects the Crusaders' struggle to explain their defeat, while still maintaining faith in divine favor. So to sum it all up, the period of 1187 to 89 solidified Saladin's image in the Crusader mind. He was the mighty conqueror who shattered their realm, an object of both hatred and reluctant esteem. Chroniclers from the Levant, like Ernol's, remember him as a just and even merciful person at Jerusalem, while polemical writings circulating in Europe painted him in darker tones. Still, across these accounts, common threads emerge. Saladin is brave, sagacious, and pious in his own faith, and his victories are seen as a humbling lesson for Christendom. His ambivalent reputation only grew during the Third Crusade, when Western princes personally encountered the legendary Sultan on the battlefield and in diplomacy. Of course, the Third Crusade brought King Richard I of England, that being King Richard the Lionheart, face to face, albeit never sword to sword in combat with Saladin, spawning stories of mutual respect that really became the stuff of legend. Contemporary Crusader chronicles devote extensive pages to the duel of wits and arms between the two famed leaders. And through their eyes, perhaps we see the most nuanced view of Saladin, that of a worthy adversary. A significant corpus of primary evidence comes from the Third Crusade, the Latin Itinerarium Peregrinorum, the Old French verse chronicle of Ambroise, who accompanied Richard, and the chronicles of Roger of Howden in England, and letters written during the campaign. These sources consistently depict a relationship between Richard and Saladin, marked by fierce hostility and a curious personal admiration. From the outset, Latin authors emphasize that unlike previous crusades, this campaign pit the Christians against an, quote, excellent military leader and even better diplomat, Saladin. The implication's pretty clear. The Franks knew they were up against no ordinary foe, but one whose tactical skill and statesmanship demanded respect. When Richard arrived in the Holy Land in 1191, he found that Saladin's reputation preceded him. The Sultan's very name galvanized the Crusaders' zeal, even as it commanded their caution. The chronicles of the Siege of Acre, 1189 to 1191, and subsequent battles highlight Saladin's prowess and the difficulty the Crusaders faced facing him. During the long siege of Acre, Saladin's forces encircled the besiegers, effectively turning the siege into a two-front struggle. An anonymous Christian eyewitness notes how Saladin's banners and brightly colored tents dotted the hills around Acre, a constant reminder of his innumerable army that harassed the Crusaders day and night. Richard's arrival turned the tide at Acre, but even after the city fell, Saladin remained a formidable opponent in the field. In the campaign of 1191, Richard led the Crusader armies south along the coast. Saladin shadowed them inland, waiting for Richard to make some kind of mistake. This reflects the actual strategy recorded by contemporaries. Saladin repeatedly tried to provoke or exploit any weakness in the Crusader march, knowing a rash move could give him victory. The climactic Battle of Arsuf, September 1191, demonstrates how Latin writers credited Saladin with tactical skill. They describe him following constantly through the hills and choosing the battlefield, forcing Richard into a pitched encounter. The battle narratives often praise the generalship of Richard, but implicitly they praise Saladin too, for it required all of Richard's skill to win a hard-fought victory at Arsuf against the forces of Saladin. Notably, at Arsuf, despite defeat, Saladin preserved most of his army and continued to resist. The Crusader chronicles acknowledge that Saladin's resistance frustrated Richard's hopes of a quick march upon Jerusalem. And so, as the campaign wore on, the mutual respect between the adversaries became a dominant theme in the Christian accounts. One famous episode, recorded by the chronicler Ambroise and repeated in later tales, involves Saladin's chivalrous gestures towards Richard. During an encounter possibly at Arsuf or Jaffa, Richard's horse was killed beneath him in battle, and Saladin, seeing the English king on foot and vulnerable, swiftly sent him 2 replacement horses, so that the fight could continue on equal terms. Pretty remarkable, isn't it? Of course, this act astonished both sides and was taken as proof of Saladin's chivalry. But don't worry, some modern historians want to ruin the fun and question whether it literally happened or was later romanticized. But either way, contemporary Crusaders certainly believed it. The story circulated widely enough to be recorded in multiple sources. Similarly, when Richard fell seriously ill with fever in the winter of 1191-92, Saladin is said to have sent him fresh fruits, pears, and snow-cooled sherbets to aid in his recovery. These instances were cited in chronicles, even as evidence that Saladin and Richard, for all their enmity, esteemed each other as noble warriors. Saladin won the reputation for being exceptionally chivalrous. He and Richard I each became each other's favorite opponent. The very fact that such gestures were reported by Christian writers shows how eagerly they latched onto narratives of honor. It allowed them to cast the war not merely as a clash of barbarians and civilization, but almost a contest between 2 peer champions who both shared a warrior code. The Third Crusade, however, was not all battle. It was punctuated by negotiation, truces, and proposals, which Crusader sources detail with great interest. Perhaps the most extraordinary diplomatic episode was the proposal to unite Richard's family with Saladin's, an event so startling that some chronicles even omitted it, but it is confirmed by reliable near-contemporary accounts. In late 1191, Richard suggested a marriage alliance. His widowed sister, Joan, the Queen of Sicily, would marry Saladin's brother Al-Adil, with Jerusalem to be their joint kingdom. The old French continuation of Tyre is the lone Frankish source to mention this, and even there it's hinted that perhaps Saladin himself initiated the idea, which is frankly doubtful. Eastern writers, like Baha al-Din, make clear that it was Richard's gambit. The very seriousness with which this most implausible scheme was treated speaks volumes about the respect between the leaders. Saladin was willing to consider peace through kinship with his foe, and Richard trusted Saladin's honor enough to entertain handing Jerusalem to Saladin's own family by marriage. Ultimately, the plan fell apart. Apparently, Richard's sister refused to marry a Muslim unless he converted, and political opposition on both sides was just, it was too strong. It was never going to work. But Crusader chronicles, who do discuss it, convey a sense of the almost camaraderie that had developed. Richard and Al-Adil met in person repeatedly, developed a rapport and traded gifts. They even shared a few meals together. Through Al-Adil acting as an intermediary, Richard and Saladin exchanged proposals and courtesies. This did not mean an end to war, far from it, but it created a foundation of mutual respect that undergirded later treaty talks. Even the negotiation process impressed the Latins. They saw Saladin, unlike some fanatical caricature. He could engage in pragmatic and even cordial diplomacy, when it suited his goals, I suppose. Yet for all the chivalry, don't forget, the war was bitter. Crusader accounts do not shy away from criticizing Saladin when he and Richard clashed fiercely. A notorious incident was the massacre of Muslim prisoners at Acre in August of 1191. After that city's capitulation, thousands of Muslim garrison troops became prisoner. Richard agreed to release them for a ransom in exchange for Frankish captives, but negotiations dragged as Saladin stalled on some terms. Impatient and growing suspicious, Richard finally lost faith that Saladin would fulfill the deal. So in a grim decision, Richard ordered 2,600 Muslim prisoners to be executed before Saladin's eyes. The Itinerarium Peregrinorum includes Richard's own justification and a letter to the abbot of Clairvaux. He wrote, "The time limit expired, and as the pact with Saladin had agreed was entirely made void, we quite properly had the Saracens put to death." Crusader chronicles largely defend Richard's act as a harsh necessity, laying blame on Saladin for delaying ransom payments. They report that Saladin, outraged, retaliated by executing such Christian prisoners as he still held. These bloodier episodes show that respect certainly had limits. Neither side hesitated to act ruthlessly when they felt that it was strategically or perhaps honorably justified. However, importantly, even this dark moment did not collapse the underlying esteem. Richard's letters refers to Saladin in a matter-of-fact, almost courteous terms amid the reproach, and Saladin's brother, Al-Adil, continued parleys with Richard shortly after. The episode did not tarnish Richard's image among the Muslims. His reputation fell in the eyes of Saladin himself, notes one account. Yet the war did go on, undiminished on both sides. Through 1192, as Richard and Saladin maneuvered around Jerusalem. By the way, Richard never managed to seize the Holy City, while Saladin could not decisively defeat Richard in battle. The chroniclers increasingly focused on the personal rivalry and the near mythic quality that it assumed. There is an oft-cited anecdote that at one point Richard, frustrated, remarked that he would sooner turn Jerusalem over to Saladin than any rival among the Franks. Now that is an interesting way to put it. It's certainly a comment that reflects his grudging regard for the Sultan's rights and honor, as opposed to the infighting Latin claimants. Whether or not Richard actually said this, it was recorded in later chronicles as a testament to Saladin's integrity, even in the enemy's eyes. Ultimately, the campaign ended, not with one vanquishing the other, but with a peace treaty, the Treaty of Jaffa, September of 1192. Richard and Saladin never met in person, but their emissaries, chiefly Al-Adil, negotiated a settlement respecting each other's dignity. The treaty allowed the Crusader kingdom to survive in a coastal strip and guaranteed Christian pilgrims access to Jerusalem, while the city itself remained under Saladin's control. Crusader chronicles note that Richard's departure was met with mixed feelings, relief at the truce, but also disappointment that Jerusalem was not won. However, many writers pay tribute to Saladin's honor in upholding the truce. The Itinerarium Peregrinorum account of the peace talk emphasizes Saladin's reasonable nature. It describes how Richard, weakened by illness and pressing troubles in Europe, finally chose to seek a truce and sent word via Al-Adil. Saladin, for his part, was exhausted by years of war too, and had his own difficulties holding this coalition together. He too sought an honorable respite. The treaty is often summarized as a balanced outcome, and indeed a Latin chronicler writes that when the accord was struck, Saladin agreed to confirm an inviolate peace between Christians and Saracens, guaranteeing free passage to the Holy Sepulchre. Even the usually hostile Itinerarium betrays the conclusion without really any bitterness. Saladin allowed the Christians to refortify Jaffa and other cities as part of the truce, and Richard ordered the strategic fort of Ascalon razed to satisfy Saladin's terms. The respect was mutual. Each ceded something to the other. When Richard fell gravely ill in September of 1192, Saladin even sent his own physicians to tend to him, a final gesture of goodwill between two weary champions. But perhaps the most telling indicator of Richard's view of Saladin comes not from the official chronicles, but from the tone of the correspondence and narratives. Richard never disparages Saladin's personal honor in the records, reserving his scorn for other Christian princes or lesser emirs. Likewise, there's an oft-quoted line from Saladin's side. Baha al-Din, Saladin's biographer, reports that Saladin once said that no Crusader leader gave him as much trouble as Richard did, praising the English king's courage and military skill. The compliments echoed in the Christian memory. An English chronicler, upon relating Richard's exploits, tactfully acknowledges that only a leader of Saladin's caliber could withstand him. By the end of the Third Crusade, the Crusader view of Saladin had evolved from a purely dreaded infidel to a flesh and blood monarch, one who could be wise, honorable, and even likable, albeit still an adversary to the faith. Running through the narratives of battles and treaties are deliberate appraisals of Saladin's character traits. Medieval writers were keen to judge not just what the enemy did, but who he was. Several recurrent themes emerge in Crusader portrayals of Saladin's character: military bravery, chivalry, mercy, generosity, cunning, and devoutness, or lack thereof from a Christian standpoint. These qualities were sometimes paradoxical in the Christian depiction. He could be praised for one virtue in one account and condemned for another vice elsewhere. One prominent theme was Saladin's chivalry and generosity, which became almost legendary in itself. The biography of Richard I by Ambroise, for example, lauds Saladin's noble treatment of opponents. He recounts how after the Battle of Jaffa, 1192, when Richard staged a daring defense of the city against a surprise attack, Saladin was so impressed by Richard's feat of arms that he personally sent fresh mounts to the king, kind of a variant of that horse gift story, and forbade his troops from attacking Richard's entourage during a temporary ceasefire. The Normans and French in the Crusade, steeped in chivalric culture, were fascinated by the idea of a Saracen king who actually embodied knightly virtue. As one modern historian observes, to them, although he was a heathen, he embodied those knightly virtues that their culture was so accustomed to. This helps explain why tales of Saladin's courtesy spread rapidly. Even the common Crusader soldiers took heart in believing that their foe, for all his might, was honorable and merciful, perhaps hoping for better treatment if captured. Chivalric respect, however, coexisted with accusations of treachery and faithlessness. It was standard for each side in a holy war to accuse the other of perfidy. Some Crusader chronicles assert that Saladin could be fickle and faithless when it suited him. They cite, for instance, that Saladin broke truces when advantageous, or he made promises that he later rescinded. One Latin account accuses Saladin of violating an oath made to Raymond III of Tripoli during a brief alliance, though evidence for that is pretty scant. Another point of contention was Saladin's failure to immediately honor that prisoner exchange at Acre. The Franks saw this as duplicity that avoided the pact. Thus, while praising his courtesy in person, Crusaders could still paint him as a typical infidel inconstancy on the grand scheme. Of course, we see this duality in the Itinerarium. After lambasting Saladin's moral character, the author nonetheless includes episodes of Saladin behaving with courtly honor. The contradiction was perhaps not felt as sharply by medieval writers as it is by modern readers. They were content to heap all attributes, good or bad, on this monumental figure. Religious perception also colored depictions of Saladin. To the Crusaders, Saladin's greatest flaw, of course, was that he was not a Christian. Some clerical writers portrayed him as irreligious or impious by their standards. For example, the Itinerarium claimed that he, quote, insulted Christianity and patronized frivolities like plays and the theater, implying a lack of proper piety. They stressed that he was an infidel, and thus irrespective of his earthly virtues, damned without Christ. Yet intriguingly, other accounts acknowledge Saladin's sincere devotion to Islam and even compare it favorably to Christian piety. The chronicles mention how Saladin cleaned and reconsecrated holy sites in Jerusalem according to Islamic rites after 88 years of Christian control, showing reverence for his faith. Matthew Paris, an English monk writing in the 1240s, notes how Saladin, upon capturing Jerusalem, quote, purified the temple area with rose water and dedicated it to Muslim worship, an act of piety from the Saracen point of view. Some writers drew an implicit parallel. Just as Crusaders fought for their faith, so did Saladin for his, a grudging respect for the religious conviction of the Sultan. This is exemplified in the story, found in later romance but rooted in medieval sentiment, that when Saladin once heard Christian priests chant in Jerusalem, he marked upon their devotion, indicating that he understood and respected genuine faith even if it was a different one to his own. A particularly humanizing aspect of Crusader depictions is the inclusion of anecdotes of Saladin's mercy and kindness off the battlefield. We've already talked about his mercy at Jerusalem and the kindness to Richard, but additionally, some sources mention Saladin's fair treatment of ordinary people. The chronicler Ibn Jubayr, a Muslim traveller, though not a crusader, wrote the Frankish prisoners spoke highly of Saladin's humane treatment. Interestingly, this tidbit entered Western circulation via translated accounts, furthering his image as a ruler. The old French continuation even records that after Jerusalem's fall, quote, Saladin welcomed back the Greek and Syrian Christians into the city and allowed Latin clerics to remain temporarily, since they paid ransom, showing a tolerance that must have favorably been surprised by the Franks. Nonetheless, Christian writers never forgot Saladin was their enemy. They often emphasize his role in humiliating Christendom. For example, the Heracles continuation dramatically recounts how Pope Urban III died of shock and grief upon hearing of Jerusalem's loss to Saladin. Such passages cast Saladin as an almost scourge of God-type figure, whose very mention shakes the world. Even years later, when recounting the history of the Crusades, authors like Jacques de Vitry, early 13th century, and Primat of Saint-Denis, late 13th century, invariably refer to the great Saladin with a mix of awe and loathing, awe at his victories, and loathing that a non-Christian could so triumph over the faithful. By the mid-13th century, his legend had grown in the Latin West beyond the bare facts of history. Interestingly, later medieval literature, though not strictly chronicle history, started to romanticize Saladin as an exemplar of a noble pagan. This is somewhat outside of the Crusader chronicles proper, but worth noting to see how perceptions evolved. The evolution can be traced back within historical writing. Matthew Paris includes a drawing of the Battle of Hattin in his Chronica Majora, portraying the Crusaders falling before an ominous black-clad Saladin. Yet Matthew Paris also inserts moral lessons, suggesting that Saladin, despite being an enemy, embodied virtues of leadership that some Christian kings unfortunately were lacking. By portraying Saladin in his manuscripts, Paris signaled that the Sultan had become a fixture in the historical consciousness of Christendom. Saladin died in 1193, but after that, his legend only grew. The immediate Crusader generation had grappled directly with him, sure. Subsequent generations, once the immediacy of loss faded, often took a more idealized view of the Sultan. While strictly speaking, these later sources are not contemporary with Saladin, sorry to tell you, but they do reveal how the Crusaders' view was remembered and perhaps reshaped in the medieval memory. It's important to note that these are retrospective, sometimes romanticized, but they crown the arc of Saladin's image in the medieval West. One significant source is the so-called Templar of Tyre Chronicle, around 1300, the anonymous continuation of Crusade history, written by a resident of the Crusader Kingdom of Cyprus. It looks back on Saladin's era with a mixture of nostalgia and admiration. It recounts how Saladin's deeds, alongside those of the later Crusaders, often highlighting his clemency and honor to contrast with the treachery the writer saw in the Fourth Crusade, or the failings of the later Christian Crusaders. By the author's time, Saladin was almost a yardstick for the ideal Saracen, a foe who was formidable, but honorable, not like the Mongols or other alien enemies that the Franks had encountered since. In literature, Saladin's legend took on a life of its own,
The 13th century French romance, L'Orden de Chivalry, depicts a fanciful tale in which Saladin captures a Crusader knight, and impressed by his virtue, asks to be taught the ways of Christian knighthood and chivalry. In the story, Saladin is secretly knighted and shown as deeply honorable, albeit he does remain a Muslim. They didn't push the story that far. Such tales, while fiction, were popular in Europe, and demonstrate that Saladin had become somewhat domesticated in the Western imagination as a model of virtue. Essentially a knight, wearing heathen's clothes. It's a striking transformation. Within decades of his wars, Saladin shifted from the devilish enemy of Christ to a noble pagan, who, if not for his wrong faith, could almost be a Christian hero. The most famous medieval tribute comes from the Italian poet Dante Alighieri. In The Divine Comedy, a tour of the afterlife, Dante places Saladin in limbo among the virtuous non-Christians. In Inferno, Canto 4, Dante sees Saladin seated alone, distinguished among figures like Hector, Aeneas, Caesar, and the great philosophers, all souls who, though not saved, are honored for their virtues. The placement's pretty extraordinary. Dante, a devout Catholic, who was under no obligation to include a recent Muslim sultan in the company of Aristotle and Socrates, still does. And why would he do this? Well, it's likely because by Dante's time, Divine Comedy was circa 1308, 1320, something like that. Saladin had symbolized wisdom, chivalry, and heathen virtue at its highest. By the time Dante's writing, Saladin's pretty much a mythic figure, known for treating captured crusaders generously, for meeting Christian knights in honorable combat, and for sending gold to support poor pilgrims. Dante's readers would have recognized Saladin's name and understood the implication. He was the quintessential good pagan, an enemy of the church, but still a man of such moral stature that he merited respect. In an analysis of Dante's sources, scholars can note that Dante recognized Saladin's actions as just, even though they were against the Christian world, and thus accorded him a place of honor in the afterlife. It's a far cry from the polemical screeds in the 1180s. It illustrates how the memory of Saladin underwent a rehabilitation of sorts, by defying expectations, sparing the populace of Jerusalem, respecting prisoners like King Guy, showing courtesy to opponents too. He won a kind of posthumous admiration, even from his foes. Of course, we have to say that it's not everybody in the later Middle Ages viewed Saladin with such rosy eyes. Church chronicles still condemned him as an infidel who took the true cross. When the Crusade ideal was preached anew in the 14th century, Saladin's victory was still cited as a cautionary tale of Christian lapse. Yet, often the blame was cast more on the Christians of that time for their sins than on Saladin's wickedness. The narrative had shifted. Where once authors piled incentive on Saladin's person, a century later they tended to criticize Christian failings and almost wistfully regard Saladin as a warrior of a bygone golden age of crusading valor. For example, the Burgundian chronicler Jehan de Boivrin, 15th century, compiling earlier sources, called Saladin, quote, a wise prince, valiant in arms, pointing out how even the Knights Templar respected him in their writings. Such commentary, though late, drew from earlier accounts and cemented the duality of Saladin's betrayal. He was a great enemy, but also the model of what medieval nobility could look like. Through the primary eyes of the 12th and 13th century, we've seen him described in many ways: an able general, a generous lord, devout infidel, the merciful savior of Jerusalem. the second Herod, the new Alexander, the courteous knight. The chronology of the sources is the key. The closer to the events, the more raw the anger and grief, hence calling him that enemy of Christ, or chroniclers detailing every single moral fault they can find. But even then, respect shines through in battlefield reports and negotiations. As time passes, the tone softens. Saladin, the man, is separated from the trauma he caused. What remains in many later medieval minds is the idea of Saladin, a courteous warrior king. Richard the Lionheart's Crusaders, who actually fought Saladin, perhaps encapsulated the best. They cursed him on the field, but some at night in their camps could be heard singing songs that oddly celebrated his valor as much as Richard's. They knew better than anyone that to defeat a foe like Saladin was an honor indeed, and to have been defeated by him was a fate that one could accept without shame. In the end, the Crusaders' view on Saladin was as complex as the era itself, forged in blood and faith, tempered by personal contact and communication. It's a testament to Saladin's impact that even his own sworn enemies wrote of him not as like a caricature, but often very three-dimensional. This nuanced legacy in Christian sources may owe as much to Saladin's own character as the chivalric ideals of the age. Saladin had, in effect, won a kind of victory in narrative. He lived on in Crusader chronicles, not only as the conqueror of Jerusalem, but a symbol of chivalry and magnanimity that transcended all religious boundary.
I'm quite sure that no one would disagree that knights are quintessential to medieval study, as much as crusades, castles, and kings are. It's all important, but it's way too often that we see knights in particular in this romanticized form. And that's no fault of our own. Think about it. Basically every non-literary mention of knights dresses them up in this idealized view, and even some medieval sources engage in a bit of that. But there is a truth behind it all, and sometimes the truth is just as fascinating. So today I invite you to look into how knights actually prepared for that crescendo of battle. Because after all, no one is born with a sword in hand. In fact, combat effectiveness, and not to mention chivalry, is forged through a long process, and is often quite a gritty one at that. So we'll go through all those little details of knight training today, and by the end perhaps you can decide for yourself if you would be signing up for such a thing, if you were awarded the chance. Well, before we begin, allow me to issue the customary welcome to the channel. If you're new here, well, it's good to meet you, and if you feel inclined, click the subscribe button and leave your thoughts down in the comments. Now, this video, along with all the other videos on the channel, are 100% mid-roll and ad-free, and that's all made possible by the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation, and those who checked out the merch store. So thank you once again for those who have followed those links, which you can find in the description and pinned comment, if you feel like taking a look. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand. How knights were trained across Europe. Well, where does it all begin? Around the age of 7 or 8. That's your quick answer. About that time, a noble-born lad was uprooted from his home and sent to live in the household of a great lord, or perhaps a higher-ranking knight. And when he got there, he began service as what is called a page, that is P-A-G-E. Well, this practice of fosterage had a few purposes. First of all, it forged political and family alliances, ensured the boy's loyalty to a patron, and most importantly, This would immerse him in an environment where he could learn all the basic skills and values expected of one who would become a future knight. But he was certainly a long way from there. Now, there's an old medieval saying that says, "What a man learns in his youth, he will hold best in his old age." I don't think anyone can argue with that either. Makes sense. And so it was deemed pretty important to begin a knight's education as soon as he was old enough to ride a pony. But what was life as a page like? Were you whisked away for some exciting trip in some far-off land? Not quite. Life as a page was a blend of menial service, a little bit of play, and an introduction to arms. Of course, all of this was under the watchful eyes of the noble household. But pages performed humble tasks, mainly to hammer home the point of humility and obedience. A young page might be assigned to serve at table, carving meat and pouring wine for the lord and his guests. The Chaucerian image of the squire who, well, from the Chaucerian text quote, was courteous, humble, and willing to serve, and carved before his father at the table, has its roots in the real expectations placed on youth in knightly training. By attending to the needs of his lords and ladies, the page would learn proper etiquette and a bit of deference. They were also instructed in polite speech, how to bow and kneel properly, and how to behave with modesty and courtliness, befitting the chivalric class they were just becoming a part of. Medieval courtesy manuals began appearing by the 12th century, specifically to guide the upbringing of noble children in such refined behavior. And these guides were quite interesting, actually. They were often written in verse for easy memorization, not like a big list of different things, but rather little rhymes and songs, mnemonics, things like that. And they covered everything from table manners to personal hygiene. There is one 15th century English book of courtesy that even admonishes a page to, quote, "Purge your nose of the vile matter inside each morning, and be sure not to do this with your hand," warning that nose-picking was pretty foul and uncourteous. While the young reader is further instructed to walk politely and greet people with a pleasant expression, so that onlookers will say, "Well, here passes a good one." Instructions like this, they show how seriously medieval society was taking the polishing of a young nobleman's manners. The page's training in these early years was thus as much about forming character and social graces as it was about getting the foundation of martial skills. After all, being a knight is not all about going out onto the battlefield. Now, of course, pages were not confined to domestic chores alone. The martial aspect of their education began in boyhood, yes, but it was in quite a rudimentary form. Castle life provided ample opportunity for warlike play. Pages would engage in mock combats with wooden swords and small shields, enthusiastically sparring with one another in the courtyards. They learned to ride by practicing on ponies, and a strong emphasis was placed on becoming a good horseman from an early age. In noble households known for their martial reputation, a page might even be assigned a page of stables role, or a role as a page of the hounds. Let's take an example. The 14th century master of hunting, Gaston III, nicknamed Phoebus, recommended that boys start training in the hunt at age 7 by serving as a page of the hounds. Well, in this role, the page would essentially help care for the lord's hunting dogs. He'd feed them, clean the kennels out, and memorize each hound's name and temperament, thereby learning responsibility and developing a bit of grit at the same time. 7-year-old with a part-time job, That's one way to grow up quickly. But this was not merely make work. Hunting, well, that was considered excellent preparation for war. There was a bit of crossover of skills. Chasing a stag or wild boar through a dense forest tested a youth's riding ability, strength, and courage. Medieval writers often commented that hunting was a noble pastime that kept a young warrior fit and vigilant, second only to warfare itself in the education of a knight. But there wasn't always warfare on. You could always go hunting, though. Education for pages could also include more scholarly pursuits. Well, this would depend on the household, of course. And while not all knights were able to read, it became increasingly common by the high Middle Ages for young nobles to receive instruction in basic reading, writing, and a few languages, whichever ones were relevant to diplomacy or war at the time. He could learn to read prayers or biblical passages, since piety was of course prized, or to recognize the names of heroes in the songs and romances popular in noble courts. There is evidence, too, that some pages were even taught to compose their own music or verse, accomplishments that would serve them well in later courtly society. The whole ideal of it was a well-rounded gentleman in the making, hardy and skilled in arms, but also conversant in polite letters, and capable of appreciating a bit of music and literature. By the end of his pagehood, a boy was expected to have built a foundation in horsemanship, basic weapon handling, manners, religion, and of course, loyalty. Can't go without the loyalty. He'd essentially been apprenticed to knighthood in all but name, closely observing his elders and imitating their behaviors. And when the boy reached his early teens, 13 or 14 years old, it was time for the next stage. It was here that the page would advance to the rank of squire, and that's where the real combat training would begin in earnest. So here we are at the age of 14, where a page who had proven himself dutiful and capable would be promoted to the status of squire. Now, a squire was essentially, if we're going to boil it down, we can say it's a knight's apprentice. In fact, the word squire, from the word esquire, in French, meaning shield-bearer, perfectly captures the role. You see, a squire served as the personal attendant and protege of a knight. He'd literally carry the knight's shield and equipment, and shadowing him in both peace and war. If the page's years were about laying groundwork, the squire stage was about intensive, on-the-job training, not just in chivalry but in warfare too. A young squire was typically assigned to a specific knight, often a renowned knight or sometimes a relative who became his mentor. Under this mentor, the squire's responsibilities grew heavier, and his freedom grew broader. You see, he was now expected not only to serve, but also to fight when needed and begin demonstrating those qualities of knighthood. The daily life of a squire was different to that of a page. It was filled with martial exercises and services. Every morning, a squire might assist his knight in donning armor, learning firsthand how each piece, mail hauberk, plate, breastplate, spurs, sword belt, and so on, how it was all properly fitted and cared for. Of course, armor was pretty expensive, so it had to be properly cared for. And that was the squire's job. He maintained his lord's weapons, keeping swords sharp and lances repaired. Now there was also an intimate familiarity with this too, with the equipment of war as a crucial part of the education. Squires also continued to serve at their lord's table, but now they served in a bit of a higher capacity. They carved meat, poured wine, and managed the banquet hall. The combination of such service with arms training produced a knight who could both fight and feast with equal grace, as chivalric culture demanded. But it was in the training grounds, lists, and the battlefield that the squire truly came into his own. Under the tutelage of the knight, a squire practiced every manner of combat skill. Weapon training intensified. He drilled with the sword. Not just wooden wasters now, but real steel, although, that being said, it was often blunted for practice, just in case. He learned to parry, thrust, strike properly, sometimes under the guidance of a master-at-arms, if one was attached to the household. He also practiced with the lance, learning to couch it under the arm and charge at targets. A common training device was the quintain, a rotating arm with a shield on one end and a sandbag on the other. If the squire struck the shield off-center with his lance, the sandbag would swing around and knock him, teaching him to have a proper aim. Contemporary illustrations and accounts frequently mention these young squires running at the quintain as both training and sport. Squires also sparred with each other on foot, using blunted swords or pole axes, and wrestled to improve their grappling skills. And you'd really want that as a last resort. Grappling could be essential in the crush of melee combat. But perhaps the greatest training area for squires and young knights alike was the tournament. Now, I've done a full video on knight tournaments, and if you're interested, you might want to go and take a look. But we'll just cover it briefly in the next minute or two. You see, by the High Middle Ages, tournaments were quite elaborate events that included jousts, that is, single combats with lances on horseback, and melees, team battles with dozens or even hundreds of knights. Initially, a squire might only observe or help at tournaments, holding spare lances, armoring his knight, tending to the injured combatants. But as he grew in prowess, he could participate, especially in the melee. Some squires were knighted on the tournament field itself after a particularly valorous performance. And there's one way of getting it, certainly a memorable way of earning your spurs. The famous 12th century knight, William Marshall, is a case in point. As a young squire in the 1160s, he cut his teeth in the rough and tumble of the French tournament circuit. Serving the household of Henry, the young King of England, Marshall became something of a team captain in tournament outings. Chronicles and his own biographers recount how William Marshall excelled to the point of capturing dozens of rival knights in these mock battles. By one later estimate, he took over 500 of them captive over his career in tournaments, of course earning pretty good ransoms for each. Well, this is likely an exaggerated number, but even if it's a fifth of that, it's pretty damn good. And in any case, it speaks to the critical nature of tournaments, how important they were for practicing martial skills, but also gaining reputation for yourself. Now, in the melee itself, squires learned the chaos of real combat. Bands of armored horsemen charging, the clatter of swords on steel, and the need for quick thinking and cooperation with allies. A 14th century depiction of a tournament melee shows two massed groups of knights crashing together while squires on the sidelines hold spare lances and watch the fray with anticipation. And these experiences were worth any number of drills, for they taught a youth how to keep his head amidst that chaos of battle. And that's not something you can learn from a book, that's for sure. But speaking of battle, real war eventually came. And when it did, squires were expected to follow their lords into combat as well. And this is where things got quite real. Many a teenager found himself experiencing live battle before he ever formally became a knight. Medieval chroniclers mention squires fighting bravely alongside knights. For instance, at the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, A 14-year-old Philippe, future Duke of Burgundy, stood by his father King Jean II of France as a dutiful squire amid the chaos of that defeat. Squires in battle performed crucial support tasks too, bringing up replacement weapons or horses, guarding prisoners, or even pulling wounded knights out of the line of fire. They were effectively light auxiliary troops to the heavily armored knights. A chivalric convention noted that by some writers it is fully fledged knights would avoid deliberately targeting squires in battle if possible, seeking opponents of equal rank for an honorable duel of combat. But squires, on the other hand, earned quite a bit of prestige if they managed to unhorse or capture an enemy knight. This was concrete proof of skill that might hasten their own path to true knighthood. Now, beyond combat, the squire's apprenticeship included lessons in leadership and lordship duties. A squire often acted as a junior officer if his lord had men-at-arms or archers in his retinue. He might be tasked with relaying orders during a skirmish or organizing camp. He continued to learn courtly arts as well, dancing, music, perhaps even composing a poem to impress a lady at court. Nothing impresses a lady like a poem. Chaucer's fictional squire, described as fresh as the month of May, could write skillfully, compose songs, poems, joust, dance, and draw, reflecting that idea that a young noble should be both martially adept and also skilled in the arts. No bloody meatheads around here. You got to earn your spurs in all kinds. Well, all these experiences were meant to prepare the squire for the full responsibilities of knighthood. The length of squireship, of course, varied, and there was no fixed graduation age. Things just happened when they were ready to happen. But that being said, some prestigious knights were actually knighted as early as 17 or 18. This was after proving themselves in battle, while others, especially in peacetime, might remain squires until their mid-20s. Traditionally, 21 was the average age of knighthood. But this was a guideline more than a rule. What mattered most was that the youth had shown the skill, discipline, and the virtue expected of a knight. When his lord or another sponsor deemed that the timing was right, perhaps after a noble feat or simply when reaching maturity, the squire would be formally invested with a knighthood in a dubbing ceremony. But before describing that moment, let's have a look in a bit more detail at the various aspects of training. After all, that's what we're here for, right? Both social, physical, and spiritual. We should touch upon them. It'll give us a more broad picture of all aspects of the knight. Well, the core of a knight's identity was that of a horse-backed warrior, and the martial training of knights was accordingly intense and pretty comprehensive. Now, physical training in the Middle Ages lacked the scientific programs of modern athletes, but knights intuitively developed regimens to maximize strength, stamina, and, of course, combat skill. Now, much of this training was practical, things like riding and weapons practice, but some dedicated individuals went on to remarkable lengths to condition their bodies for the demands of armored combat. Let's go through a few of them now. One of the most illuminating accounts of a knight's physical training comes from the early 15th century biography of Sir Jean Le Manger, also known as Bossucant, a famed French knight who served the Marshal of France. Now, Bossucant's biographer describes how, as a young man, he imposed on himself a rigorous daily regimen to reach peak fitness. The text recounts that he would practice leaping onto a horse while fully armored. In other words, vaulting into the saddle in full armor without using his hands. Well, this feat required explosive leg strength and agility, proving that despite the weight of the armor, which could be about 50 to 60 pounds, A well-trained knight could be extraordinarily nimble, if he was well-trained, that is. Well, at other times, Bossicant would run long distances on foot in armor, deliberately training himself to not get out of breath and endure long efforts. Effectively doing medieval cardio, I suppose. Conditioning of sorts. He would also spend extended sessions striking a pell, that is a wooden post with an axe or mace, to toughen his arms and accustom himself to the fatigue of swinging heavy weapons. So tireless was his practice that his biographer says you wouldn't find another gentleman in equal physical condition at the time. Bossicant even would perform a somersault in full armor, apparently, though this might be apocryphal, and apparently would dance in mail shirts to demonstrate and hone his balance and agility. And whenever he was indoors at his lodging, he never rested idle. He would challenge other squires to games of casting spears or other tests of war, effectively turning leisure time into training competitions as well. This almost obsessive routine made Bossicant a paragon of knightly fitness. It was recognized even then, however, that his training was exemplary, certainly not typical, and not every young knight went to such extremes. Yet his example illustrates the upper limits of what some knights strove to achieve. It also dispels the myth of that clumsy knight, too, especially when they're wearing their armor. In reality, successful knights were closer to well-conditioned athletes. For most squires and knights, martial training was incorporated into their daily life and duties. Horsemanship, that was the most important. A knight had to practically live on the back of a horse. They learned not only to ride, but to fight from horseback at speed. Training a war horse was itself an art, and knights often started with calmer horses to practice controlling movement while wielding weapons. They practiced maneuvers like wheeling, charging, and riding in close formation. Young knights also practiced in hunts on horseback, chasing deer or boar over rough terrain, which taught them how to handle a horse in the unpredictable situations that battles would present. As one medieval writer, the master of game Edward of Norwich, put it, hunting made a man better at arms, because it trained eyes, heart, and courage for war. Now as for weapons training, that covered a wide array of arms. The sword was the knight's constant companion. Squires would spar with each other under supervision, learning various strikes and counters. The medieval sword could be used in one hand or two, but knights learned to wield it in both, and on foot mounted. They also trained with lancers for the joust and battlefield couched lance charge. Contemporary jousting manuals, like those of the late 15th century masters, show knights how to aim for the opponent's shield or helm in a joust. In earlier periods, before formal jousting was widespread, knights still honed lance skills by charging at rings or dummies. Polearms such as spears, glaives, or poleaxes were taught especially for foot combat in the later 15th centuries and 14th. When plate armor became common at this time too, the poleaxe became a favored weapon for duels and close combat, and knights trained accordingly, often in a competition called the beord, or foot combat barriers. And it is notable that by the 14th century, specialized combat teachers and fencing masters had emerged, and they sometimes wrote illustrated fight books. Well, these treatises, such as that of Fiore del Liberi or Hans Tallofer from 15th century Germany, are primary sources that reveal sophisticated fighting techniques taught to knights and nobles. They include instructions on how to grapple in armor, how to strike weak points in an opponent's plate defense, and even how to fight with daggers or wrestle if you had to. Last resorts. While these manuals came in after the heyday of the classic knight, they showed that knightly martial education could be quite technical. A master like Fiore de Liberi noted that he trained several noblemen in combat arts, and that a knight should be well-rounded in unarmed combat and wrestling in addition to weapon use, because in the scrum of battle, or perhaps a tournament melee contest, well, it often closed into a grappling range, and if that happened, well, you best know what you're doing. Of course, strength and endurance were cultivated through regular physical labor and drills. Knights did not go to the gym like we do in a modern sense. At least I hope you've been going to the gym. But training activities were their workouts, essentially. We hear of squires lifting stones, climbing ladders or castle walls by hand, and engaging in mock wrestling bouts. Some knights practice swimming in armor or crossing rivers on horseback to build confidence. The rule of the Knights Templar, a 12th century military order, implied regular exercise, as it praised discipline and warned against idleness. In his treatise, In Praise of the New Knighthood, St. Bernard of Clairvaux lauds the disciplined regimen of the Templar Knights, noting approvingly that, quote, in the first place, discipline is in no way lacking, and obedience is never despised among the warrior monks. While Bernard's work is more of a spiritual exhortation than a training manual, it certainly draws a contrast between the hardened, austere life of the holy knights and the indulgence of secular knights. Now, but secular knights, too, they recognize the need for self-discipline. Geoffroy de Charnay, a 14th century French knight, celebrated as a true and perfect knight nonetheless, wrote that those who seek honor and chivalry must tirelessly pursue challenges and endure hardship. In Charnay's Book of Chivalry, yes, he literally wrote the book on it, he encourages young men to test themselves in jousts, tournaments, and real warfare, really in as many circumstances as possible, from jousting in public festivals to campaigning in foreign wars, since only through varied experience could a knight attain prudence and hardiness that distinguish the great from the average. And implicit in Charnay's advice is the idea that a knight's training never really stopped. Even after they were dubbed a knight, one had to continue honing one's craft, and suffer great pains and labors, achieving that glory to serve the common good. That was what it was all about. But being a knight, it's not just about the fighting. It's a real social station. After all, knights were minor nobles, and you bloody well better act like one, or else. Well, threats aside, they were expected to conduct themselves as gentlemen, and often to serve in a lord's court. And of course, if you're doing that, you better be polite, don't you think? Thus, an integral part of knightly training involved education in the courtly arts, manners, and intellectual skills, all the ingredients for a young aristocrat. From his pagewood onward, the future knight was drilled in the complex code of courtesy and etiquette that governed interactions among the medieval elite. And we've already seen how pages learned basic manners, how to bow, address their superiors, behave modestly, and so on. As the youth matured, those lessons expanded, and he was taught the art of conversation, also when to speak and remain silent, the proper way to greet lords and ladies of various ranks, and the ceremonial protocols for occasions like banquets, hunts, and religious feasts. For example, a young squire would learn how to enter a hall with grace, how to kneel and kiss the hand of a high-born lady, and how to perform services with elegance, carving meat with precision, presenting wine without spilling it, etc. The importance of such training is, well, it's underscored by the proliferation of courtesy books that we've spoken about. We have texts like the Book of Courtesy, or the English Babby's Book, compiling rhyming maxims for noble use on the proper behavior, and one popular admonition was to avoid boorish habits. Now, what do they mean by that? Well, quote straight from the text. Do not scratch yourself in public, nor spit across the table, nor speak with your mouth full. Yeah, that sounds pretty boorish to me. A knight's comportment had to reflect refinement and self-control, qualities thought to distinguish true nobles from the common soldiery. Education in music, dance, and the arts also featured highly in knightly upbringing. A well-bred knight was expected to be able to dance gracefully. Many learned to play a musical instrument too, like the lute or a harp, or at least to appreciate and patronize minstrels. Troubadour poetry and songs of chivalry were the pop culture of high medieval courts, and a budding knight had to be familiar with the themes of courtly love and knightly virtue. Thus it was not unusual for knights themselves to compose verses. Knights like Thibaut de Champagne, or like Ulrich von Liechtenstein, were celebrated for blending arms with arts. While these were exceptional, of course, their fame reinforced the ideal that a knight should strive to be, if not a poet, at least a cultivated audience for poetry, able to exchange witty compliments or recite a romantic stanza to a lady. Even the ability to write letters or keep a journal could be quite valuable, especially for knights who might serve as officials or need to correspond during campaigns. And speaking of which, literacy among knights, that would vary by era and also region. But by the 14th century, at least, many knights in Western Europe could read to some extent. They might read romances and epics that recounted heroic deeds, stories of King Arthur's Round Table, Charlemagne's paladins, or those classical heroes, which both entertained and subtly instructed them and guided them in those old chivalric values. Now, one charming image is of a castle's great hall in the evening, a knight and his family perhaps listening as a book of chivalry is read aloud by a cleric or by one of the educated ladies, the young squires hanging on every word, as Gawain and Lancelot exemplify their courage and courtliness. Literary exposure like that was all part of the moral and cultural education. Very important. A practical but crucial aspect of a knight's learning was also heraldry, a system of coats of arms and insignia that identified noble families and individuals. In battle or tournament, recognizing the blazons, that is, the colorful emblems on the shields, surcoats, and banners, could mean the difference between friend or foe, and knowing whom to challenge and whom to avoid. Thus squires were often taught to read a coat of arms like a second language. They memorized the arms of the great lords and knights of their region, and of major kings and princes of Christendom. They learned the language of heraldry, the meaning of colors and symbols, that being tinctures and charges, at least to a basic degree. Many would design their own coat of arms to be assumed at knighthood, so they studied what combinations were honorable and distinct. In some accounts, older knights or heralds would quiz their squires, asking whose banner was whose, or which lord uses what kind of symbolism. And of course the squire was expected to answer correctly. The pageantry of tournaments, where knights paraded with banners and crests, provided a living classroom for his knowledge. The Order of the Garters ceremonies in 14th century England, for instance, involved elaborate heraldic display.
A squire assisting at such events would learn all the symbolism and formalities. By mastering heraldry, a knight demonstrated that he understood and respected the hierarchical and honor-bound nature of his society. It was essentially the visual language of chivalry. But we should note that knightly education for social and intellectual skills was not something restricted to males only. We had high-born ladies playing their own roles in instructing young boys in refined behavior. Chronicles often mention that a page would learn courtesy and gentleness from the lady of the house. The lady or other noblewoman might teach the page courtly speech, or how to act around women, even skills like reading or singing. This female influence helped ensure knights were not purely rough warriors, brutes out to just smash people's heads in and cave people in half with hatchets, but also deferential and gracious to women, an expectation of chivalric culture. And indeed, by the late Middle Ages, the concept of courtliness had merged with chivalry. If you want to be a true knight, you had to act bravely on the field of battle, but gently and with honor off the battlefield. Well, in the household of a great prince or king, education could be even more formal. Let's take the Burgundian court of the 15th century. They established the Order of the Golden Fleece, which, among other things, encouraged knights to pursue knowledge and good governance. A young noble in that milieu might attend lessons with tutors in languages, learning Latin or the vernacular literature, for example. In history and law, too, especially if he might one day govern lands, and in rudiments of philosophy or theology to sharpen his mind and piety up. The famous knight, Sir Thomas Malory, though writing in prison later, had clearly absorbed enough education to translate the whole cycle of Arthurian legends into English, and Don Luis Zapata de Cardenas, a 16th century Spanish knight, wrote treatises reflecting on knightly behavior. And these are just a few examples, but they show that knights were not expected to be illiterate brutes at all. They didn't want to be either. Many of them strove for some level of learning. Of course, some strove a bit more than others. In any case, by the time a squire was ready to be knighted, he ideally could read and perhaps write, was fluent in the polite dialect of his region's aristocracy. By the way, French was the international language of chivalry in the High Middle Ages, so even English knights often spoke it at court. He also knew how to comport himself at any high social event, and could identify his peers by their heraldic arms at a glance. A later medieval document describing the perfect courtier, the Book of the Courtier of 1513 by Castiglione, slightly post-medieval, but we'll get away with it as long as you don't tell anyone, distilled the expectations that had been in place for knights and nobles for centuries. Grace, ease, and skill in arms and gentler pursuits alike. That's a real knight. Well, let's get to the next section. We've all heard of chivalry, right? And we all know that it's central to that concept of knighthood. That code of conduct blended in with martial values and moral and religious ideals. It has to have all three of them, though. Otherwise, it's not really chivalry. A knight was expected not only to excel in combat and courtly manners, but also to embody certain ethical principles, showing loyalty, mercy, bravery, protection of the weak, and of course, devotion to God. Training for knighthood, therefore, placed heavy emphasis on moral and spiritual instruction. Medieval society, especially the church, was quite aware that knights were essentially professional warriors, and, well, all that could be quite violent and unruly.
So, of course, a concerted effort was made to instill in him a sense of higher purpose and Christian value. From childhood, our aspiring knight would have been exposed to religious education. In a noble household, a chaplain or priest was usually tasked with the spiritual welfare of the lord's family and pages. A young page learned his prayers, the Paternoster, Ave Maria, and the Creed, likely as soon as he could speak. Well, he attended daily mass in the castle chapel, serving perhaps as an altar boy, which taught him reverence for and familiarity with the liturgy. Obedience to the church and respect for clerics were drilled in as fundamental duties. This was reinforced by the broader social movement of the peace and truce of God in earlier centuries, where church councils demanded that knights swear to protect non-combatants and refrain from violence on holy days. Now, while a young lad might not know the details of such decrees, he grew up in a climate where the church tried their best to channel all that knightly aggression towards a more righteous cause. And the most righteous cause, of course, is the defense of Christendom. One of the most powerful influences on a knight's moral outlook was the literature of chivalric romances and epics, as we touched upon earlier. Now, these stories often carried clear moral messages. The hero knight defeats evil. It might be dragons, it might be pagan warriors, it might be just a bunch of wrongdoers. But in any case, it was to exemplify virtues like honor, fidelity, and compassion. For instance, let's look at the epic Song of Roland, circa 1100. It presents the ideal knight as fiercely loyal to his lord, willing to die rather than be dishonored. It's really a good read. You should, yes, that's your homework. Go and read the Song of Roland. Well, the Arthurian romances introduce concepts like chivalry in the service of justice and the protection of the innocent. Sir Lancelot sparing a beaten opponent, or perhaps Sir Gawain showing courtesy to a lady, even under magical testing. Young squires absorbed these tales eagerly, and they served as both entertainment and moral case studies. A knight was to model himself not on the mere brawlers, but on paragons like Sir Galahad the pure knight, Ogier the Dane, the loyal paladin of Charlemagne. At least, that was the aspiration. Not many could really live up to Lancelot and Galahad. After all, they're stories. But at least they had something to aspire to. And we should all have that, I suppose. Anyway, apart from informal influences, there were formal exhortations and treatises that directly instructed knights in virtue. One significant text is the Ordre de Chevalerie, which is the Order of Knighthood, a 13th century French poem in which a captured Christian knight explains the meaning of knighthood to a Muslim emir. Sounds good, but it's a fictional scenario. In any case, in doing so he allegorizes every part of the knighting ceremony as a moral lesson. For example, the ritual bath a squire takes before being knighted is said to symbolize the purification of his soul. The white garment he dons signifies purity and chastity. The knightly sword has two edges, one representing justice and the other loyalty. The spurs remind him to never flee from the enemy, and so on. This kind of symbolic interpretation was apparently common knowledge in chivalric circles by the 14th century. It essentially transformed the practical ritual into a sermon on knightly duties. The fact that such a poem existed and was later translated and even printed by William Morris in the 19th century shows how seriously the knights and their contemporaries took the ethical dimension of knighthood. A knight wasn't just a fighter, but he was a warrior of God in the ideal sense, a protector of the innocent, an upholder of righteousness. Another influential treatise was Raymond Lull's Book of the Order of Chivalry. That was written about 1275. Lull, a Catalan philosopher and one-time aspiring knight, wrote this as a dialogue between an aging knight and a squire. It describes what chivalry is, and the qualities that a knight must have, and how a squire should be examined and knighted. Lull emphasizes that love of God and the common good must motivate the true knight. Before knighting a squire, he says, an examiner should question the candidate on his morals and faith. Ask him if he loves and fears God, for no man's worthy of knighthood who does not. A squire should also be made to vow that he would defend the Christian faith, administer justice, and always correct his own faults before judging others for theirs, which is, well, I think even non-Christians can follow that advice. Lull goes so far to insist that a knight who is a wicked robber or traitor betrays chivalry itself, and he ought to be punished by his fellow knights. Now, this is a reminder that knights were expected to police their own conduct, and each other. Being admitted to the Order of Chivalry was like joining a brotherhood with very high standards. A corrupt knight tarnished the honor of all. According to such ideals, that was the situation, and therefore the training of a knight had to include a formation of a conscience. We can imagine a squire's lord or a resident priest imparting these lessons during long evenings of campaign or the quiet of winter months. And indeed several knightly vows from this era include promises to defend the poor, widows, orphans, and to fight injustice. And don't forget, upholding the church. Now, speaking of the church, they tried to harness knightly fervor through the ideal of crusade and military religious orders. A young knight in training in, say, the 13th century would likely hear inspiring tales of the Knights Templar or the Knights Hospitaller, warriors who took monastic vows and fought in the Holy Land. And this presented a powerful model of pious knighthood. Knights Templar followed a strict rule, partly written by St. Bernard, that forbade luxury and required constant readiness for battle against the infidels. While not every secular knight would follow such austere rules, they're all human after all, the existence of these orders raised the prestige of virtues like chastity, sobriety, and absolute obedience within knighthood. There's a well-known passage from St. Bernard's exhortation to the Templars that contrasts them with worldly knights who dress in silks and seek glory. Bernard praises the Templars for their humility and discipline, noting, quote, "They come and go at the bidding of their superior. They shun idle chatter and frivolous display." Whereas, of course, the secular knights often succumb to pride and sin. Well, pretty harsh criticisms. A class system among knights as well. But such criticisms by churchmen would ultimately filter down, often via sermons, and would be part of a knight's moral diet, especially when clergy had a captive audience of a gathered army before battle, or perhaps during the long ceremony leading to knighthood. And here's another vivid element of knightly moral training: the vigil and fast that preceded the dubbing ceremony. On the night before being made a knight, two nights, yes, the squire was expected to keep a vigil of prayer, typically in a church or chapel, sometimes all in white and his weapons laid on the altar. It was essentially a crash course in spiritual focus. He would confess his sins and cleanse himself in ritual bath, as we mentioned, and he prayed for guidance to live up to that very strict ideal. Chronicles report that some squires even heard sermons on chivalry that night from a bishop or priest, reminding them of their vows to God, and it's not hard to imagine the psychological impact. You see, after years of training, difficult training, the final hours before knighthood were spent in a kind of soul-searching and communion with the divine. It impressed upon the candidate that his sword was to be made in the service of good, and always, of course, under God's authority. But, of course, if you've watched my other knight videos, the reality often fell short of the ideal. Knights could be greedy, they could be brutal, they could be neglectful of their supposed duties, they could be human. The very existence of so many treatises scolding bad knights, like Chanet's laments about the soft, greedy, and sexually loose aristocrats of his day, tells us that not all trainees took their moral lessons to heart. Yet, the persistence of the teachings in the training process had a cumulative effect on civilizing the martial class, to at least some degree. Perhaps probably the best degree they could get. In any case, by the late Middle Ages, knights who egregiously violated the code, such as by cowardice, treason, or sacrilege, well, they could face public shame or even expulsion from noble orders. And how are you meant to recover from that? The training and rites they underwent had planted the concept of honor so deeply that fear of ignominy, often curbed their worst impulses. Often, not all the time, but often enough. And even a warlike king like Edward III of England, in forming the Order of the Garter, insisted on high moral character and deference to the order's spiritual patron, that being St. George, also the patron saint of England, by the way. So I suppose we can say that though through family piety, household instruction, chivalric literature, church influence, and a bit of symbolic ceremony, a young knight was taught to see himself as part of a greater Christian mission, and to hold himself to those standards of virtue. Now, this did not make the knights into saints. Quite far from it. And there's no way that knights would be really going for that kind of thing. But it did differentiate knighthood as an ethical calling, rather than just being a man of arms, another sword-wielding, screaming maniac in the line. Now, the phrase often used was that knights were to be champions of Christendom, protectors of the faith and of the defenseless. As the 14th century French Song of Girard put it, to God and the people a knight owes his sword. So, what do you think? You think you'd be up for the challenge? It's easy to say that. It's one thing to say you've got the skills to be a knight. Well, it's another thing to actually use them. You'll have to comment if you get the reference. Well, everyone, we reach the end of another video. And if you're still here with me, congratulations. You have entered the bonus round, to which you get a nice little joke. Isn't that nice? A little bonus. Now here's the joke for you. Why were the Dark Ages so dark? Because there were so many knights. That was the joke. When we are in the tavern, we care not that we are mortal. The words of the 13th century reveller in the Carmina Burana, capturing the rowdy allure of these medieval establishments. And indeed, to the people of high medieval Europe, taverns, inns, and alehouses, they were far more than mere drinking spots. They were the living rooms of the community, the waypoints of the road, buzzing with news, commerce, and camaraderie. A place of respite, stepping off that muddy path, out of that cold and into the warm. So how about you and me go and get a table, and I'll tell you all about that world of taverns, and examine how one might exactly run one of these establishments in the High Middle Ages. How did one establish one? What food and drink were served? How were they procured? What about the laws that set the closing hours or fixed the price of a pint? Who were the typical patrons, and what was the mischief they brought through the door? It's not just about the general practices, but also all those lesser-known details that bring the tavern to life. The alewives who dominated the beer trade, the penalties for serving bad drink, tavern names and signboards, a culture unto themselves, and even notorious incidents like tavern brawls that spilled into violent, drunken riots. We're not going to stick in one place. Regional and economic differences, we'll note them when we come across them. Whether the establishment is a humble rural alehouse or a grand inn in an urban area, to appreciate the tavern's varied role across medieval Europe, we'll try and tread as many paths as we can. And by the end of that journey, you'll know exactly how a medieval tavern was run. But before we get to all of that, let's have a welcome to the channel. A warm tavern welcome. We'll stick with the theme, I suppose, shall we? Well, if you're new here, you've yet to hit the subscribe button. I invite you to do so. If you've already hit the subscribe button, do not hit it again, because that means you unsubscribe, and we can't have that, can't we? Now, this video is 100% ad-free, due to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who choose to donate. Thank you very much, you have my eternal thanks. And with all that out of the way, introductions, welcomes, good manners, let's get to the topic at hand. As usual, nice and relaxed. So let's start from the beginning. To run a medieval tavern, you've first got to know what kind of establishment you're running. Medieval terminology distinguished several kinds of drinking houses and lodging houses, and each of them had its own niche. First, let's look at the general tavern. In many parts of Europe, the word tavern implied a setup in status and usually a focus on wine. In fact, in medieval England or France, the word tavern often specifically meant a wine-drinking house, distinct from ale houses, which of course sold ale. Taverns were commonly found in towns and along trade routes. They served wine, often imported, and they prepared foods too, roast meats, cheese, or stew, for a more well-to-do clientele such as merchants, guild members, or travelers. Now, here's an interesting part. Women of respectable standing usually avoided these wine taverns, at least in the French accounts, due to them having quite a, let's say, rowdy reputation. Taverns might also offer takeaway wine in jugs, and many doubled as informal restaurants where one could dine out heartily or just have a simple fare long before true restaurants existed. Now, we just made mention of an ale house, so let's get to that. A more simple local establishment, often literally just somebody's house, where homemade ale was brewed and sold. These were ubiquitous in villages and towns. The common alehouse usually ran by an alewife or brewer. They typically did not provide lodging either, only ale and perhaps some basic fare. A telltale sign of an alehouse in England was the ale stake, a pole projecting from the door to announce that a fresh brew was ready. Ale was the everyman drink, and alehouses were frequented by labourers, peasants, and town folks to get their daily beverage and dose of socialization. And then, of course, we have the inn, essentially taverns licensed to offer lodging. An inn provided food, drink, and a bed for the night, catering especially to travelers, pilgrims, and visiting merchants. There were typically larger establishments too. A decent inn had multiple chambers for guests. And of course there would also be a main hall for meals and drink, a kitchen, storage cellars, and stabling for horses. Because of the need for space and resources, inns were often found on main roads or in towns, and many were operated by people of some means, almost middle class. In England, by the later Middle Ages, inns became known as public houses, or pubs. Every inn was a tavern, but not every tavern was an inn. The key differentiator was beds, lodging. If you didn't have any lodgings, you were just a tavern. Nothing wrong with that, though. There are a few other terms. Medieval sources mention guest houses, hospices, and hostels, often run by religious houses or charitable foundations, especially along pilgrimage routes. Of course, think of the Knights Hospitaller, things like that. They provided lodging and sometimes free food to travelers. Though they might not be considered commercial taverns in a strict sense, nonetheless, many inns had religious origins. For example, along major pilgrimage routes in Central Europe, monasteries or local nobles established inns to serve pilgrims and merchants. During the High Middle Ages, such inns with taverns proliferated along trade routes, frequently under noble or ecclesiastical patronage. In Central Europe, there was the German tavern in the Wirtshaus tradition. It often began under feudal privilege. Only nobles, monasteries, or town councils might have a license to run them initially, but this all changed as time went on. Now, running each type of establishment required different resources, and of course, you catered to different crowds, but they all fell under the umbrella of victualling houses, places providing victuals, food and drink, that is, to the public. For a prospective tavern keeper in the 13th century, deciding whether to run a humble village alehouse or a bustling town inn would determine everything from the scale of operations to the clientele served. And of course, there's some clientele that you'd perhaps rather go without. We'll get to that later. Now, here's the thing. In the High Middle Ages, no one could simply set up a tavern wherever they pleased. There were actually a surprisingly complex legal and feudal set of frameworks to consider, and many taverns were, in fact, established under some form of license or privilege. In towns, tavern keepers often needed permission from town authorities or a royal patent to operate. Urban taverns or inns were sometimes regulated by guilds or town councils. For instance, the city of London kept close watch on its taverners and vintners, vintners being the winemakers, by the way. City ordinances controlled how taverns sold wine, even mandating that no tavern could sell both red and white wine at the same time. This ordinance aimed to prevent fraud and ensure quality by specialization, a hint of the early regulatory environment a tavern keeper had to navigate. In many regions, feudal lords or monasteries held rights to approve or run taverns. Along pilgrimage roads or in smaller settlements, the local lord often had the right of tavern, or in French custom, the ban vin. The ban vin was the lord's privilege to sell his own wine for a certain period after the harvest. Vin, of course, being the word for wine. In Italian you have vino, French you have vin. Well, During this time, when he had this privilege, no one else in that area could sell wine at all. So, a would-be tavern keeper in the countryside might actually lease the tavern rights from the lord or operate the tavern as part of the lord's demesne. In many cases, the inn on a manor was a monopoly of the lord. Villagers were bound to buy drink there, just as they were bound to grind grain at the lord's mill. Well, ecclesiastical ownership, too, that was quite common. Not surprising, since the church owned quite a lot of the land, and therefore much of what was built upon it. Monasteries and bishoprics often maintained inns for travellers or derived income from tavern rents. A significant number of taverns on busy routes were effectively run by clergy or under church auspices in this period. However, the church did draw a line between providing hospitality and endorsing drunken revelry. Church-run guest houses aimed for more wholesome lodging, while strictly for-profit taverns ran by lay people flourished under secular oversight. But no matter who owned the tavern, authorities recognized them as public necessities. And with that came legal obligations. English common law, by the late medieval period, declared inns and taverns to be public houses, and with that they had duties to the public. This concept, which had quite early roots actually, meant a licensed inn had to receive all respectable travellers willing to pay, and could not arbitrarily turn people away or price gouge. If they got caught doing that, well, you would lose your license. Already in the 13th century, the principle was that an inn served the common good, a refuge for travellers who otherwise had few safe places to sleep on the road. An aspiring innkeeper, therefore, entered a sort of social contract. In exchange for the privilege of operating, they were expected to uphold certain standards of hospitality and fairness. Of course, royal and municipal laws also shaped tavern operations. One landmark in England was the Assize of Bread and Ale, 1266, the statute of King Henry III's reign. It stands as one of the first food regulatory laws. It fixed the price at which ale could be sold relative to the price of grain, and likewise regulated the weight and price of bread. In essence, if grain became expensive, the law allowed ale prices to rise proportionally, and of course it became cheaper or vice versa, so that tavern keepers, many of whom brewed their own ale, could not overcharge beyond a fair profit. This assize was enforced for centuries, and required innkeepers and brewers to keep the official measures and prices on pain of fines. We also see, in Magna Carta of 1215, an earlier nod to standardizing trade. Quote, "There shall be one measure of wine, of ale, and of corn throughout our whole realm." The declaration from King John's Charter. For a tavern in the 13th century England, this meant your servings of ale or wine had to conform to standard volumes, like the London quart or gallon, rather than a deceitfully short measurement. In practice, local ale tasters and wine gaugers, official inspectors by the way, would drop by randomly to measure your pitchers and ensure customers were not being cheated out of their proper drink, and quite rightly so. Need to bring them back. I've been to a few bars, and I swear to you, their pint glasses are deceptively different to what I'm used to. Anyway, this isn't about me. Across Europe, similar measures to this existed. Medieval city statutes from Italy to Germany often required taverners to use standard weights and measures, and to post all of the prices publicly. For example, a tavern in Paris or Florence might be required to sell wine at a fixed price per pint, set by the city authorities, especially in times of plenty. In some regions, authorities capped tavern prices to ensure the poor could actually afford ale, or imposed special taxes on tavern sales to fill the civic coffers. Thus, the tavern keeper had to be mindful not only of pleasing customers, but also staying on the right side of the law. Would-be tavern keepers also needed to get that license in many jurisdictions. Records from England show local courts regularly renewing or revoking brewing licenses. In Scotland's 14th century law code, Regiam Majestatum, a chapter on brewsters declares that anyone making evil ale, that is, bad quality ale, shall pay a fine of 8 shillings, or face the punishments of the cucking stool, which is not what you think it is. Well, notably, it says, "She shall be put on the cucking stool," hinting that the brewers were assumed to be women, a point that we will get to shortly. Obtaining a license often meant paying a fee or rent. For instance, a tavern in a city might pay an annual rent to the city for the right to tap wine. In rural manors, the right to brew and sell ale might be auctioned off to a peasant for a season. Well, to sum it all up, if you want to run a tavern, you've got to know as much about the rules and greasing the wheels of authority as much as actually making the ale or wine. A good tavern keeper kept a clean relationship with local officials, be it town aldermen, feudal lords, or royal officers, avoiding those fines and securing their livelihood. Now, assume our tavern keeper has the legalities sorted and the keys to the alehouse firmly in hand. So, let's step inside and see the daily operations of the tavern. Dawn breaks, and the tavern keepers wake up. The keeper and their family, or servants, stir the embers of last night's fire and prepare for the day ahead. If the establishment brews its own ale, as many of them did, especially smaller alehouses and inns, the day might start with tending the mash in the brewhouse out back. Brewing was a core task for many tavern keepers. You're not much of a tavern without any ale, aren't you? In England, brewing ale was so common among the women that alewife became a pretty standard occupation. Women brewed and sold ale from their homes as a way to earn extra income. Side hustles back in those days. Monastic records, literature, and legal rolls all attest to the prevalence of female brewers. Let's take one example. The Durham Manorial Court Rolls of 1365. They list many women presented for issues with their brew. One, Agnes Postel, was fined 12 pence for selling bad ale, and another, Alice de Belsaye, was fined 2 shillings for similarly poor ale that was, quote, of no strength. These fines show that quality control started with the brewing process. Weak or sour ale, that was a punishable offense, and quite rightly. Thus, a conscientious tavern keeper rose early to brew or at least sample the new batch before serving it, knowing that one angry customer or a random ale taster might complain the ale was below standard. Apart from brewing, you also had supply management. That was a daily concern. For alehouses, grain, or malt as they call it, had to be sourced often from local farmers or maltsters, and brewing done frequently, since ale, by the way, does not keep long. Unhopped ale would sour in days. In wine-selling taverns, the keeper had to procure wine from merchants in the High Middle Ages, and this meant dealing with wine traders who brought in barrels from regions like Gascony, Rhineland, or Italy. London tavern records show that the most wine in English taverns was robust red wine shipped from Gascony, that is, southwest France, with some Rhine wine or other varieties for those who could afford them. The tavern keeper would buy a barrel and then retail it by the jug or cup. Wine was typically sold relatively young. Medieval consumers expected this year's vintage, not aged bottles, as wine spoiled without modern bottling. Of course, we solved all these problems now, haven't we? The tavern keeper had to be adept at storage, keeping the casks in a cool cellar and tapping them efficiently. Food preparation was another key part of operations, especially for inns and taverns. A medieval tavern keeper's menu was pretty simple, but not bad. The common fare included bread and cheese, stews and pottages. One popular tavern stew recorded in the 14th century English cookbook is a spiced chicken stew called boucanade. Roasted or boiled meats too were popular. Bacon, beef, or mutton for those who could pay. Pies, seasonal vegetables. In France, taverns by the 14th century offered roast meats and simple dishes to accompany wine. The tavern kitchen might have a large cauldron simmering with a one-pot meal that could be ladled out to guests. For travellers at inns, breakfast might be coarse bread and ale. The main meal later could be a stew of whatever was available, perhaps rabbit or salt fish on Fridays, and of course, plenty of ale or wine to wash it down with. Tavern keepers usually did not aim for fine cuisine. Nobles dined at home or in castles, but they had to provide filling portions. An old saying was that good ale keeps good company with good bread, so bread was indispensable, either baked on site or bought from a baker daily. And yes, quite rightly, you'll even know that in our common days, at least if we talk about Australian or British pubs, the first thing they really give you is the bread, even if you don't want it. It keeps good company. Now, the tavern keeper's role of that was multifaceted. It wasn't just one job, quite complex. Part merchant, part host. He or she, many alehouse keepers were women, did everything from tapping casks to serving customers to bookkeeping and supervising servants. In a larger inn, the staff might include serving wenches or lads, a cook, stable hands for the horses of guests, and pet boys to clean pots and refill jugs. But in a smaller tavern, it was pretty much a family affair. We have depictions of tavern scenes where the keeper's wife cooks a stew in the back while the keeper draws ale at the front, and their children might be sweeping floors or busying themselves with some other task. One 15th century illustration even shows a tavern woman using a broom hung above the door as a sign of her trade, a practice related to the ale stake or bush sign. That broom or green bush branch told passers-by that fresh brew was available. Hence the proverb, "Good wine needs no brush," implying if your wine was excellent, you need not advertise it. Well, aside from domestic chores, an innkeeper had to mind finances. Prices were often set by law, but profit came through volume and services. A cup of ale might be cheap, but an innkeeper could charge for lodging, for stabling a horse, including feeding it hay and oats, for meals, and even for ancillary needs like arranging a guide or selling feed and travel supplies. Successful innkeepers in bustling towns often became quite prosperous. By the late medieval period, English innkeepers could be among the wealthier townsfolk, They sometimes expanded into side businesses too, brewing on a large scale, importing wine or goods, or money lending. One notable example from later medieval England is Richard Kingsmill, a 15th century innkeeper who grew so prominent that he actually ended up serving as the town bailiff, member of parliament, and justice of the peace. Clearly a man of means and influence, certainly. While Kingsmill era is slightly later than our focus, which is the High Middle Ages, it does show a trend. A well-run inn on a major route could be a springboard to wealth. During the 12th and 13th centuries, the groundwork for this was laid as trade expanded and more travelers filled the roadways, increasing demand for good inns. But at the operational heart of the tavern was the cellar, or the cask room, controlling the drink. Medieval tavern keepers had to guard against spoilage and theft. Barrels were valuable, and there are accounts of taverners being fined for watering down wine or reusing dregs from old casks to stretch the supply. Indeed, sources indicate a variety of tricks and adulterations, mixing good wine with bad, blending cheaper imported wines with premium ones, or even creating fake wine by adding spices and alcohol to water. Now that's dirty. You can't do that. Of course, practices like that were risky. If you got caught, the punishments would be humiliating. So, London's authorities employed wine tasters called searchers to visit taverns, sample the wine, and ultimately destroy any casks of spoiled or fraudulent drink. One London ordinance infamously punished a tavern keeper who sold bad wine by making him drink a portion of the sour wine and then pouring the rest over his head in public shame. Ale, too, was policed by official ale conners in England, conner being an old word for taster, who would don leather breeches and literally sit in a puddle of spilt ale. One bit of a strange test was that good ale not too watery would make the ale conner's leather pants stick to the bench. Whether or not this exact test was common, it does show that the medieval public valued honesty, whether it be by measure or quality, and tavern keepers always lived under the community's watchful eye. So let's go on to the next section. Who really ran the taverns? Well, I've mentioned a little bit about the prominence of women as alehouse keepers and brewers already. In the High Middle Ages, especially in Northern Europe, brewing was a rare commercial sphere where women could actually thrive. Many taverns and alehouses were essentially family businesses, with a husband and wife team or a widow carrying on the trade. Records from England around 1300 show alewives frequently mentioned in court rolls, often when they are presented for breaking the assize of ale by overcharging, or just brewing something a little bit subpar. Now, a typical entry might have read that so-and-so, the alewife, is in mercy, is what they would call fined, for selling ale contrary to the assize. These fines, usually just a few pence, were seen as cost of doing business most of the time. They indicate that women of relatively ordinary status did play a key role in the tavern trade, just because they show up in the records so many times. And in fact, that cucking stool punishment, once again, not what you think it is, in Chester, and later laws specifically targeted she who brews bad ale, confirming that authorities expected tavern brewers to be female. Now, for many women, running an alehouse was an extension of household brewing, taking a traditional task and turning it into a profit by selling the excess. Most of the time, that's pretty much how it started. But, on the other hand, the large inns in cities or on major roads were often run by men, sometimes men of significant standing. These innkeepers might be retired soldiers, merchants, or urban officials who invested in the hospitality trade. They had to manage more capital, property, multiple staff, supply chains for wine and food, just because of the size of the establishment. Their social status could be respectable. Some even served in town councils, as noted earlier. Yet tavern keepers always walked a fine line in reputation. Whenever alcohol's involved, well, things can go downhill pretty quickly, can't they? They provided comfort and community, but the moralists frequently maligned them as enablers of sin, drunkenness, gambling, and all the rest that comes with it. There's an old Latin proverb, wine and women destroy men, and taverns are accused of offering both in ample measure. Church writings and sermons often lump tavern keepers with dubious professions, warning of the souls they could lead astray. Now what about the staff within taverns? That arranged from family members to hired help. The prosperous inn might employ serving maids or lads, who not only delivered food or drink to the tables, but also sometimes doubled as entertainers or flirtatious company for the guests. All in good fun. The trope of the comely barmaid has its medieval roots, after all, though reality for such women could be harsh work, rather than romantic jokes and revelry. Cooks and kitchen boys, especially if the inn prided itself on a particular dish. In some taverns, the cooking might be minimal, cold fare like bread, cheese, pickles. Patrons could even bring their own meat to be cooked on the tavern hearth for a fee. This practice was akin to a cook shop operation, and was more common in the cities. Then you had stable hands or ostlers, crucial for inns that hosted travelers' horses. These workers fed, watered, and looked after the horses, and in winter kept them from freezing. The innkeeper charged guests for stabling, so keeping the animals healthy was both a good service and good business. After all, you don't want to stable someone's horse and they come back the next morning to find it frozen to death. Now here's something. On occasion, you would have musicians or hired entertainers. Now, they were not regular staff, but taverns did often welcome minstrels who might perform for tips or food or lodging. A fiddler or singer could enliven the evening and draw a bit more custom. Some tavern keepers would encourage such performances, effectively making their tavern a hub for music and storytelling on market or holidays. The clientele of the medieval tavern, it all depended greatly on its type and location. A village alehouse might see the same locals every single day, peasants, artisans, or all relaxing after work. But in towns, the tavern attracted a mix. Local tradesmen visiting merchants, even students, especially in university towns like Oxford or Paris, even sometimes the clergy, though the pious were supposed to refrain. Many did not, due to the chagrin of the bishops too. And there were also travellers, messengers, pilgrims, peddlers, knights errant, and they all needed a place to sleep and eat. The social classes mingled in taverns more freely than other settings. Contemporary observers noted that in the tavern, for pope and king alike, all drink without restraint. Now that line from the In Taberna song humorously lists all ranks of society drinking together. The lady, the lord, the soldier, the cleric, the man, the woman, the servant. Indeed, taverns were one place where the usual social hierarchies seemed to loosen out a little bit. Especially after a few drinks, no one really cared. A scholar or a squire might find himself dicing and joking with a blacksmith or sailor. This commingling sometimes led to a few tensions, however. For example, university students, generally from more privileged backgrounds, clashed with the local townsfolk in taverns. The famous St. Scholastica's Day riot of 1355 in Oxford actually began when two students insulted the wine quality at Swindlestock Tavern and ended up trading blows with the innkeeper. Of course, this sparked a town versus student melee, and it left nearly 100 people dead. All fun and games until the end of the sentence, right? Now, while that occurred, slightly after the High Middle Ages, it does show a constant of tavern life. When disparate people get together to drink, well, conflict can brew up as easily as the ale does. But beyond serving food and drink, taverns played crucial roles as information and networking centers. News traveled through taverns as through no other place. Travelers brought gossip from afar. Minstrels spread tales and news. Local deals were struck at tavern tables, and even political conspiracies sometimes fermented over ale. Of course, that's only people getting drunk. One thing leads to another. Chronicles and letters from the period revealed that taverns were often the setting for notable encounters. Merchants would choose a reputable inn to meet partners or clients, essentially conducting business over pints of ale or a jug of wine. Guilds on occasion, too, held informal gatherings. In 14th century London, some craft guilds met at specific taverns which became their unofficial headquarters. But for the common folk, it was quite the recreational centre. Games, they were a big draw. Dice, board games like backgammon, throwing games, they were all common sights on tavern tables. With games, of course, came gambling, and taverns were hotbeds of that, to such an extent that some towns banned dice play outside of taverns in an event to confine the vice. Taverns also hosted celebrations, a successful harvest, a saint's feast day, or a wedding eve often spilled into local alehouses for communal toasting. For young people, the alehouses could be a place of courtship, or indeed mischief. Though moralists fretted about it, villagers acknowledged that youths might meet and mingle at the ale bench. And, well, complaints notwithstanding, you're never going to stop people from doing that. The tavern keeper had to manage this lively atmosphere. One essential skill, of course, was keeping order. The tavern keeper was expected to break up any fights and throw out those who became a little bit too unruly. And this was more than just good sense. It was legally mandated in many places that the innkeeper maintain peace on their premises. Town laws in Germany and England held innkeepers responsible for violent brawls if they did not intervene or report them. Some sources even suggest that innkeepers could face fine for bloodshed. Tavern keepers sometimes employed a strong servant or maintained a cudgel behind the bar, just in case. As one writer later quipped, a good innkeeper needed, quote, the patience of Job and the strength of Samson when dealing with the drunk patients. Now, interestingly, the duty to keep order also intersected pretty much with public safety. English common law would eventually make innkeepers answerable for the security of their guests and their goods. Already, in our period, if a traveller's horse was stolen from an inn stable or his bag pilfered while he slept in the inn, the innkeeper could be held liable to compensate the loss, unless he could prove he took all precautions. Wise tavern keepers employed locks, had designated sleeping quarters, and sometimes organized a curfew bell or a lights-out policy to reduce the nocturnal mischief. A few city taverns even hired night watchmen, but that was kind of expensive, and, well, you need to cut costs, don't you? Of course, we can't have it all about the cheerful hospitality. You'll have plenty of perils and moral quandaries. Authorities kept a wary eye on taverns, precisely because they knew that they gathered mixed crowds behind closed doors with alcohol in play. So let's consider a few of those challenges. Of course, inebriation, drunk people. That's the most obvious issue. Medieval society was surprisingly tolerant of moderate drinking. However, habitual drunkenness was frowned upon and sometimes punished. The keeper had to decide when to stop serving an obviously drunken guest. Fail to do so, and that guest might start a fight or damage property. The literature of the time is full of warnings, too. One 12th century cleric described taverns as places where men, quote, drink the blood of the grape until the room spins and shameful behavior ensues. The rule of the Knights Templar in 1129 and other military orders explicitly forbade members from entering taverns precisely to maintain discipline. That a rule had to be stated suggests some eager young knights might otherwise slip into the local tavern with potentially unruly results. A tavern keeper in a garrison town might thus find himself turning away cowled Templars or Hospitallers who were under oath not to be there, or face their order's penalty if caught. Of course, we've also seen how tavern altercations could escalate into violence, apart from our Oxford riot example. Medieval chronicles occasionally recount murders that occurred at taverns, and it doesn't get more violent than that. Here's one case, from the Crusader states. It tells of Count Hugh of Jaffa in 1134. While gambling in a tavern in Jerusalem, he was suddenly attacked and stabbed. In that account, the tavern, described as a merchant shop used for gaming and drinking, became the stage for a political assassination. But in more mundane reality, tavern brawls between locals were pretty common. Blows with fists, drinking pots, or even daggers could be exchanged. The tavern keeper's challenge was to calm the tensions early. Some tavern keepers employed a simple rule: all weapons left at the front. A few medieval taverns had a chest or rack by the door where customers were supposed to deposit swords and daggers upon entry, a precursor to the coat check, I suppose. How widely this was enforced is pretty unclear, but at least one city, London in the 13th century, forbade carrying unsheathed weapons in taverns, indicating authorities encouraged disarmament inside the drinking houses. Then there was gambling. Of course, all the problems that come with it. The taverns often ran hand in hand with games of chance. Despite periodic bans by kings or bishops on dice and cards, you could never really stop it. Some tavern keepers might run a side gambling den or take a small cut from the wagers as a house fee. This could be lucrative, but it also invited trouble. Debts incurred in drink led to bitter quarrels. Moralists bemoaned taverns as schools of dice where youths learned to gamble away all their money. But for many innkeepers, allowing dice games kept customers on the premises longer, and that meant they were just going to buy more ale. So yes, it was a vice, but quite tolerated. Similarly, we also had the women of the night lurking in some taverns, especially in larger towns certain taverns gained reputations as fronts for those midnight rendezvous, those who wanted to procure some companionship. In 1268, even far away in the Holy Land, the Sultan Baybars complained about a Frankish tavern in Jaffa that had installed a Muslim woman in it for illicit purpose, essentially accusing the Crusaders of running a very dirty establishment under the sign of a tavern. Within Europe, civic records occasionally mention tavern keepers charged with allowing loose women on the premise. The savvy innkeeper might officially forbid such activity, but unofficially some inns did profit from renting out the back rooms. Well, the line between tavern and a more illicit establishment could always blur, and it's one of the reasons that the more respectable in society sometimes chose to keep their distance. There is a less sensational but important challenge, and that is maintaining a basic level of cleanliness. Taverns could get filthy. Brushes on the floor soaked with spilled ale, greasy wooden tables, unwashed pots, and the ever-present smoke from torches and hearths. A good tavern keeper would sweep out the hall, bring in fresh rushes or straw for flooring, wash drinking vessels, and air out bedding in inns to prevent fleas. This was not merely for comfort. Travellers indeed took note of the inn's hygiene. A 15th century traveller's guide advised choosing inns that appeared clean to avoid those that stank of sour ale and vermin visibly present. Poor sanitation could also draw fines. A few cities had health inspectors who would censure taverns for rotten food or foul privies. Medieval understanding of germs was pretty much non-existent, but they did understand that bad ale would make you sick. Spoiled meat could cause illness, so tavern fare had to be relatively fresh. After all, it only takes one bad meal or a bad drink to lose a customer for life. For example, unsold meat pies might be required to be thrown out the day after to avoid food poisoning incidents. And indeed, an unlucky tavern could get a reputation for making patrons ill. Well, they wouldn't be around for too long after that, certainly. Taverns, like all medieval buildings, were mostly made of timber and thatch in small villages, and even in cities often wood-framed, with cooking fires and drunk patrons with torches or pipes. There was that risk of fire that was ever present. Innkeepers often had to enforce a sort of nightly fire curfew, ensuring that hearths were banked and guests did not leave candles burning near bedding. A tavern fire could be devastating, not only to the inn, but to the entire neighborhood if it spread. So cities sometimes required tavern owners to keep water buckets or firefighting equipment handy. There is an echo of this, too, in later London records, requiring every inn to have a ladder and tank in case of fire. In the countryside, a tavern might be the only large communal building, though villagers might rally to put out any blaze. But of course, prevention is the real key. Well, despite all of these challenges, many taverns ran successfully for generations, often passing from parent to child. They adapted to the rhythms of medieval life, busier on market days, subdued in penitential seasons like Lent, when authorities sometimes banned revelry, and overflowing on holidays, when the ale flowed freely. The tavern keeper's adaptability, to be a genial host one moment and a stern bouncer the next, then a shrewd accountant at some times, an empathetic listener at others. It was all crucial, and at the end of the day, just part of the job. Well, let's have a look at a few of the regional differences. Just a few of the differences in general between different regions, urban and village establishments. Well, the basic concept is all the same. Food, drink, and shelter, that's universal. But these differences gave each area's tavern its own cultural flavor. As mentioned, in wine-producing areas, Italy, Spain, the Rhineland, France, the tavern was largely a wine house, and in such places ale was less popular, or it was seen as a bit of a poor man's drink, might only be brewed for local consumption. By contrast, in the north, England, Flanders, Germany, Scandinavia, ale or beer was king. An English tavern keeper typically brewed ale. A German innkeeper in the late 13th century might be brewing beer with hops. The Germans were indeed pioneers in hopped beer, and this led to differences in scale. Wine could be imported in volume and stored, but ale, that was different. It had to be brewed constantly and in small batches. Thus, a tavern in Bordeaux might simply tap the latest casks from the local vineyards, whereas an alehouse in England might have a brewhouse as its centerpiece. As hops spread in brewing, as in hopped beer lasted longer, so it all made sense. By the late 14th century, larger commercial breweries emerged, and that shifted beer making from women at home to a more large and male-dominated enterprise. The tavern keeper in the Low Countries, around 1300, might be on the cusp of this change. Instead of brewing himself, he could buy beer from an early brewery. This was an economic shift. The era of alewives gradually gave way to the era of the Brewers' Guild and beer guilds in towns. In cities, taverns tended to specialize. There were taverns known for certain wines or dishes, inns favored by certain merchant caravans, and alehouses tied to particular neighborhoods or guilds. In London, a document from the early 15th century lists over 50 tavern names, and they all sound rather just like normal English taverns of our modern day. The Boar's Head, the Angel, the Swan. It shows how taverns used pictorial signs and names to stand out. Urban tavern keepers faced stiff competition. They also had to cultivate quite a good reputation. Prices in cities were often higher due to taxes. For example, after 1300, heavy taxes on wine in France and England made tavern wine quite expensive. But rural taverns, on the other hand, there were fewer and far between. Perhaps one every few villagers, and they might operate more intermittently, etc., only when the ale was freshly brewed. No open and closing hours, just wait for that broom to be hung up. They were on the vital highways, a lonely inn on a long road. It might only be the safe spot to stop for miles. Travelers' journals sometimes mention relief at finding a humble roadside tavern after a long and hard day's journey. Well, regional customs also influenced tavern regulations. For example, in some Italian cities, taverns had to close at night by the ringing of a curfew bell to prevent all of that late-night debauchery. And in England, there was no universal closing time in the 13th century, but local town laws might enforce Sunday closure during mass hours or ban late-night service to students. Penalties for transgressions varied. Sources from France tell of blasphemous or swindling taverns being pilloried. German towns sometimes combined the tavern trade with brewing rights in unique ways, etc. Only certain houses were granted brow and serve rights. A high medieval tavern keeper in Bavaria might thus need to be part of a guild or officially recognized by the Duke to brew beer for sale. But despite all the differences, the unifying theme across regions and classes was that taverns were indispensable. A 12th century English text whimsically claims that ale is proof that God loves his creation, and by extension, the alehouse is a blessed place. Maybe a bit of irony, of course. Medieval people accepted taverns as part of the social landscape, sometimes praised for their hospitality, and other times blamed for society's ills, but they could never outlaw them altogether. Attempts at prohibition were virtually unknown. Alcohol was too central to diet and culture. Even reformers who criticized taverns usually conceded that travelers and pilgrims needed somewhere to stay. We just can't leave them out in the mercy of the elements. Now that would not be very Christian at all. Well, we are drawing towards the end of our time together today. But there's a few little goodies that I've left till last. It shows a bit of the colour and character that went into the tavern. There's a few vivid little tales and facts that have emerged from the old primary sources. The first one is the tale of the two alewives. In medieval literary allegory, tavern keepers sometimes appear as stock characters. In William Langland's late 14th century poem, Piers Plowman, there was an alewife named Dame Quickly, and in some versions Betty the Brewster, who is notorious for selling bad ale and cheating her customers. She even has an epitaph that she'll be doomed for her watered-down ale. Now this poem's interesting, because it notes how she dilutes ale with water and serves it in unclean vessels, deceiving both pilgrims and the poor. Yeah, it's an exaggerated satire, but it does mirror real concerns that tavern keepers had to balance that profit versus honesty. Despite church strictures, not all clergy shunned the tavern. Some monastic accounts slyly record monks sneaking out for a cheeky pint with the boys. One story tells of a monastery where the ale was so bad that certain monks regularly escaped to a nearby inn for something decent to drink, only to be caught and disciplined. This prompted the abbot to actually hire the tavern's brewer to improve the monastery's own stock. Well, let's have a little talk about tavern names and signs. Like I said at the start of the video, they're a culture unto themselves. Medieval taverns typically had symbolic names, since literacy was quite low. A tavern would be known by its sign, etc. The Green Dragon, a dragon painted on the signboard, or the crown, or perhaps the boar's head, or the flying bird, or something like this. In London, a list from the early 1400s indeed shows tavern names inspired by animals, objects, saints, and heraldry. A tavern keeper thus also had to be a bit of a marketer. The iconic painted inn sign has its roots in our own period. Well, the period we're talking about, I mean. By the High Middle Ages, it was common to hang a recognizable icon outside one's tavern. We've already noted the simpler, universal symbols like the ale stake or bush. But gradually, more personalized signage emerged. For example, Chaucer set his Canterbury Tales pilgrims gathering at the Tabard Inn. Now, tabard is a type of tunic. Likely the sign displayed a picture of a tabard coat. Indeed, Chaucer's description of that inn and its host gives us a rather delightful snapshot. The host of the Tabard, Chaucer calls him Harry Bailey, is a stout and merry man, who is so genial in hosting that he joins the pilgrimage as a tour guide. Chaucer's host even proposes the storytelling contest to entertain the group, a clever innkeeper turning a journey into a social game. Through this, we glimpse how talented tavern keepers could be. The life of the party, the facilitator of communities. Now, what about a few notable drinks? People had to get creative. Ale and wine, they were the staples. But there was also mead, which is a kind of wine made from honey. That was popular in regions with beekeeping. Cider was common in ale-growing areas, like Normandy or England's West Country. Though cider was often sold by farmsteads, some taverns did serve it. Spiced wines called piment or hippocras were high-end luxuries. These were my wines mixed with sugar, ginger, cinnamon, whatever spices you could get, served warm in winter. A tavern keeper might have a special recipe for a hot spiced ale or mulled wine to draw customers on cold nights. By the late 13th century, distilled spirits, the early forms of brandy and whiskey, were finally starting to appear, but still rare. A high medieval tavern wouldn't yet be selling shots of hard liquor. That came later in the late medieval period when distillation spread. But they did, however, make potent concoctions like braggot, which packed quite a punch. This ale mixed with some honey and herbs, a little bit stronger than the usual. We also have evidence of taverns hiring storytellers, or allowing theatrical troupes to perform short farces in their yards. In Southwark, near London, in the 14th century, some inn yards were used for plays, quite a precursor to the Elizabethan theatre tradition. In village taverns, the entertainment might be more rustic. Jugglers, trained animals, or just bawdy jokes told by the locals. And on the flip side, taverns, of course, could be spots of crime. Cutpurses, that is, pickpockets, frequently crowded taverns to ply their trade. A traveller who drank too deeply might wake up to find his pockets quite lighter than expected. Of course, I suppose he could be gaslighted into thinking he just spent it all on alcohol. Savvy tavern keepers did keep an eye out for known thieves, since if word spread that one's inn was unsafe, business would drop. There's a record from Bruges of a tavern keeper who colluded with thieves. He would get wealthy foreign merchants drunk and then signal the thieves to rob them. Well, he didn't last that long. When caught, needless to say, he faced harsh justice. But most of the time, tavern keepers were very honest, cooperating with local watchmen to ensure their premises did not become dens of thieves. After all, it tends to push the customers away. Now, one more before we finish up. There is one story that shows the physical risk of the tavern trade. It actually comes in the form of a coroner's report from England in 1270. It tells of two women, Amice and Sybil, who were brewing ale in the brewhouse of an inn. As they carried a tub of boiling water to the vat, Amice slipped and fell into the boiling liquid. Despite Sybil's quick rescue attempt, Amice was grievously scolded, and the poor thing died the next day. This tragic incident, which shows a little bit of the unseen dangers faced by tavern keepers and their workers. Open fires, heavy barrels, boiling liquid, an ever-present occupational hazard in the days long before occupational health and safety regulation. And let that remind you that while we've gone through all of this and it all sounds nice and pretty, all good fun, that there is a rather dangerous image of the tavern too. It's still medieval times, and in medieval times you are never really safe. And there we have it for today. What did you think? You reckon you'd be up for the challenge if you were living back then? I don't know. Maybe. The main problem, I think, would be the troublemakers. Still the same problem. I suppose some things never change. Well, I am going to thank the top-tier patrons and supporters. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Gary, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Wolford, Nia, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talbury, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftis, Alexander, Gogan, Dorsey, Vanita, Claire, Cortese, and Carol. Well, that's it from me tonight, or today, whenever it is you're listening and wherever you're listening from. Thank you again so much for joining me. You know that I'll be back here in the same place tomorrow, and I hope to see you there. But for now, you'll get a good rest, and I will see you in the next video. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all. Until next time.